Chapter 61. Chen Ren looked outside the carriage, his eyes staring off into the distance as his mind raised thoughts about currencies. On Earth, people had started with bartering trading goods and services to meet their needs. It was a basic system, full of flaws, but it had worked at the time. Eventually, coins appeared, shaped and made differently depending on the culture. The Romans had their denarii, the Chinese used cash coins, and other civilizations had their own forms of money. Then came paper money light and practical for bigger trades. Nations worldwide adopted it, tying it to a global system where its value constantly shifted due to markets and politics. In this Xianxia world, things weren't too different, at least for mortals. Bartering had long been replaced by a currency system of copper and silver wens, minted officially by the emperor. These coins kept the mortal markets moving. In fact, a reliable system that everyone followed. But for cultivators, the rules were different. Their currency had always been the source of their power chi. More precisely, chi in its solid form, spirit stones. These stones were like crystals, holding raw energy inside them. Their worth wasn't decided by people, but by the power they carried. Chen Ren didn't know exactly how much chi was in a single stone. All he knew was that low-grade stones had less energy and weaker power, while higher-grade stones held far more chi and were much stronger. He didn't bother with the details. What mattered was collecting as many spirit stones as possible, for himself, his sect, and the goals he had set. Looking down at the bag in his hands, a small smile crept onto his face. He untied the leather cord and peeked inside at the glowing pile of low-grade spirit stones. The crystals were glowing under the sunlight. He couldn't help but raise one into the air and closely observe. Then, he got to work. He counted them again and grinned. 90 stones. He'd started with an even 100, but before leaving Cloud Mist City, he had spent 10 to secure an official status for the Divine Coin Sect. It was a hefty price, and the loss still stung a little. Worth it, he muttered, tying the bag shut swiftly. For Chen Ren, getting official sect status wasn't about pride. It was a smart move. An official sect wasn't only prestigious, it was a shield against heavy taxes. Now, he didn't have to pay the steep 20% yearly tax the local authorities collected for the capital. Even better, as his sect's rank rose, the taxes would drop further. If he could push the Divine Coin Sect to the rank of a Guardian Sect, he wouldn't owe any taxes at all. The thought stuck with him, especially when he considered sects like the Soaring Sword Sect. Their endless, fat wealth wasn't just from their resources. Their high status freed them from any tax obligations. Chen Ren's hand brushed the pouch of spirit stones tied to his waist as he sat deep in thought, until a feline voice broke through the silence. "What are you thinking about with that serious face? You look like you've just spotted a Meridian Expansion Realm fish and can't decide if you should catch it or let it swim away." Blinking, Chen Ren turned toward the voice. Yalen, his sharp-tongued feline companion, sprawled lazily across Tang Shulan's lap in the carriage. The pair of ambers glinted mischievously as her tail flickered. To her left, the street children huddled together under a thick blanket, fast asleep. Up front, Anji held the reins behind the small window, her face set with extreme focus as she steered the carriage. She'd insisted on driving to prove herself, tackling the job without a word of complaint. Chen Ren sighed, leaning back. Mentally, he replied to Yalen, "I was just thinking about spirit stones and how to turn our sect into a guardian sect." Yalen snorted, her whiskers twitching as if the idea amused her. "Last I checked, I haven't joined anything." Chen Ren couldn't help but smile at her predictable attitude. She'd always been like this, shaking his head, he replied. "Stop acting like you don't care. If you didn't, you wouldn't be here." Yalen opened her mouth, ready to speak, but Chen Ren ignored her, pulling out a notebook and quill instead. He began writing. The notebook was something he'd recently decided to maintain a detailed status of his progress and plans. The pages already contained his name, age, cultivation level, elemental affinity techniques, and businesses like a status screen. After a moment of thought, he added a new section, goals. As he finished jotting down the last line, Yalen's voice cut through his focus again. "All right," she said. "Let's say I decide to help you out. I need to know what I'm helping with. You've left your businesses behind to play sect leader, but if you want my help, I need to hear your plans, to see if you're brilliant or just plain stupid. Chen Ren smiled wryly, his quill pausing midair. Yalin's bluntness wasn't new to him, but he also knew her well enough to see through her words. If she'd truly doubted him, she wouldn't have stayed by his side this long. Looking up at her, he replied, "First of all, I didn't leave my businesses behind. They're in capable hands. I'll get reports on their progress every 2 months, and I trust they'll run smoothly without me micromanaging. Second, as for plans," he trailed off, his gaze flicking briefly to Tang Shulan and the children sleeping soundly beside her. "We do need to talk about that," he admitted, his tone softening. "A sect isn't built on ambition alone." Yalin tilted her head, her tail swishing as if to urge him to continue. Chen Ren turned toward Tang Shulan and put his hand on her shoulders. Her eyes fluttered open, sharp and alert despite the long journey. "Shulan," he began, "I think it's time we discuss what's next, what happens when we reach Meadow Village." It took a moment for her to reorient herself before she nodded, sitting up straighter. "I've been waiting for this conversation, young master. I need to know what you expect from me." The air in the carriage grew heavier, but not with tension, with purpose. Chen Ren's mind spun with possibilities, but now it was time to turn ideas into action. Yes, the first thing should be setting up a base. We'll hire locals to start construction on a proper sect building. I've already sketched out a few plans for that. Once the groundwork is laid, the second priority will be recruitment. You, Anji, and the kids are a great start, but we'll need more hands, especially cultivators. A sect without cultivators won't last long, and if trouble comes, there won't be many people to defend it besides me. And before he could finish, Tang Shulan interrupted, her voice calm but knowing. "Yalin." Chen Ren froze, his eyes widening. "You know." Shulan nodded. "I saw it during the tournament, when she tried to break the barrier. Others were panicking and running, but I wasn't willing to flee, so I noticed." Her gaze softened as she looked down at Yalin, gently patting the cat's sleek fur. Yalin stiffened slightly at the unexpected gesture, her amber eyes narrowing, but instead of snapping, she allowed it. After a moment, she spoke, her tone carrying an air of haughty amusement. "Well, my dignified self doesn't have to pretend to be an ordinary cat anymore." Shulan's eyes widened, her hand stopping mid-stroke. A gasp escaped her lips as she bore her eyes towards the cat. She can talk," Chen Ren chuckled, the corner of his mouth lifting in a small grin. "Well, there's that." He leaned back, his posture relaxing slightly. "Yalin is sort of my mentor, or maybe master, call it whatever you like. She's also agreed to act as a defender for the sect." Yalan let out a small, approving hum, her tail flicking lazily. "But," Chen Ren continued, his tone growing serious again, "we can't rely on just 2 people to protect the sect. That's why recruitment is so important. We need people dedicated cultivators who can help us grow and defend this place when the time comes." Tang Shulan sat silently, her brows furrowed in thought. After a moment, she spoke hesitantly. "But, young master, why would cultivators join our sect? I don't mean to question you, but we've built no real reputation outside of your businesses, and those are confined to one city. Most cultivators would prefer to remain rogue than join a new, untested sect. And the ones we do get would likely be the throwaways," Chen Ren interrupted. "The ones no one wants. The so-called trash. And that's fine. I'm not looking for cultivators with unique physiques or a large number of spirit roots. We can do a lot with those who have few spirit roots." Shulan blinked, her lips parting to ask, "How? Do you know how many roots I have?" She hesitated, clearly racking her brain for an answer before finally shaking her head. "No, I don't." 21, Chen Ren said simply. Shulan's eyes widened in shock. 21? But that's abysmal. He finished with a faint smile. "Yes, I know. And yet, despite that, I've been growing faster than most would expect. If I can do it, why can't someone else?" Before Shulan could respond, Yelan's voice cut in. "Are you forgetting you're an exception, Chen Ren? Your case isn't something others can just replicate. Maybe I am an exception. Maybe I'm not. But one thing I've learned about myself is that I'm not as special as I sometimes think I am. And even if I am special, I know for a fact that I'm not the only one. Do you really believe there's only one esoteric Tao in existence? There are countless paths, countless ways to grow. Yelen's tail twitched, but she didn't interrupt as he continued. No one ever said, cultivation has to be about fighting, popping pills like a drug addict, or meditating for centuries to progress. That's just what the martial Tao has popularized. But cultivation isn't limited to that. We can think beyond it. We can create something different, a place where growth doesn't come with the weight of expectations or the burden of conformity. Tang Shulan's shock slowly melted into contemplation, her gaze softening as she absorbed his words. A different kind of sect? She murmured. Chenren nodded. Exactly. A sect where anyone willing to work hard and think differently can find a place to belong and grow. Yalen let out a soft, amused snort. Well, that's certainly ambitious, but I suppose ambition is a good start. Chenren smiled faintly. Ambition, a plan, and the right people. That's all we need. Yalen tilted her head. Not a bad thought, but finding people like that will be difficult. There is a reason they're called esoteric Tao's rare and elusive. We won't know until we start looking. Besides, I'm not planning to rely solely on cultivators for protection. Shulan and Yalen both tilted their heads, curious. You two already know my plans to bring mortals into the sect, he continued. They nodded, waiting for him to elaborate. We just need to give them tools to defend themselves, he said, his tone matter-of-fact. Tools that can do real damage, at least against lower realm cultivators. Yalen frowned, her ears twitching. What kind of tools are you talking about? Before Chenren could respond, Anji's voice rang out from the front of the carriage. We're nearing the village. Chenren immediately leaned out the carriage window, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. The landscape opened up before him, a vast expanse of wide plains framed by distant mountains. A dirt road stretched out ahead, winding toward their destination. In the far distance, he could just make out wooden walls, though they were still far away. His enhanced eyesight allowed him to spot the faint outline. Do you want to rest, Anji? He called out. She waved him off without looking back. I'm fine. The village is close anyway. If nothing goes wrong, we'll get there in 45 minutes. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a deep, guttural growl echoed from the forest around them. The carriage shuddered to a halt, and the air grew tense. The children jolted awake, their wide eyes darting around in fear. One of them asked, his voice trembling. Shulan leaned out of her seat. What was that? Probably a wolf beast. Yelan said nonchalantly. She spoke through mind, keeping the kids from finding her identity. Low tier, most likely. We didn't hear of any stronger ones in this area, but wolves usually move in packs. If they're around, it's better to deal with them now before they start chasing us. Stay inside. Chenren stepped out of the carriage, leaving them inside. Yelan leaped out gracefully, landing beside him. She stretched, her claws extending slightly. If they're weak, you can handle them. If not, I'll jump in. Chenren smirked. Good to know you've got my back. The forest remained eerily silent for a moment, the growl from earlier still echoing faintly in their minds. Then, a rustling sound came from the underbrush, followed by the unmistakable sound of low growls. Chenren tightened his grip on the weapon. A sleek spear with runes etched along its length for more piercing damage and durability. The gift from the city lord. He glanced over his shoulder at Anji, who was frozen in place, her hands gripping the reins tightly. Her face was pale, but she wasn't panicking, just waiting for instructions. Get inside the carriage, he said calmly, his tone firm but not harsh. I'll handle this. Anji blinked, then nodded wordlessly, climbing into the carriage with a speed that belied her hesitation. The children huddled together, watching anxiously as the door shut behind her. Just as Chenren turned his focus back to the forest, another growl cut through the tense silence. It was louder, closer. His sharp eyes scanned the dense foliage, his muscles coiled like a spring. For a long moment, nothing happened. The forest seemed unnaturally still, the usual sounds of rustling leaves and chirping insects absent. Then, With a sudden burst of movement, a dark blur shot out from the trees. It was a wolf larger than he'd expected. Its fur was pitch black, almost blending into the shadows of the trees, and its teal eyes gleamed with predatory hunger. It leaped from the trees, aiming directly at Chen Ren with its jaws wide open, sharp teeth glinting menacingly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Horan looked at the stack of letters piled high on the ornate desk in their office. These were the reports sent to their department from all across the Kallian Empire, a routine correspondence from every corner of the realm. Sorting through them had become a habit since they had taken on the role of one of the attendants to Princess Xianxia. This practice wasn't new. It was a system established by the previous emperor near the end of his reign. Under this system, every ruler, from the smallest village chief to the most powerful city, Lord was required to submit a monthly report detailing the events within their jurisdiction. These reports covered everything from mundane administrative updates to notable discoveries, such as hidden artifacts or emerging talents. The purpose was clear: to ensure the royal family remained informed of anything unusual or promising, no matter how remote or minor it might seem. From these reports, key information would be carefully cataloged, creating a detailed repository of knowledge that allowed the royal family to keep tabs on potential threats, opportunities, and the shifting dynamics of power within the empire. Of course, the system wasn't perfect. Not everything made it into the letters. Talents were often concealed, kept hidden by their families or patrons to protect them from royal scrutiny or exploitation. Ancient ruins weren't informed about, not letting the royal family get their hands on it. And then there were the lords who deliberately withheld vital information, preferring to keep their findings to themselves rather than share them with a royal family that had, over time, become little more than observers. Still, the letters were a window into the empire's pulse, and Horan knew better than to overlook them. Even the smallest detail could hold the key to something extraordinary or disastrous. With a quiet sigh, they picked up the first letter, the seal still unbroken, and began to read. It was already well into the day when the attendant found himself still sorting through the mountain of letters. Some reports were dry, simply confirming the usual everything normal, no disturbances to report. Others, however, contained more intriguing tidbits. One lord in the northern region, Zhang Ma, mentioned a mountain that had been destroyed, possibly a result of a clash between high realm cultivators or a battle with a powerful beast. The lord had little proof, but the attendant found it noteworthy. Another report detailed the discovery of a new ghost ruin on the western side of the empire, while others spoke of skirmishes between the barbarians and the border lords. As the attendant moved through the letters, one report from the city lord of Cloud Mist, Li Balong, caught his eye. For a while, the letter seemed uneventful, just like the others. Nothing but routine updates. He half expected it to be the same as always, filled with trivial matters. But as he reached the middle section, the attendant's eyes widened more with every passing line. It started innocuously enough, just a mention of a demonic cultivator on the loose, then the annual tournament. But then, the mention of an unexpected turn of events in the tournament caught his attention. A cultivator, once insignificant and unknown, had killed the demonic figure, Gutian. The report said the cultivator was blessed by the golden dragon itself, and had even earned the nickname of Dragonheart. The attendant blinked, unsure if he had misread it. He read the passage again, his heart thudding in his chest. Then he read it one more time, just to make sure he wasn't imagining things. There were no disclaimers, no signs of humor. It wasn't a joke. It was written in an official report, which made it even more impossible to dismiss. Lying in an official letter was considered a serious crime, one no lord would risk, especially not for something as absurd as this. No, this had to be true. He could feel a chill running down his spine as it settled in. That dragon had appeared in the Empire after thousands of years. The attendant didn't hesitate. Normally, he would have set the letter aside, continued his work, and moved on to the next report. But this was far beyond his usual duties. The implications of this discovery were monumental, and there was only one person he needed to inform. Without wasting a second, the attendant gathered the letter in his hands, his heart still racing, and left his chambers. Asterisk, 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 Aonen. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 62. Zihan shifted his weight from one foot to the other, his fingers drumming nervously against his thigh. His excitement was barely contained as he stared at the stopped carriage just beyond the tree line. The low growl of little Yuz rumbled at his side, a sound that sent a chill through the group of ragged villagers gathered nearby. Zihan couldn't help but glance down at the creature. Little Yuz was majestic, a wolf unlike any he'd ever seen, and he was certain the wolf was unlike any that anyone had ever seen. No wolf can be tamed after all. His pitch-black fur was shiny enough to make his fur appear as gray at times. But Zihan knew the wolf was plain black, except for the silver streak that ran boldly from his forehead to his tail. He had teal eyes. He'd never seen a wolf with such eyes, and his presence alone seemed to fill the group with confidence, even as hunger gnawed at their bellies. It had been nearly a week since a carriage had passed through this desolate road, and the past days had been harsh. The village's meager food stores were thinning fast, and aside from the few beasts little Yuz had managed to bring down with the help of the village hunters, they hadn't had a proper meal in days. Zihan's stomach twisted in both hunger and anticipation as he studied the carriage. Fate, it seemed, had finally smiled upon them. Zihan turned to glance at the villagers, their gaunt faces and sunken eyes a grim reminder of their plight. They weren't bandits, not in their hearts. They were farmers and laborers forced into this life by the harsh will of the heavens. When Wen, Zihan's elder brother, had stumbled upon little Yuz as a pup rescued him from a hunter's cruel trap. It had felt like a blessing from the agricultural god himself. Now, little Yuz was their greatest strength. The past year had taught them well. Carriages like this one sturdy, covered, and plain were likely owned by small-time merchants, traveling to or from the nearest market town. Zihan knew the plan by heart. Little Yuz would scare the merchant and any guards into fleeing, while the villagers would step in to claim whatever food, coin, or supplies they could. There would be no bloodshed, no senseless killing. They weren't murderers, just desperate souls trying to survive the harsh cards the heavens had dealt them. Zihan, came the quiet voice of his brother, Wen. The older man stepped forward, his beard with white streaks tied in a knot right below his chin. Stay calm. If they run, we take what we need and leave. If they fight, we'll handle it. Zihan nodded, clenching his fists to steady himself. He glanced once more at little Yuz, whose nose twitched as if sensing something. The wolf's tail flicked, his teal eyes narrowing toward the carriage. Beside him, Wen's voice came in a whisper. Samono's coming out. Zihan's grip on his knife tightened instinctively. He held his breath, the tension crackling in the air. But when the figure stepped out of the carriage, the breath he was holding released in a soft sigh of relief. The man didn't look like much of a fighter. He wasn't fat. His build was lean and his height imposing, but there was a softness about him that told Zihan everything he needed to know. The man carried himself with the casual ease of someone who'd never had to struggle for survival. His clothes were clean and finely tailored. His expression, one of quiet detachment. He looked like the pampered son of some merchant clan, a man accustomed to wealth and comfort, not hardship. Zihan's eyes darted to the carriage, expecting a guard or two to emerge. Surely no merchant would travel alone, not on these roads. But no one came other than a cat. Even the girl who had been driving the carriage remained seated inside. A bad feeling wormed its way into Zihan's gut, prickling at his nerves. Something felt wrong, but he forced himself to stay calm. It would be fine. It always was. I don't think anyone else is coming out, he muttered to his brother. Wen, the broad-shouldered man, frowned. His black hair, tied loosely at the nape of his neck, swayed as he shook his head. What do we do then? The man doesn't even look afraid. Zihan glanced at the supposed merchant again. The man stood relaxed, his eyes lazily scanning the woods, as if he had all the time in the world. There wasn't even a flicker of fear on his face. Then we give him a reason to get scared, Zihan said. He gestured toward the wolf. Little Yuzi can handle it. Scare him off. Then we'll loot the carriage like always. Wen grunted in agreement and turned to pat the wolf's sleek black fur. Little Yuz stretched lazily before rising to his feet. his teal pair locking onto the man standing before the carriage. "Little Yuzi, you know what to do," Ziwen murmured. The wolf's ears twitched, and for a moment it almost looked like he nodded. Then, with a powerful leap, Little Yuz sprang into action, his dark form cutting through the air as he launched himself toward the man. Zihan watched with wide eyes, his heart pounding with excitement. Any moment now, the merchant would panic, stumble back in fear, and flee. But instead, the man remained perfectly still, his expression unreadable. As Little Yuz's claws slashed dangerously close, the man sidestepped with a fluid grace, his movements almost too quick to follow. "What?" Zihan's words caught in his throat. Little Yuz snarled, spinning midair to strike again. His claws lashed out, but once more, the man evaded with a speed that defied reason. Before Zihan could process what was happening, a flicker of light erupted from the man's palm, lightning, crackling and alive. The man charged forward, his movements as precise as they were deadly, and struck Little Yuz square in the chest with an open palm. The impact sent the wolf sprawling to the ground with a pained yelp. "No!" Suen's cry was muffled as Zihan clapped a hand over his brother's mouth, dragging him down behind the brush. "Be quiet!" Zihan hissed, though his own mind went into a shock and his heart raced as he watched the man straighten. Lightning still danced faintly around his fingertips. "That's a cultivator," he said, the words trembling on his tongue. His face turned pale as he glanced at his brother. "Straight out of one of those sects. He swallowed hard. "We just attacked a cultivator." Ziwen's eyes widened in horror. "We're dead," Zihan whispered, his voice barely audible. "We're all dead." Zihan's heart pounded in his chest as despair tightened its grip around him. His mind raced with the countless stories he had heard of cultivators, beings who walked the path of immortality, wielding powers that could crush mortals like insects. Tales of their indifference and cruelty filled his thoughts. He recalled a traveling nomad recounting how a cultivator had crippled a man for the simple mistake of stumbling in his path. Now, they had attacked one. They had attacked Doan. "What are we going to do?" a trembling voice whispered behind him. Zihan turned, his face pale. I don't know." He heard the crack of his voice. Another villager pointed toward the injured wolf. "Little Yuz's. He'll kill the wolf." Ziwen's jaw tightened as his eyes fixated on his wolf, lying prone on the ground. His voice was hoarse when he spoke. "Number, I can't let that happen. If someone has to die, it'll be me." He stood up from where he was and prepared to leave to face the wrath of the cultivator. Zihan grabbed his brother's arm, his grip firm despite the tremor in his hands. "Don't be an idiot. Your life is far more precious than mine or Little Yuz." He glanced back toward the road, where the wolf was struggling to rise, its legs trembling. Little Yuz's eyes burned with hatred as he glared at the cultivator, but his body betrayed him. Whatever that lightning technique was, it had left him shaken, his strength drained. Zihan swallowed hard. Even if he hated to admit it, he knew the wolf wouldn't survive. But they had to. They had fought too hard for survival over the past year, enduring hunger, disease, and the slow decay of their village. None of it would matter if they all died because of this. A grim thought struck him, sinking its claws into his heart. If they offended the cultivator further, their entire village could be wiped out. His parents, frail and weary, wouldn't survive the news of their deaths. Worse, the cultivator might not stop with them. The village was remote, far from the eyes of law and governance. Even if justice existed, no one would come to check on a tragedy in a forgotten corner of the world. And by the time anyone did, the cultivator would be long gone. Zihan was about to order everyone to run when a cold, commanding voice shattered the silence. "I know you're there," the cultivator said. "Come out, or I will kill the wolf. Then I'll chase you. You know I can do that easily." Zihan froze, his breath caught in his throat as he turned to the villagers, their faces stricken with terror. The older men and women looked at him with pleading eyes, while the younger ones clung to each other, trembling. Only Ziwen remained calm, his eyes free from fear. Concern etched deep into his features, but it wasn't for himself or the others. He knew that it was for Little Yuz. Ziwen looked at him. "What should we do now?" He asked the same question that had been raking in his mind the entire time. Zihan felt his throat tighten. His brother had always been the stronger of the two, in both body and will. But now, that strength was no use, not against someone with powers straight from the heavens. You all can run, Siwen said suddenly. I'll go out. He knows there are people, but I don't think he knows how many. If I go alone, maybe. Sihan's eyes widened in panic as he grabbed his brother's arm. No, I can't leave you here. Wen's eyes softened as he glanced back at little Yuz, the injured wolf lying in the dirt. And I can't leave him. If I run now, I'd be going against our bond. That's not who I am. Just go, Zihan. Save yourself. Stop being so stupid when the times want you to be brave. Do what you must. Run. Zihan's grip tightened, his hands trembling with both fear and frustration. I'm not leaving you. If anyone should go, it's the others. He turned toward the small group of villagers hiding behind the trees. You all go. Get back to the village. But the villagers hesitated, their faces pale as they exchanged nervous glances. No one moved. We're not leaving you two behind, one of the older men said, his voice trembling but resolute. Zihan's heart twisted in frustration. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. They needed to escape to survive. But as he opened his mouth to argue, a ripple of unease washed over him. The faint sound of movement caught his ear too fast, too quiet to belong to any of the villagers. He turned his head sharply, and his breath caught in his throat. The cultivator was standing right in front of him. Sihan's legs gave out beneath him, and he dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the man. The air around him pressed down, as if it were charged with invisible energy, and his calm, calculating gaze bore into them all like a hawk surveying its prey. You all were taking too much time, the cultivator said, so I decided to come find you myself. Zihan's mouth went dry as the man's eyes swept over them. His casual stance didn't hide the sharpness of his presence, like a blade hidden in plain sight. The cultivator's gaze fell on little Yuz, then shifted back to the group. He tilted his head, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Now, why don't you tell me what's going on here? And when did bandits start taming wolves? Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Chen Ren stood in the middle of the road, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight before him. The group of ragged men knelt in front of him, heads bowed low. Even the wolf, an impressive beast with matted fur and a low growl, had lowered itself to the ground, its sharp eyes cautiously trained on him. It no longer glared with the anger he had seen before, but Chen Ren could tell it was still on edge, especially with his attack. Behind him, Shulan and the others stood in tense silence, watching the strange scene unfold. And for a few seconds, nothing happened. They all patiently waited. It was Tang Shulan who finally broke the stillness. What are we going to do with them? She asked, her voice uncertain but curious. Chen Ren glanced back at her, then turned his attention to the group. Well, that depends, he said evenly, his voice carrying enough authority to make the kneeling men flinch. As you can see, they're not the usual kind of bandits. At least, I haven't heard of bandits taming wolves before. Or is that something common around here? He directed his question at the group. One of the men, a wiry figure with dirt-streaked clothes and desperation etched across his face, raised his head slightly. No, Lord Cultivator, he said quickly, his voice trembling. Little Yuz was tamed by my brother when he was just a pup. It listens to him because of their bond. Chen Ren's eyes narrowed, his gaze shifting to the wolf, then back to the man. And you're using it to loot and kill merchants and travelers? The man shook his head vehemently. No, Lord Cultivator. We haven't killed anyone. We just use little Yuz to scare people off so we can take their belongings. We swear, we've never taken a life, nor do we intend to. Chen Ren let out a low hum. So you're thieves, not murderers, he said. That at least makes things easier. The man's face paled, and he stammered, Lord Cultivator, please, don't kill us. If someone must pay for this, let it be me. This was my idea. Chen Ren's lips twitched upward in a faint, humorless smile. You can call me young master. I have a name, and it is Chen Ren, and I'm not going to kill anyone. but I will hand you over to the village guards. I'm sure they'll have plenty to say about this." "What village are you from?" The men exchanged uneasy glances before the leader mumbled. "We're from Meadow Village, young master." Chenren's brow lifted slightly. "Meadow? Well, that makes things convenient. I'm headed there myself. I'll turn you over to the guards and let them deal with you. That should serve as an appropriate punishment." The men tensed. The one who spoke had his eyes widened at what Chenren said, but he replied with nothing. He looked down on the ground as if contemplating something before finally opening his eyes. "Young master, that won't work." Teng Shulan, who'd already walked and stood behind Chenren, frowned. "Why not?" The man looked at her, shame flickering in his eyes. "Because, young miss, I'm the one who leads the village guards." Chenren blinked, surprised, as Shulan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're the guard captain?" she asked incredulously. The man nodded, his face flushed with humiliation. Chenren folded his arms, his expression turning cold. "If you're the guard captain, why are you resorting to banditry? Explain yourself." "It's a long story, young master," the man said, lowering his gaze. "None of us here are actual bandits. I'm the captain of the guard. My brother is a hunter, and the others are just farmers. But after our crops were destroyed last year, we had no choice but to turn to this disgraceful path. It's been like this for a year now. All our stored rations ran out long ago." Chenren's gaze sharpened. "Don't lie. The harvest this year wasn't bad. I heard it myself from traders in the city." The man's shoulders slumped, and he shook his head. "It wasn't the weather or anything like that, young master," he said quietly. "It was the locust swarm. They came last season, and they didn't leave us a single stalk standing." Chenren frowned, his expression darkening. A locust swarm, so close to a village on the edge of civilization. He glanced back at Shulan, whose face was set in a mixture of shock, confusion, and pity. "Well," he said slowly, turning his gaze back to the kneeling men, "that does complicate things. But locusts?" he asked. "Can't you kill them?" The man wiped a hand over his face, his expression a mix of frustration and despair. "We tried, young master," he said, shaking his head. "But our usual methods don't work against them. They aren't normal locusts. They're magical, like wild beasts. They're too many, and they're too strong. They tear through everything. Everyone abandoned the farms because of them. And you sent word to the nearby lords." "We did," the man said bitterly, "but no one came. They told us they'd send a cultivator from a sect to handle it, but no one ever showed. It's been months." His voice broke, and tears spilled down his cheeks. "We didn't know what else to do. We couldn't let everyone starve." Chenren fell silent, his thoughts swirling. If what the man said was true, it wasn't hard to guess what might have happened. A city lord could have intercepted the request, redirecting it to a sect as protocol dictated, but a mission to handle magical locusts, it wasn't the kind of task that would appeal to a sect disciple. No glory, no treasures, just hard labor and frustration. As he mulled over the situation, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Don't kill them," Yelin said. "At least not the one with the wolf. He's interesting." Chenren clicked his tongue. "I'm not killing anyone." He then addressed the group. "Lead us to your village, especially your farms. I want to see these locusts for myself." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The journey to the village was tense, the air heavy with unspoken fears. Chenren walked in silence, choosing to keep his thoughts to himself. He didn't press the men for more answers, knowing that words wouldn't matter until he saw the situation with his own eyes. Beside him, the group trudged along, their heads bowed like condemned prisoners on their way to the gallows. Chenren's gaze drifted to the wolf padding beside its master. Despite its imposing size and wild appearance, the creature behaved like a trained hound. It stayed close to the hunter named Ziwen, moving in sync with him. Not once did it growl or bare its teeth at the strangers surrounding it. Instead, it followed its master with a quiet loyalty, its sharp eyes constantly scanning its surroundings. The sight was strange yet fascinating. When the group finally reached the village, the heavy silence shattered. People began to gather, their voices rising with concern and anger. Villagers spilled into the narrow streets, their faces etched with worry as they called out to the men. Where have you been? What's going on? Did you bring food? The questions came in a flurry, overlapping in a chaotic chorus. Chen Ren stepped forward, raising a hand to calm the crowd. His voice was loud and he demanded attention. There will be time for explanations later, he said. Right now, I need to see your farms. The villagers hesitated, their questions hanging in the air, but they eventually stepped aside to let him pass. No one dared to ask questions, considering that it was a new face, and their familiar faces showed defeat. Chen Ren led the way while scanning his surroundings. The village was small and worn, its buildings leaning with age everywhere he looked. He saw signs of struggle. The people were thin, their faces pale and gaunt. Children clung to their mothers, their wide eyes filled with fear and hunger. The hollow cheeks, darkened eyes, dry lips, shaky hands. They were all common in everyone around. As he walked through the village, Chen Ren's thoughts churned. Whatever these men might have done, it was clear they were part of this place. The way the villagers reacted to them, with familiarity and desperate hope, proved that much. They weren't lying. After a short walk, they reached the edge of the farmlands. Chen Ren came to an abrupt halt, his breath catching as his eyes widened. What lay before him was devastation. The fields, which should have been full of life, were barren and lifeless. The ground was stripped bare, as though something had scoured it clean. The few plants that remained were skeletal, their leaves riddled with holes and their stems broken. And in the middle of it all, hundreds of locusts hovered. Asterisk, 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 Ain. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on to Chapter 63. Chen Ren's eyes drifted over the vast farmlands that were stretched out before him. He had guessed the situation was bad, but he hadn't expected to see a sea of buzzing locusts. Or perhaps he couldn't quite call them that, though they resembled the crop-eating grasshoppers that plagued farmlands everywhere. They were easily twice some, even thrice, the size of their smaller cousins, their bodies thick with muscle, their wings flicking in erratic movements. Their legs were tipped with sharp claws, and their mandibles gleamed wickedly as they chomped at the crops. Chen Ren squinted, trying to make sense of the scene. These weren't just any locusts. These were beasts. What grade? He couldn't say. But his senses tingled with the unmistakable pressure of power, and he could tell at the very least they were solidly in the middle of the body-forging realm. He had no doubt they were far more troublesome than the bandit turn guard had described. He narrowed his eyes on the locusts for a while, taking in the massive swarms that covered the crops, flitting about in a chaotic dance of hunger and aggression. One thing that unsettled him was the sheer size of the creatures. And another thing was the way they moved, like soldiers, perfectly coordinated and terrifyingly efficient. Turning away, he caught sight of the guard bandit again, who was now whispering to an older, burly man. The man stood nearly half a foot taller than the guard, his thick arms bulging under his clothing. As soon as they saw Chen Ren's eyes on them, both men straightened. The older man moved to bow deeply in respect, but Chen Ren waved his hand to stop him. "There's no need for that," he said. "I have some questions." The old man straightened again, his eyes meeting his. "Of course, my lord," he replied. "I am the village chief here, Muyang. What is it you wish to know?" Chen Ren's gaze flicked back to the locusts, narrowing his eyes. When did those locusts first appear? The old man paused, clearly troubled by the memory. He raked his hand through his grayed hair, frustration clearly evident in his eyes. He hesitated before answering, as though it still haunted him. "They came out of nowhere, my lord, about a year ago. At first, we thought it was just a strange season, a few stragglers, nothing to worry about. But then, one day just before the harvest, they came in a swarm like no other. They covered the entire farm like a black tide that swallowed everything. We couldn't fight them off, no matter what we did. We couldn't even drive them away." Chen Ren's eyes narrowed further as he studied the man, who then lifted his hand, showing a deep scar along his palm. The scar was spiky, the skin still raw. "I got this from them. They don't attack us here. But if we get too close to the crops, they turn on us. All at once." Chen Ren's eyebrows raised at that. They seem more like beasts than ordinary locusts, he said. I doubt any of you would be able to do anything about them. Chief Muyang sighed deeply, a weary, regretful look crossing his face. That's why we sent for a cultivator from the sex, he explained. His eyes flickered to the guard bandit, then back to Chen Ren before a pause hung between them. I heard from Zihan that you are a cultivator. Are you the one sent by the sect? Chen Ren shook his head. No, I wasn't sent by a sect. I won a plot of land here in a tournament held in Cloud Mist City, and the deed to a good area was awarded to me. He glanced at Tang Shulan, who rummaged through her bag before she passed the deed over to him. He took it and handed it to the old man. He read through it carefully, his eyes scanning each line. As he reached the end, a spark of recognition lit up in his face. Yes, this is right. You are indeed the landholder here, he said, looking back up at Chen Ren. Are you going to live here from now on, my lord? I might not be here all the time, Chen replied, but I do plan to set up a place for myself and my people here. It will be more than just a few buildings for various purposes. Chief Muyang nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Then as the chief of this village, I welcome you to Meadow. If you need anything, my lord, you may come to me. It would be an honor to serve a cultivator such as yourself. Chen Ren inclined his head in acknowledgement. Thank you, Chief Muyang. I would like you to show me my place first, but on the way, I'd like to discuss something with you. The village chief looked at him in surprise. What is it, my lord? Just about the bandit activities some members of your village are involved in, and how much you know about it. Based on how you interact with Zihan, it seems you know more than you let on. I don't know if they told you, but I met them when they attacked my carriage with little Yuzi the wolf. At the mention of the wolf, the village chief's face fell, his expression darkening. He glared at the bandit guard standing beside him, fury and guilt flashing in his eyes. Without warning, the village chief dropped to his knees, his forehead touching the ground in a deep bow. Please forgive us, my lord, he said. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, chief. Muyang remained on the ground for a long while, his forehead pressed firmly to the earth. It was only after Chen Ren promised that he wasn't going to kill or cripple anyone that the man relaxed slightly, and the weight seemed to be lifted from his shoulders. The apologies didn't stop, however, as they moved through the village on their way to Chen Ren's plot of land. Chief Muyang continued to mutter his regrets. Chen Ren listened, but his mind was elsewhere. Truthfully, he had thought of punishing the bandits, villagers or not, because what they were doing was wrong. But as he walked through the village and saw the malnourished faces around him, people whose eyes lacked the spark of vitality, children who looked more like shadows than young ones, he reconsidered. His heart softened, if only a little. A part of him knew what desperation could drive people to do, especially when their lives were so harsh. And while what they were doing was a crime, they hadn't taken any lives. A punishment, especially for the villagers, would only sour his relationship with them, and that would ruin the larger plans he had. Plans that required the cooperation of many in this village. Chief Muyang's continuous words of apology faded into the background as Chen Ren's mind focused on his own thoughts. He needed this place to work, to run smoothly, and antagonizing them now would set things back. When they reached the plot of land, the village chief all but rushed to leave, eager to put distance between himself and the tension of the situation. If you need anything, my lord, please don't hesitate to come to me, he said, before practically running off, as though fleeing from some unseen danger. The people around them seemed to scatter as well, either out of fear or simply because Chen Ren was there. He noticed the wary glances thrown his way when they were walking away, eyes that lingered just a little too long, then quickly looked away. The village hadn't seen many cultivators, and to them, he must have seemed like a rare, dangerous creature, a panda in a sea of mundane life. But he didn't care. He had a task to focus on. The reason he had come here was to inspect his property, and that was exactly what he would do. He walked toward the plot, the old home slowly coming into view. It was a far cry from the wide courtyards and rooms of Tang Manor. That much was certain. But it wasn't bad. There were 3 houses in total, all 2 stories tall, their backsides open for whatever they wanted to do with them. Chen Ren could see the potential immediately. The land didn't end there either. It stretched far beyond, towards the mountains and fields in the distance. If he wanted to, he could build further, creating something that might even resemble a sex compound, with towering buildings and expansive courtyards. But for now, he had to deal with an enemy he never liked: dust. It was everywhere on the houses, thick and persistent. He looked at the nearest houses and decided to step inside. And just as he did, Yalen entered with the children, her little nose scrunching as she coughed from the dust. She shot him a look, her eyes wide with distaste. "I can't live like this," she declared dramatically. "I don't like stuff in my paws." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling to her before offering a small smile. "It's temporary. We'll get it all cleaned up." Yalen immediately shot a glare at him. "You'll get it all cleaned up," she corrected him firmly, her voice dripping with mock dignity. "Don't put me and you together. You can barely clean up your own mess. Imagine cleaning all this." Chen Ren chuckled at Yalen's antics, enjoying the banter. But his thoughts were quickly interrupted as Sulan entered, looking determined. "Young master, I can clean it up with the kids and Anji," she offered, looking at the place with a neutral gaze. If she was repulsed, she didn't show. The kids, however, didn't seem thrilled by the idea. All of their faces soured as they looked around the house. It was clear they weren't eager to do any labor, and Chen Ren caught their eye. "One house is okay," he said, "but there are 3 houses here, and you'll need to set up a production place for our next products. It'll be too much work for you all." Tang Shulan cleared her throat. "Then what are we going to do?" Chen Ren leaned against the dusty wall, eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. "I'll get men from the village, chief." "Those bandits, villagers," he said, pausing for a beat as he corrected himself. "They probably have some free time now that we intercepted their attack. I'll put them to work here." Shulan seemed a bit skeptical. "Will they agree to it?" Chen Ren smirked, confident. "I'd be surprised if they don't. They'll see it as a way to earn my forgiveness. And while they're working, I can inspect the locusts." The kids, meanwhile, had wandered off, inspecting the building curiously. Anji was leading the charge, poking her head around corners, while Yalen and the others explored further. Their energy seemed to pick up as they moved through the space, even if they weren't thrilled about the idea of labor. After a moment, Yalen seemed to walk back into the conversation, her tone suddenly loud and eager. "Do you want to solve the problem?" she asked, looking up at Chen Ren with bright eyes. "Yes, it's an easy way," he replied, not missing a beat. Yalen tilted her head, still curious. "To do what?" "Earn their allegiance," Chen Ren said simply. Yalen snorted in disbelief. "Ain't you being a cultivator enough? These people treat you like a god." "Isn't that enough?" Chen Ren's smirk turned into a more thoughtful expression, his gaze flicking back to the village in the distance. "A god they're scared of," he replied quietly. He knew full well the villagers viewed him as something more than just a man, someone with immense power and potential. But fear was the last thing he wanted to cultivate. He would rather have their respect, their loyalty, not just a shaky reverence that could collapse at the first sign of trouble. Chen Ren took a deep breath, eyes scanning the land before him. He had always prided himself on using his strength wisely, and he knew that fear would only take him so far. He had bigger plans that required trust and loyalty, not submission through intimidation. He turned to Yalen. "Even if I wanted to take the easy route and just order them around, I can't build something lasting on fear. It will break one day. I need them to see me as a force of good, not just a powerful cultivator who demands their service." Yalen's ears twitched as she processed his words and her paws stretched. She wasn't one to easily give up a chance for a good verbal fight, but she understood the larger picture. After a beat, she spoke up. "Then do you want me to burn the locust down? I'm pretty sure I can do it." "Number that would burn away the ground too, and they might run away before we can kill all of them. We'll have to find another way. But for now," he glanced around at the group, "I need something to take my mind off things before we start making our next product and begin recruiting." "Recruitment for the sect?" Shulan asked. Chen Ren nodded. "Yeah, we need more men before our next product is ready. I'd like you to stay here. This place needs organization and care, and the kids aren't old enough to travel." As for Yalen, He glanced at the feline, who was lounging nearby, seemingly indifferent. Well, she's a cat to others. Yalen let out a huff at the comment, but didn't argue. Chen Ren turned back to Shulan, his tone softening. That leaves me and Anji. I still need to learn more about her, and we need more people who can work for us and help spread our products across the empire. With the conversation winding down, Chen Ren shifted his gaze toward the mountains in the distance, stretching his arms to loosen up. His mind was already working ahead. The locusts were just one problem, and he would deal with them soon enough. Either way, he muttered to himself, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. It's time to get some exercise against these beastly locusts. Asterisk, 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 as Chen Ren had anticipated. Chief Muyang quickly agreed to send men to help clean up the property, his eagerness revealing how desperate they were for any assistance they can give him. After giving the orders, Chen Ren moved toward the farmlands, ready to confront the locusts. Yalan, however, didn't come with him. You can handle the locusts on your own, she had said nonchalantly. I need to look over the village and its territories. Chen Ren suspected it was just her way of marking her territory, but instead of her, he brought along Anji, someone he'd been meaning to spend more time with. The two of them stood at the edge of the farm, looking out at the vast stretch of crops, the buzzing swarm of locusts clinging to every stalk. So, what are you going to do, young master? Anji asked, her eyes scanning the scene. They look scary. Chen Ren nodded. Yeah, they do. But before I make any real plans, I need to see if the straightforward approach works. Anji raised an eyebrow. And what is that? At that, his lips curled into a confident grin, his body surging with renewed energy. Taking these pests head on, without waiting for a response, Chen Ren launched himself into the heart of the farmlands, his bold presence drawing the attention of the nearest locusts. The way they turned to him almost scared him. Several of the oversized insects swiveled toward him, their serrated mandibles clicking in irritation. They hesitated only for a moment before charging, their small and pathetic bodies rushing forward like a living tide. With a sharp exhale, he unleashed a torrent of lightning, rippling from his hands and scorching the air around him. The closest locusts didn't stand a chance, their bodies instantly seared to ash, falling lifeless to the ground. But the swarm was undeterred. More locusts surged forward, their snapping jaws gleaming like jagged knives. Chen Ren dodged and moved away, trying to maintain distance. All the while his fists lashed out, sending strikes, shattering exoskeletons and leaving broken skeletons. Yet, for every insect he felled, two more seemed to take its place. Anji stood at a safe distance, her breath caught in her throat as she watched Chen Ren fight. His attacks were relentless and his leg movements were exceptional, yet the swarm showed no signs of thinning. Chen Ren knew fire would likely be more effective, but his lightning was enough to keep the locusts at bay for now. Still, he could feel the tide turning against him, the swarm's endless advance threatening to overwhelm his defenses. Suddenly, like he had expected, a particularly large cluster of locusts, at least 24 strong, rushed toward him in unison. Their jaws snapped hungrily, their advance a single coordinated wave of aggression. What the Chen Ren's eyes narrowed. It was time to retreat. He couldn't possibly take it all at once. With a powerful leap, he vaulted clear of the swarm, landing uphill in a blur of motion. Young master, what are you doing? Anji called out, her voice a mix of alarm and confusion as he bounded toward her. The locusts halted at the base of the hill, their advance stopping abruptly as if an invisible boundary held them back. Chen Ren glanced over his shoulder, his grin returning despite the tension. They can't follow us here. Let's use this to our advantage. Chen Ren remembered what the village chief had said. The locusts seemed to have claimed the farm as their nest and wouldn't move out of it, even when provoked, reaching the top of the hill without a scratch. Chen Ren glanced back at Anji, who was still watching him with a look of disbelief. That was reckless, she said. What if they were poisonous? Chen Ren shrugged. Doesn't matter. I bought potions for just in case, and nothing we know about them indicates they're poisonous. He paused for a moment, his gaze drifting back toward the farmlands, where the locusts were still swarming, undisturbed by his retreat. Either way, I learned quite a bit from my fight with them. Anji watched as Chenren stood there, looking deep in thought. What did you learn? She asked. Like I thought, they're in the mid-body forging realm. They're fast. But if you focus, you can dodge their attacks. I can also kill them with my lightning. But there's just too many of them. I won't be able to handle them on my own. Anji nodded, processing the information. So, what do we do about them? Even if I come up with a way to kill them all, there might be more around the forest. They could just return, and then we're back to square one. We need a permanent solution to drive them out. Anji's eyes narrowed in thought. Like what? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Instead of answering immediately, Chenren turned to her with a raised eyebrow. You have no idea. Haven't been raised on a farm, I guess? Anji hesitated, the question catching her off guard. She paused, as if reflecting on her past before answering. No, I didn't grow up anywhere near a farm. I know the basics of farming, but nothing more than that. Chenren gave a small nod, acknowledging her response. Then I'll need to think of something myself. He turned his attention back to the locusts, his mind spinning as he tried to think of a solution. The locusts continued to swarm the farmlands below, but their presence didn't seem as daunting now. As Chenren's mind worked through the options, something clicked in his thoughts. The world around him was full of resources, and although he didn't have knowledge of modern solutions like DDT or pesticides, that didn't mean he was entirely without options. He just needed to approach this from a different angle. His eyes widened slightly as an idea hit him. He turned quickly to Anji. I might have a way, but to make it work, we'll need to run some experiments. *****AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 64. A few days passed since Chenren's arrival in Meadow Village, and as time went on, he slowly became accustomed to the peaceful surroundings. The relentless pace of Cloud Mist City, with its endless hustle and clamor, was replaced by a calm quietness that now seemed to settle into his bones. While the city was vibrant and full of opportunity, there was something about the simplicity of village life, its unhurried days and open, beautiful skies, that made it grow on him. As the days passed, Chenren found himself appreciating the stillness more and more, realizing that it was somewhere he could build the foundation for what he wanted. The cleaning of the houses had been quick, with the help of Chief Muyang's men and the reluctant cooperation of the bandits-turned villagers. The once neglected properties were now livable. The rooms were divided up, each person having their own designated space, though the children would be sharing, much to their displeasure. The houses were simple but functional, with enough space for everyone to settle comfortably. Among the tasks he had in mind, the most important was setting up rooms dedicated to his work. Therefore, he made one of the houses become his laboratory, the other his office. The laboratory was the place where he would experiment with new ideas, alchemy, arrays, talismans, and product creation in order to advance his business. The office was a space where he could strategize, organize, and reflect on his next moves. He needed both of the spaces. Having his own office, with the rustic, modest furniture arranged, filled him with a sense of accomplishment. It satisfied the part of him that had always dreamed of running his own business, a college graduate who had once spent hours looking for jobs, imagining what it would be like to one day sit behind a desk and make the decisions. Now, the office felt like a symbol of his journey. It was a place where he could take ownership, a place that grounded him in the vision of what he wanted to create. But beyond his new responsibilities, Chenren's focus was on three main things: cultivating, training, and researching ways to rid the village of the locusts that plagued the farmlands. Despite his Tao, which didn't require him to cultivate in the ways that others did, Chenren still enjoyed the meditative practice of an hour spent in his star space. There, he would focus his mind, reaching out, hoping for some sign from the golden dragon that had eluded him since the tournament. He couldn't help but feel the need to grow stronger after all. In a world like this, danger was ever present, and survival depended on strength. As Chenren had learned firsthand, cultivation realms weren't the only factors that determined success in a battle. Combat techniques, the ability to stay calm during battle, and clever tactics played just as critical a role. He had quickly set into a routine, rising early each morning to practice his spear and palm techniques. And every time he put his skills into practice, he felt the growth in his rhythm and even movements. The time to practice, too, felt perfect with the calmness in the morning. Luckily, he didn't have to spar with Yalin, whose strength would surely leave him nursing bruises for days. Instead, he had another target in mind, an unlikely one, but a target nonetheless. The locusts. They were the perfect combat targets for now. Over the days, he had observed their behavior closely. He learned their patterns, how they would swarm in droves to devour anything in their path, how their movements were slightly erratic yet predictable once you understood the rhythm. The more he studied them, the more he realized he could lure them with food, both meat and anything sweet. And so, he began to attract small groups of locusts to the edge of the farmland, setting up the perfect battlefield for his daily practice. At first, Chen had considered just eradicating the locust while training, but quickly he understood that while this was an excellent form of practice, wiping them all out would take months. The locusts were numerous, and killing them one by one, though effective, wasn't a permanent solution. He stuck to his original plan: gather information, find their weaknesses, and eventually devise a strategy that would rid the village of the plague once and for all. The constant exposure to the locusts allowed him to cut through their bodies and gain valuable insight into their anatomy. He took notes, observing their reactions to various stimuli and piecing together patterns in their behavior. While each small victory over a group of locusts brought him satisfaction, it was his after-study that offered the real rewards. Still, it wasn't until one evening, after countless trials, that he finally found what he needed, not from his knowledge of Earth, but from this Xianxia world itself. The very next day, Chen set to work. His hands worked fast, and the occasional hiss of ingredients being added to the cauldron filled the air every now and then. He mixed herbs, ground powders, and added oils into the large cauldron at the center of the room. He could smell the crushed leaves, root juices, and the fire of the cauldron. It was soothing in a way, because the process had to be done carefully. He had already made a number of failed attempts, which resulted in an explosion, or a reaction, that sent smoke billowing out of the cauldron. The ingredients had been tricky, and his understanding of the alchemical processes in this world was still limited. But after countless failures, he finally felt like he was getting somewhere. His heart raced as the liquid inside the cauldron took on a shimmering, almost iridescent hue. He stepped back, wiping his brow, and looked down at the brew. There were no explosions, no violent reactions. It simmered peacefully. "I finally did it," he muttered to himself with a smile, the words barely escaping his lips. No explosions this time. For a moment, he stood there in silence, watching the concoction slowly bubble. The mixture had finally stabilized, its rich purple hue swirling within the cauldron. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he took in the result. The basic alchemical book that Xianxia had provided him was filled with information more reliable than he had initially expected. He'd thought for sure he'd blow something up even this time. But so far, everything had held up. "I guess every new alchemist goes through a phase of explosions," he muttered to himself, shaking his head. "But at least I'm improving. Thanks to Xianxia's books, I've actually made some real progress." He gave the mixture one last swirl, watching as the liquid shimmered in the cauldron. Satisfied, he turned to a nearby box containing a set of particular herbs, his fingers grazing over them as he began gathering the necessary ingredients. The makeshift alchemical lab he'd created for himself was far from impressive, but it served its purpose. Books, dried herbs, powders, and jars filled with various concoctions cluttered the shelves, their disorganized state a reflection of the rush he had been in to set up a functional space for his experiments. Though it wasn't much, it was his, and that, he thought, was the most important thing. As he picked up a bundle of red herbs, his mind wandered back to the task at hand, the locusts. His plan was starting to take shape. He needed something to make them go away, something that wasn't just brute force. The solution he was crafting now would hopefully provide that. Suddenly, the door creaked open behind him, and Chen looked up to Xianxia walking in, her hair tied back into a neat ponytail. She didn't look surprised to find him in the midst of another experiment. Though her eyes were curious, "Tang Shulan was asking if you were going to have lunch," Anji asked respectfully. Chen gave her a brief glance. "I'm busy right now," he replied. I might just eat dinner straight. Once this is done, I'm planning to meet with the village chief. Anji nodded, but instead of leaving, she lingered by the door, watching him with quiet interest. Chenren turned back to his work, mixing the herbs carefully, adding a pinch of spirit grass to the bubbling concoction. As soon as it hit the cauldron, a puff of smoke rose from the mixture. He stepped back, pleased with the reaction. Nodding to himself, he let out a satisfied sigh. But before he could celebrate his success, Anji's voice broke the silence. "What are you doing, young master?" she asked, stepping closer. "Are you making a concoction for your cultivation?" Chenren glanced up, a small smile tugging at his lips. "No, it's not for me," he said, his voice light. "It's for the locusts. I'm making something for them to eat." "Poison." Anji looked down at the herbs scattered across the table, her brow furrowing slightly. "Poison," she repeated. "I didn't know there was poison for locusts, and these herbs, aren't they common?" "Yes, I got someone to get the herbs for me," Chenren said, nodding in confirmation. "And you're right about there not being a specific poison for locusts or pests in general. I'm actually following a recipe for poison meant for body-forging realm beasts, and then adding a few herbs that might make it lethal for the bugs." He glanced at the cauldron. "Though, mostly I'm just following the recipe. In the end, it's poison. It should work well." Anji nodded, but her curiosity still lingered. "But why?" Chenren straightened and wiped his hands on his clothes, his gaze fixed on the boiling concoction. "To get in their good books," he said with a small shrug. "Solving this problem will make the villagers feel more at ease with us. You know how they look at us right now. If I want to set up my base here, it's paramount we get them to think we're a force of good, not just outsiders causing trouble." Anji raised an eyebrow, clearly not convinced. "I'm not talking about that. You know that." She paused, her eyes narrowing as she thought of something. "There are better ways of accomplishing this, ways that cultivators are more likely to follow." Chenren turned towards her, leaning slightly against the table. "Making them submit by force? A grand display of my strength?" His tone was dry, almost mocking. "Yes, just that," Anji said without hesitation, meeting his gaze directly. "Why aren't you going for it?" Chenren let out a slow breath and shook his head, his voice soft but firm. "It's not my path. I can't do that. I'd cringe. And although my acting is good, there are limits to it." Anji didn't respond immediately, her brow furrowed as she thought about his words, the silence hanging between them. After a moment, she spoke again. "I don't understand." Chenren turned fully toward her. "Think of it as Tao. Every cultivator follows their Tao, and there are principles in it. A martial Tao person also lives by rules. Sure, there are those who don't follow these principles, who oppress people, but I'm not going to be like that." "My Tao doesn't allow that?" He paused, rethinking his own words. "No, I won't allow that." He shook his head slowly, turning his attention back to the cauldron. "I know I could force them to submit, but that's not my way. It's not how I want to lead. And that is why I am going this route." He paused for a moment before turning back to her, his voice quieter, almost as if testing the waters. "What about you? Do you have a path? Principles?" Anji froze, her body stiffening as the question hit her. Her eyes darted to the floor as if searching for something she couldn't quite grasp. She opened her mouth to speak, then hesitated. Her lips parted again, but only silence came. After a long, drawn-out pause, she finally spoke, her voice a bit softer than before. "I don't," she said, the words slow and hesitant. "I don't have a path, I think. I just can walk anywhere." Chenren studied her carefully, his gaze unwavering. The uncertainty in her voice was palpable, and it was clear to him that this was a question she had never really asked herself before. He remained quiet, letting her words sink in. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the faint bubbling of the cauldron. Finally, Chenren smiled, though it was a small, almost melancholic one. "Are you looking for one?" he asked. Anji's eyes shifted as she paused, clearly lost in thought. She looked down, her fingers fidgeting with the fabric of her sleeve, as if trying to put her feelings into words. "I don't know. I don't think I'm worthy of moving on any path. Chen Ren tilted his head. Why is that? He asked, his tone soft but probing, eager to understand her thoughts more deeply. Before she could answer, the cauldron let out a puff of smoke, drawing both of their attention. Chen Ren turned toward it, and a satisfied smile spread across his face as he assessed the mixture within. The concoction had taken on a deep, rich purple color richer than the previous stage. A faint, almost eerie glow pulsed from within, and the air around it shifted with a herbal aroma. The texture of the liquid was thick, almost syrupy, and the consistency seemed just right. It was the kind of poison that would be slow-acting but incredibly deadly to creatures with weaker vitality, like the locusts. Despite its strength, it didn't look like much on the surface. There were no extravagant colors or unusual effects, but Chen Ren knew better than to judge it by its simplicity. He leaned closer to the cauldron, inhaling the scent. I believe it's ready. Turning back to Angie, he spoke. It's finally time to go and finish this locust problem once and for all. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, the group stood silently atop the hill that overlooked the farmland. Chen Ren, Yalan, Shulan, Anji, Chief Muyang, and a few other villagers were all present, looking at the large swarm of locusts hovering just beyond the edge of the farmland. The buzzing of the wings was now a constant, unsettling noise that filled their ears. Chief Muyang stood slightly apart from the others, his hands clasped behind his back. He observed the locusts quietly before turning to Chen Ren. Young Master Chen, are you sure it is going to work? His tone was respectful, but there was a subtle hesitation there, as if the chief still had his doubts about the strange method that Chen Ren had chosen to deal with the locusts. Of course, I am not doubting your knowledge or anything, he quickly added, as if to ease any potential offense. I think so. We just have to keep watching. His eyes shifted slightly to the edge of the clearing, where a single dead locust lay on the ground. Unlike the others, its body was slick with a faint sheen of liquid, evidence of the poison he had crafted. Chen Ren's gaze hardened as he observed it closely, anticipation building within him. The moment he had been waiting for arrived slowly, creeping into view as a group of 3 locusts approached the dead body. They hesitated for a moment, their antennae twitching as they inspected the corpse. He stood there, watching with a focused intensity as the locusts circled the corpse. A small thrill surged through him when none of them turned away, as he had feared they might. This was the first victory. He could feel a subtle sense of triumph rising in his chest. But he kept his composure. Then, one of the locusts leaned forward and took a cautious bite from its fallen comrade. Another followed soon after, snapping at the body with urgency. The scene played out exactly as he had hoped. Soon, all 3 were greedily feasting on the carcass of their own kind. Chen Ren had discovered during his observations that locusts were not only vicious feeders, but they would also feast on their own if one of them died. An instinct he planned to use to his advantage. At the sight, Chen Ren allowed himself a small smile, the tension in his body easing as the plan unfolded in front of him. Shulan, who had been watching intently, turned to him with a grin on her face. They aren't being repulsed by the poison on the corpse, she observed. Chen Ren nodded, the smile on his lips growing faint but proud. I made sure to add herbs that the locusts feast on during my experiments. I also made sure the poison smell blended with those herbs. I don't think they know what they're eating. His eyes never left the locusts, still watching them with keen interest as they continued to devour the corpse. Chief Muyang, though impressed, looked like kept his thoughts to himself for a moment before speaking again. It seems you've thought of everything, he said. Chen Ren gave a small shrug, not wanting to let the moment become too celebratory. It's just a start, he said. We'll see how it goes from here. But deep down, he felt the satisfaction. Chen Ren watched as the locusts, one by one, fell to the ground, their bodies twitching before they lay still. Within moments, the first group of locusts was dead, and more were following suit. The distant buzzing from the rest of the swarm grew louder as more of the locusts, attracted by the scent of the poisoned bodies, swarmed toward the fallen. They too began feasting on their comrades, only to meet the same grim fate. Keep watching, Chenren instructed. Shulan, standing beside him, gave a satisfied nod. It's working better than expected. Chenren stretched, feeling a small sense of pride in his work. By tomorrow, the entire farm will be free of them, he murmured, already thinking ahead. He turned toward the village chief, who was still watching in wonder, his expression a mix of gratitude and disbelief. I'll leave more poison for you, Chenren said casually, his eyes still on the dead locusts. Chief Muyang turned to him, bowing deeply. Thank you. Young master, you've solved such a large problem for us. If not for you, we would have been dead in a few months. He saw Muyang's eyes tearing up. You can still be dead, he said bluntly. That earned Chenren a confused look. The farms will take time to recover. Planting crops will be a slow process. But I have an idea to solve that. Chief Muyang blinked, taken aback by the bluntness of Chenren's statement, but then his eyes sharpened, and he leaned forward. What is it, young master? Chenren took a breath and adjusted his stance. Is the locust problem exclusive to your village? He asked. No, not just here, but it's not as bad in the nearby villages. They come from the nests that have been growing recently because no cultivator has moved to burn them up. But even so, I know a few locusts make their way to the farms in these parts. Chenren nodded, already having pieced things together. Then I will give you a batch of the poison. Use it for the nests. Sell it to the nearby villages and get food in return. I believe that saving them from a potential catastrophe will make them eager to give you their crops willingly. Chief Muyang's eyes widened as understanding dawned on him. He seemed to consider the plan for a moment before his face broke into a smile. That could work. If we can handle the nests and offer this to the villages, we might be able to get enough food to survive while the farms recover. Chenren smiled, his plan coming to fruition. Exactly. Not only will this help your village, but you'll be in a position to trade with the others for the food you need. It will take some work, but I'm confident you'll make it work. The village chief nodded, deeply moved by Chenren's foresight. I'll make sure to use it wisely, young master. You've done more than we could have hoped for. Thank you, young master. He bowed again. No one has ever done something like this for our small village before. We are all in your debt. As he spoke, several villagers who had gathered around them also bowed in unison. Chenren felt a sudden wave of awkwardness. The reverence they showed him made him feel like he was standing in the presence of gods, or more like he was the god, a feeling that didn't sit well with him. He shifted uncomfortably, scratching the back of his neck, not quite used to being the center of so much reverence. Yalen snickered quietly at his discomfort, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Chenren shot the cat a glance, narrowing his eyes slightly, but Yalen simply tilted her head, the playful gleam in her amber eyes unmistakable. Ignoring the teasing cat, Chenren turned his attention back to the village chief, who was still bowing deeply. I do want something out of you, he said. Chief Muyang paused, looking up in confusion. What, young master? I don't think the village can give you anything. We are poor and have no mystical artifacts to offer. Chenren's expression remained serious as he looked at the old man. Oh, you can give me something, he said cryptically, glancing at the gathered villagers. Men and women. The village chief furrowed his brow, confused. What do you need them for, building something? Chenren shook his head. That will come. But no, I don't need them as laborers, he said. I want you to send word to everyone in this village and the nearby villages that my sect, the Divine Coin Sect, will be recruiting members and checking for spirit roots in people. And even mortals can join us. Recruiting mortals? Young master, you mean as servants? As laborers in your sect? No, not as servants. Actual members at the same standing as cultivators. Our Divine Coin Sect doesn't discriminate. We see value in all. Whether someone has spirit roots or not, they are welcome. We believe every individual has something to offer, regardless of their cultivation potential. Chief Myang stood there for a moment, staring at him in stunned silence. It seemed the concept of mortal members in a cultivator sect was foreign to him, something he had never encountered in his lifetime. You mean mortal members? The old man asked. Still unsure, but in a sect. He shook his head slightly. trying to make sense of the idea. Chen Ren nodded firmly. Exactly. Just get it done and you will know more with time. Chief Muyang, though still a little confused by the idea, was now bowing once more. I will get it done, young master. Give me 3 days, and I'll make sure that there will be lines of people wanting to join your sect. Chen Ren gave a satisfied nod. Good, I'll be waiting. He turned to leave, but before he did, he glanced at the group of villagers still standing around. Their faces were a mix of curiosity, hope, and disbelief, but Chen Ren knew this would set the stage for the future. His sect would grow. He could feel it in his bones. As he and his group began to walk away, Yalan kept close by his side, her tail flicking lazily. This will certainly be interesting, she mused. I wonder if you will find diamonds in this coal mine. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 65. Zihan's steps were quiet as he moved along a narrow dirt path. The forest was calm, eerily calm in this area, and no one dared to walk through it. Sunlight peeked down through the trees, creating a patchwork of light and shadow that covered the ground. On his back, he carried a sturdy bow, not because he expected trouble, but because years of guarding the village had taught him to always be prepared. The path sloped upward, leading to a small hill that overlooked the forest. Zihan didn't hurry. He knew what he would find at the top. As he climbed, the hill's crest came into view, and there, lying in the dappled sunlight, was the massive form of little Yuz. The wolf was resting, its dark obsidian fur shining. Its chest rose and fell slowly, the rhythm steady, but marked by the strain of healing wounds. Even now, it bore the marks around its chest and throat from the fight with that cultivator, Chen Ren. Beside the wolf, leaning casually against its side, was Zaiwen. His older brother sat with his knees drawn up, arms draped loosely over them as he gazed at the sky above. His face carried that familiar faraway look, the one Zihan had seen countless times before. It was as if Ziwen's body was here, but his mind was somewhere else entirely. Zihan didn't call out to him. He knew better. Instead, he kept walking, his footsteps crunching faintly on the scattered leaves and twigs. He only stopped when he was a few paces away. Finally, Ziwen stirred, his sharp eyes flicking toward Zihan as if snapping back to reality. He straightened slightly, one hand brushing against little Yuz's fur. Is it lunch already? Ziwen asked casually, as though he hadn't just spent hours daydreaming on top of a hill. Zihan shook his head. It's still hours away. I thought so. Ziwen stretched, rolling his shoulders and shifting his weight. He glanced briefly at the bow on Zihan's back before looking back up at the sky. For a moment, I was worried I'd wasted half the day and didn't even catch anything worthwhile. He paused, then turned his eyes back to Zihan. So, why are you here? Zihan crossed his arms and met his brother's gaze. Do you really not remember? I told you last night, it's time to go. Ziwen frowned, his expression darkening. I've already told you my answer. I'm not applying to another sect. He leaned back against the wolf's side, shaking his head. You don't understand, Zihan. You're young. These sects only care about spirit roots, background, and what you can offer them. They're selfish, and if you can't meet their standards, they'll toss you aside like garbage. His voice hardened, his words laced with bitterness. Zihan sighed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. First of all, I'm in my late 20s. I'm not that young. Second, you've been saying the same thing every time this comes up. And third, the village chief said this is different. Young Master Chen Ren specifically asked for us, for you to be there. Siwen snorted. Different how? That cultivator is only interested in little Yuz, nothing else. Zihan shrugged, glancing at the wolf, which let out a low grunt, almost as if agreeing with Siwen's words. Maybe little Yuz is special enough to draw attention, but you know, as well as I do, that Chen Ren didn't kill us. Any other cultivator would have done it without hesitation. Siwen didn't respond immediately. His frown deepened, his gaze shifting to the wolf at his side, whose teal eyes remained closed in rest. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. He sighed. Yeah, I do. But Zihan cut him off this time. Not only that, he killed the locusts, Brother Wen. Nothing we tried worked against them. Our traps, our fires, none of it made a difference. But in less than a week, Chen Ren wiped them out. And not just that, he let the village chief harvest the poison. Chief Miang traded it with nearby villages that were struggling with those nests. And you know how much it helped everyone. Zihan stepped closer, his voice quieter but more pointed. He didn't ask for anything in return. No payment, no tribute, and he wasn't sent by a sect to do it either. He did it because he wanted to help us. Suen hesitated, his lips pressed into a thin line as he looked down at his hands. For a moment, the only sound was the soft breeze rustling through the trees. He looked as if he was deep in thought, considering everything that has happened so far. So, what are you saying? That he's different from the others? That he's not like the usual cultivators? Yes, Zihan said, and his eyes steady as they met his brother's, and we should give him a chance. I know you don't like your current life. You have never enjoyed being just a hunter. Siwen scoffed lightly and shook his head. You think I don't know what you're doing, Zihan? You're trying to say I'm unhappy, but you're wrong. My life is peaceful spending time with little Yu's hunting when I need to. What more do I need? Zihan took a step closer and crouched down. Maybe you have had enough peace, brother. I know you. You've never been content with just this. You're not happy. You've always had ambition. You just buried it under all this talk of peace, and you're not the only one. He took a breath. I have ambitions too, Brother Wen. I've just never talked about them. I don't want to spend my entire life as the guard of this village. I want to try for something bigger, and this might be our chance. Ziwen stared at him. I'm going, brother. Even without spirit roots, I'll try. If they're taking mortals, then maybe, just maybe, I'll find a place there. You're free to stay, but I hope you won't. With that, Zihan turned, his steps slow as he made his way back down the hill. Although he knew he couldn't change his brother's heart, a part of him clinged onto the hope that maybe, just maybe, Ziwen would listen to him. But he'd been wrong, even if he'd said everything he wanted to. Therefore, he kept walking. The path he'd come from seemed longer now. He sighed. But before he had gone far, he heard the sound of his brother's voice calling out. Wait! Zihan! Zihan stopped and turned around. His brother was already on his feet, shrugging the dust off of his pants, and he hesitantly looked up. I'm coming with you. Zihan's lips widened at that. Then hurry. I heard a lot of people are already gathering there. Ziwen gave a faint grunt, glancing back at little Yuz, as if seeking some silent reassurance before taking a step forward. The wolf got up with him. Together, the two brothers and little Yuz started walking down the hill. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Chen Ren stood on the wooden balcony of one of the buildings he owned. His arms crossed as he surveyed the crowd gathered below. The sight before him was more overwhelming than he had expected. Over 200 people had shown up, their voices blending into a sea of chatter and excitement that echoed across the courtyard. The crowd was diverse young parents with their children, curious villagers, and even the odd elder, all gathered for one reason, the chance to test their aptitude for cultivation. The majority of the crowd he saw were teenagers, some barely in their early teens, standing nervously beside their parents. Chenren noted the hopeful gleam in their eyes and the way their parents hovered protectively, their expressions a mix of pride and anxiety. In the Kallian Empire, the process of the aptitude test hadn't been the easiest to get done. For that, they'd needed a root stone, a tool that was known to detect spirit roots. When touched, it would light up in response to the presence of spirit roots within a person, and the intensity of the glow would indicate the strength of those roots. It was a simple yet effective method, but one rarely accessible to the average villager. Aptitude tests were conducted only once every 3 years in designated cities or sect strongholds, and the cost and journey involved deterred many families from participating. The odds weren't in their favor either. Only 1 in 100 people might possess spirit roots. For most, the journey wasn't worth the risk of crushing disappointment. Moreover, only guardian sects, and a few established ones, had the required capital to get a root stone. For the majority of sects, they didn't have the resources to conduct an aptitude test and could only take in the scraps of the bigger sects. Fortunately, he had no need for such a stone with Yalin's presence. Chenren knew he was making a bold move by hosting this test here, in a place where no sect had ever bothered to hold such an event. But he also knew the potential it held, not just for the people gathered here, but for himself. This wasn't merely an act of charity or goodwill. After today, one of his most pressing problems would be solved: the lack of manpower for both his business and his budding sect. As he leaned forward slightly, scanning the crowd, he felt the kind of energy that he could use to his advantage. But first, he needed to bring some order to the chaos. He walked around, descending the stairs, and reached the front of the crowd, who'd big smiles plastered on their faces. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice. "Everyone, please calm down." His words cut through the noise, and the crowd gradually quieted, all eyes turning toward him. A lot of the teenagers tried to take a better look at him while getting to their tiptoes. "I know you've been waiting for this chance to see if you or your children have the talent to join our sect, or even the intelligence to work alongside us. The tests will begin shortly. But first, I need your cooperation. Anyone over the age of 14 is not eligible to participate in the test. This is a strict requirement. Secondly, please form a line. There's no need to push or shove. Everyone will get their turn." The crowd began to shuffle, the parents guiding their children into some semblance of a line while others stood among themselves. Chenren could feel the anticipation building again, but now it was tempered with order. No one wanted to anger a cultivator. Even still, half of the crowd still stood unorganized, pushing each other to get to the front. Chenren turned toward Chief Muyang, Shulan, and Anji, who stood nearby with expectant gazes. "I'll start the test soon. Make sure everyone forms a proper line and send them in one by one. With this many people, and I'm sure more will come once word spreads, we might need to continue tomorrow. For now, let's begin." The trio nodded in unison, quickly stepping into action to organize the crowd. Satisfied, Chenren stepped toward the small wooden building that had been prepared for the test. Inside, the room was simple yet functional, with a single chair in the center and a desk pushed against the far wall. Yalan, in her beastly yet graceful form, lounged on the desk, her amber eyes half-lidded in boredom. Her tail swayed lazily behind her as she tilted her head. "Did you see anything interesting out there?" she asked, her voice carrying a teasing lilt. Chenren lowered himself into a chair opposite her, the slight creak of the wood breaking the silence. "No," he replied, shaking his head. They all seemed ordinary. No visible signs of a special physique or unique characteristics, but who knows? Maybe we'll uncover a hidden bloodling or two. Yalin flicked her tail with a soft thump against the desk. "You're awfully optimistic," she said, smirking. "I suppose a sect leader needs to be?" Before Chenren could respond, the door creaked open, revealing the first pair of entrants, a middle-aged man and a teenage girl. Both bowed deeply before stepping inside, their movements stiff with nervous respect. Chenren straightened in his chair, offering a small nod of acknowledgement. "Are you both here to take the test?" The man quickly shook his head, his hands gripping his hat tightly. "No, young master. I am just a farmer, content with my life." "But my daughter," he gestured toward the girl, his voice trembling slightly. "My daughter, Zushi, has dreams of something greater. She wishes to take the test." Chenren studied the girl for a moment. Her hands were clenched at her sides, her knuckles white, but her eyes, they were sparkling with hope. "Very well," he said, gesturing toward the chair in the center of the room. "Sit here." Zushi moved quickly and lowered herself into the chair. Chenren glanced at Yalan, who nodded, and then he rose gracefully from his chair. Stepping forward, he put his hand lightly on Zushi's head. "This will only take a moment," he said, his voice soothing yet firm. Zushi nodded, her face taut with anticipation. She seemed like she expected a light to come out of Chenren's hands, but nothing happened for a few seconds. Moments later, Yalan's voice echoed in Chenren's mind. "She doesn't have a spirit root. She's destined to remain mortal." Chenren exhaled softly. "This is going to hurt." He pulled his hand back and took a step away. The room grew quiet as Chenren looked at Zushi, her eyes searching his face for any sign of hope. He nodded solemnly. his eyes softening as he looked at the girl. "I'm sorry," he said gently, "but you don't have spirit roots." The word struck like a hammer. The girl's lip quivered, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as her shoulders hunched forward. She looked as though she was moments away from breaking down entirely. Her father placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. It was clear he had anticipated this result, though it did little to ease the sting. "It's okay, Zushi," he said softly. "Let's go back home." As they turned to leave, Chenren raised a hand, stopping them in their tracks. "Wait," he said, and that made both of them freeze on their spot. "Before you go, I have something to say." They turned back toward him. Her father's eyebrows frowned in confusion, while Zushi's somber expression turned to one of hope. "Although you don't have a spirit root, the Divine Coin Sect is unique," Chenren explained. "We don't just accept cultivators. Mortals who can contribute meaningfully to the sect are just as valuable to us. If you're interested, you can stay and take an interview to see if you qualify as a mortal member." Zushi's teary eyes widened in surprise. "Can I really get in?" "Yes. If you're able to pass the interview, we'd be happy to have you." The girl's father looked at Chenren with a deep bow, gratitude flickering in his weathered face. "Thank you, young master," he said sincerely. Zushi straightened her back. Her tears forgotten. "I will do my best," she declared, her voice steadier now. Chenren gestured for her to sit back in the chair. "Let's begin then." As he got comfortable in his own seat, Chenren's thoughts drifted to the purpose of this interview. In his previous life, back on Earth, interviews were the backbone of building trust and competency within organizations. He had adapted the process to fit the Xianxia world, asking questions that tested not just knowledge, but also character, critical thinking, and adaptability. A sect wasn't just built on raw power, it needed loyal, capable people to function and thrive. So, he started with a simple question. "Do you know how to read and write?" Zushi nodded hesitantly. "I know how to read, but I have trouble writing." Chenren made a mental note of her answer, his expression neutral as he moved on. The questions varied in scope, covering basic maths, logic, and personal values. If you were trusted with a task by a sect elder and caused an issue that might jeopardize the sect, what would you do? Would you inform the elder or try to solve it yourself? He asked, testing her integrity. "I would inform the elder immediately," Zushi replied confidently. "If I try to solve it myself and it gets worse, the punishment will be far worse. I will rather accept my shortcomings." He nodded, scribbling a tick mark besides her name on a parchment before moving on to the next question that tested her ability to think practically. "All right, Zushi. Let's try something a little more difficult. Picture this. You're in a room with 3 levers. Each lever controls one of 3 fireplaces in an adjacent room. You can only enter the room with the fireplaces once. How do you determine which lever controls which fireplace?" Zushi took a deep breath, furrowing her brow as she began to consider the problem. She took some time. Her fingers moved as if she was playing the scenario in her mind. Finally, she spoke. "I would pull the first lever and leave it on for a few minutes. Then, I'd stop and pull the second lever. That'd be all that I'm doing in that room. Then, I would enter the room with the fireplaces. The one that is still warm but unlit is controlled by the first lever. The one that's lit is controlled by the second lever. The one that's cold and unlit is controlled by the third lever." Chenren nodded, pleased. All right. She could think logically, do very simple math. She knows her structures when it came to sect values, and maybe one more question. Let's say there's a war between 2 cities over resources. How do you think you could make a profit from it? And what do you think are the most important resources during such a time? Zushi furrowed her brow, deep in thought. The question clearly caught her off guard, and she chewed on her lip as she considered her answer. Finally, she spoke. "I think I could contribute by supporting the side I believe is most likely to win," she said cautiously. "As for resources, weapons. A war needs weapons." Chenren raised an eyebrow, waiting for more, but she hesitated. After a moment, she shook her head. I can't think of anything else," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Chenren nodded thoughtfully, tapping his fingers against the armrest of his chair. "Weapons are important," he said slowly. But wars are fought on more than just the battlefield. Food to sustain soldiers, medicine to treat the wounded, and information to outmaneuver the enemy are just as vital. Zushi's eyes widened as understanding dawned on her face. She nodded quickly. I'll remember that, she said earnestly. Chen Ren placed his hand on his chin and studied her and her answers. There was room for growth, but there was also potential. He'd seen enough. All right, you can go now. We'll notify you through the village chief whether or not you've been accepted. The girl and her father stood, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, young master, the father said, his voice thick with emotion. The girl followed suit, her hands clasped tightly in front of her as she struggled to contain her nervous energy. Chen Ren offered a small nod of acknowledgement, watching as they turned and left the room. Once the door closed behind them, he turned to Yelan, who had been lounging on the desk with her tail swishing lazily in the air. She's poor, Yelan said bluntly, her eyes narrowing in mild disinterest. I believe she's decent, he replied. Not many around here know how to both read and write. She may not be extraordinary, but at least she tries to think critically. With proper training, she could become a good employee. Yelan yawned. Sure, if you're willing to invest the time. But let's see if there are better candidates first, Chenren chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Fair enough. Before they could linger further on the subject, the door creaked open again. Chenren straightened in his seat as the second candidate entered, a middle-aged woman accompanied by a young boy who clutched her hand tightly. The two bowed deeply as they stepped forward. The woman's posture was stiff, and her eyes darted nervously around the room, while the boy clung to her side, peering at Chen Ren with wide, curious eyes. Start! Let's see how this one would go, Yelan said, and they began. For the next 2 hours, the process became a routine for Chen Ren. Villagers came and went, each hoping to find a spark of opportunity within the Divine Coin sect. After conducting the aptitude tests, he found that not a single person had even one spirit root. Disappointingly, even the interviews yielded little promise. Most of the villagers didn't know how to read or write, which came as no surprise. Education was a rarity, even in the cities, but the lack of basic skills posed a significant obstacle for Chen Ren's vision for the sect. Although he was willing to overlook such limitations, for individuals who showed promise in other areas, very few demonstrated the curiosity or critical thinking he sought. Most seemed motivated by the prestige of joining a sect or the desire for stable work, reasonable goals, but not the mindset Chen Ren needed. He wanted people eager to grow, learn, and contribute. Yet such candidates were proving increasingly rare. Still, Chen Ren persisted, summoning one hopeful after another, patiently conducting the tests and interviews despite his mounting disappointment. Just as he finished speaking with yet another uninspiring candidate, a commotion outside the room broke his focus. He frowned, glancing toward the door. The muffled sound of voices rose, followed by the unmistakable low growl of an animal. Should we go and see? Yelan was soon cut off when two familiar faces appeared in the doorway, both bowing towards him with stiff shoulders. Behind them, a wolf's sharp eyes and bristling fur peeked through the doorframe. A grin spread across Chen Ren's face as he leaned back in his chair. Finally, someone worth recruiting, he thought. It's good to see you both, he greeted. The two brothers straightened. Zihan, the younger, gave a slight nod, while his elder brother, Ziwen, crossed his arms and grunted nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the wolf little youth stood silently, its intelligent eyes watching Chen Ren carefully. Chen Ren gestured toward the doorway. Before we begin, can you have your wolf wait outside? As much as I'd like to see how obedient it is, this space isn't ideal for animals. Ziwen turned to the wolf. Yous behave and wait outside. The wolf gave no sign of protest, trotting off obediently to settle just beyond the door. Chen Ren's eyes twinkled with approval. He nodded at the brothers, motioning for them to step forward. So, you two want to join the sect? Zihan replied with a simple yes, while Ziwen grunted again, his lack of enthusiasm evident. Chen Ren smirked slightly and fixed his gaze on Ziwen. I don't think you need an aptitude test. Zihan watched his elder brother Ziwen with a raised eyebrow who looked equally surprised. You know? Ziwen asked, maintaining his eye contact with Chenren. Chenren smiled and shrugged. Hard to miss when the wolf is always trailing behind you, and I have a decent chi perception. He met Ziwen's gaze, his smile widening. You're a cultivator. Ziwen's brow furrowed, but he didn't deny it. Barely, he muttered. I'm only in the body-forging realm, and on top of that, in the first star. How long have you been cultivating? 20 years, Ziwen answered with a shrug. Chenren's eyes narrowed, surprised by the answer. But before he could speak, Ziwen added, I haven't really cultivated for 19 of those years. The first year I was in a sect, tried to go against the heavens. But eventually, I accepted my fate and my meager talent. How do you know your talent is bad? Ziwen scoffed, bitterness creeping into his voice. I only have 24 spirit roots. At this, Chenren couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. So, you gave up on cultivating just because of that? Ziwen's frown deepened, and his posture stiffened, and he clutched his hands by his sides. There were other reasons. But yes, that was part of it. What's so funny? Are you making fun of me? Chenren quickly waved his hands in a placating gesture. No, not at all. It's just that I don't think having fewer spirit roots really matters that much. I myself have only 21 spirit roots, and in the past year, I've gone from the third star of the body-forging realm to breaking through into the chi refinement realm. The words hung in the air for a moment as Ziwen's eyes widened. He looked at Chenren, clearly trying to determine whether the young man was lying or telling the truth. Sit down, Chenren instructed, gesturing toward a chair before he could say anything. Before you have any questions, I'd love to hear why you left cultivation behind. And if you're really interested in joining the Divine Coin sect, we will start the interview after that. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. In, you can read 30 chapters 15 Magus Reborn and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Chapter 66. Chenren looked at the duo of siblings. Zihan and Ziwen sat there. The latter was stiff, arms crossed, had his emotions masked with a stubborn face. Chenren leaned forward, resting his elbow on his knee, and broke the silence with a calm but pointed question. So, do you want to talk about why you left your sect? Ziwen's brow furrowed, his lips pressing into a thin line. The question seemed to hit a nerve. His gaze dropped to the ground, unfocused, as if sifting through distant memories. Do you really want to know? If you and your brother are here, it means you at least have some hope of joining my sect. So yes, I'd like to know your background. Ziwen snorted softly, his lips curling into a wry smile. I was just dragged here. Chenren raised one eyebrow, exhaling through his nose. You wouldn't have been dragged here if you didn't want to come. I like to talk straight, so why don't you? Zihan, who had been quietly drawing, paused. He looked up. He's right, brother. Ziwen sighed. The tension in his shoulders easing slightly, he stared at the ground for a long moment, then shook his head. Fine. It's not like I have anything to hide. Chenren didn't press him, merely waiting in calm silence. The quietness that stretched seemed to urge Ziwen to continue. He glanced at Chenren, then back to the ground, his voice quieter now. It was a long time ago, Ziwen began, his eyes filled with nostalgia, but the scrunch of his nose showed that the man was bitter for whatever had happened. My parents took me to Lotus City. There was a sect there, Heavenly Lotus Sect, conducting aptitude tests. I was just a kid then, and I was fascinated by cultivators. The stories about them, their feats, how they could fight armies, single-handedly, how they were practically gods walking among mortals. I begged my parents to let me take the test. Zihan seemed to hold his breath while Ziwen continued. Chenren guessed that even his brother hadn't heard the story in detail and knew only bits of it. My parents had no reason to say no, but I'm sure they expected me to fail. No one in my family had ever cultivated. Not even a trace of talent. He laughed bitterly, the sound hollow. But when fate plays its hand, even the impossible becomes possible. Chenren remained silent, his calm gaze unrelenting. Ziwen met it for a moment before looking away again. They found I had spirit roots. Just a meager amount, but it was enough. They took me in. The Heavenly Lotus Sect was an established sect. They didn't take in just anyone, but they made an exception for me since they needed a specific number of disciples from the city. Ziwen paused. At the time, I thought I was the luckiest person alive. My parents were happy for me when I was taken in. I was excited too, I thought. Despite my meager talent, I'd defy the heavens and reach the top. The kind of foolish confidence only a child could have. Zihan watched his brother with wide, unblinking eyes. But that confidence didn't last, Ziwen continued, his voice heavy with old wounds. A month in the sect, I learned just how far from the top I really was. I was at the bottom of the bottom, a servant. Chen Ren's brows furrowed slightly, though he didn't interrupt. They gave me tasks, sweeping the training grounds, scrubbing the hallways, fetching water. The kind of jobs that reminded you every day just how worthless you were. And even when I had time to cultivate, I barely made any progress. My talent, it was like trying to fill a broken jar with water. Ziwen clenched his fists. Every day, my confidence cracked a little more, and then have found me. Who? Chen Ren asked. Ziwen exhaled sharply, his hands relaxing. The son of one of the elders. He'd lost a fight to someone before and must have been looking to vent. I was weak enough, and I guess I looked pathetic enough to make a perfect target. His voice turned hard. We sparred. I lost badly, and he laughed at me. After that, he decided I'd make a good punching bag, and that's what I became. Zihan's mouth to interrupt. Brother, you weren't just a punching. I was one, just one that didn't give up. Ziwen cut in sharply, his voice rising for the first time. He paused, his hands trembling, before continuing, softer now. I kept trying. I learned every technique I could, cultivated every spare moment. But no matter what I did, no matter how hard I tried, I kept losing over and over, until I couldn't take it anymore. I ran, Ziwen said quietly. I left the sect and ran back to Meadow Village home. My family was just happy to have me back. I told them I didn't want to be a cultivator, and they didn't care about my failure. They just wanted their son back. He forced a small smile. I helped on the farms, became a hunter, and tried to live peacefully, especially after I found Yuzi's. The wolf, Chen Ren said. Ziwen nodded, his face now lit with a soft smile. Little Yuz, a stray beast wolf, barely alive when I found him in a trap. I raised him, and he's been my companion ever since. Suwen's gaze returned to Chen Ren, his shoulders sinking. That's my story. Pathetic, I know. I actually came here because I was curious about you. But now I know even someone like you wouldn't want a cultivator like me, someone with no prospects, who ran away from the first real challenge they faced. Silence fell, heavy and unyielding. Ziwen's words hung in the air, raw and unfiltered. Chen Ren studied him, his expression unreadable, but behind his calm exterior, his thoughts churned. He thought of all the cultivators like Ziwen, those who were cast aside, mocked, and crushed under the weight of expectations. How many had given up? How many were bullied into believing they were worthless by others who thought themselves superior? Zihan shifted closer to his brother, resting a hand on Ziwen's shoulder. You know that's not true, brother. Ziwen let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. I didn't lie. That is what happened. I gave up. I went back on everything that makes a cultivator resilience, growth, strength. I abandoned all of it. Zihan's grip tightened. No, you didn't. You tried. It failed, Ziwen snapped, cutting him off. That's what matters. I couldn't overcome it. I ran. Doesn't that prove I wasn't cut out for it? His voice cracked slightly, but he steadied it with a deep breath. Before Zihan could respond, Chen Ren spoke. I don't think you went back on what a cultivator should be. Both brothers turned to him surprised. Ziwen frowned, his brow furrowed. What do you mean? I don't think you're weak, and I don't think you failed in the way you think you did. From what you've told me, you didn't just roll over. You stood up every day and tried to beat that so-called young master. You kept going, even when the odds were stacked against you. That shows resilience. Ziwen let out a hollow laugh. Resilience doesn't matter if you lose in the end. Chen Ren shook his head. You only lost because the martial Tao isn't your path. What? You were walking a Tao that rejects you, and you reject it, even if you don't realize it yet. Chenren explained. I don't understand, Zuen admitted, frustration creeping into his tone. Chenren didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze drifted to the door where a wolf-shaped shadow lingered just outside. A smirk played on his lips as he turned back to the brothers. I'll explain it to you. But right now, I don't think we have the time, because there's a long line of candidates waiting out there. So, for now, I'll just say this. I don't care about your past. What I care about is whether you're ready to move forward. If you are, I'd be more than happy to have you and your brother in my sect. Ziwen's eyes widened slightly. You would? Of course, Chenren said with a shrug, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. But let's be clear. I'd still need to conduct an interview first. No free passes, even for interesting candidates like you. If you pass, I'll welcome you both into the Divine Coin sect. Ziwen hesitated, his mouth opening to say something, but Chenren held up a hand to stop him. And I know you've had bad experiences in your previous sect. Chenren continued, but let me make one thing clear. No 09, the Divine Coin sect will treat you like that. We'll have strict regulations to ensure that stronger members don't bully weaker ones. Sparring is for growth, not for venting frustrations or showing off. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing. So, what do you say? Zuen froze. He looked at his younger brother, who was already smiling. Zihan spoke up before his brother could. We're in. Chenren gave a small nod, then glanced at Yalin, who sat, appearing for all the world like an ordinary cat. With that, Chenren turned back to the brothers. All right, he said. Let's start the interview. Like with the candidates before them, Chenren's questions ranged across various topics: goals, integrity, mathematics, and more. He wanted to see not only their capabilities, but also their character. Ziwen was composed but cautious in his answers. His desire to rekindle his ambition as a cultivator shone through, though there was a lingering hesitation in his voice. His brother, Zihan, on the other hand, surprised Chenren, despite lacking spirit roots. Zihan excelled in mathematical questions, answering them faster and more accurately than Ziwen. His sharp mind compensated for what he lacked in cultivation potential. Both brothers could read and write, which was another point in their favor. Their reasons for joining the Divine Coin sect were honest and grounded. Ziwen sought redemption and growth, while Zihan, tired of his past as a guard and occasional bandit, yearned for purpose and belonging. Chenren found himself nodding as their answers aligned with what he had in mind. The two might not be extraordinary by conventional standards, but they had qualities that could help build the Divine Coin sect into something greater. Finally, he inhaled and asked the final question. This will be a hypothetical scenario. The brothers exchanged a glance, then focused on Chenren as he outlined the scenario. The same question about profiting during a war. As Ziwen opened his mouth to answer, Chenren held up a hand, stopping him. I'll give you a different question, he said, turning his attention to Zihan. Zihan furrowed his brow, thinking deeply before responding. I've never been in a war, he admitted. But if something like this is happening, there's no point in siding with anyone. Instead, it's better to stay in the shadows. Chenren's eyebrows raised slightly in interest. Why is that? Because, Zihan said, after a brief pause, until the end, you don't know who might win. You can make a bet on someone, but that's always a risk. There's no reason to take it when better options exist for making a profit. What are these better options you mentioned? Zihan straightened. In war, the essentials are rations, weapons, manpower, and countless other supplies. Controlling those industries is the way to profit. You can sell to both sides using proxies, staying neutral and earning a fortune, while others exhaust themselves fighting. Chenren's smile deepened, a spark of approval lighting his expression. Very well, that's a good answer. He turned to Ziwen. As for you, I'm not going to give you a similar question. Ziwen nodded cautiously, bracing himself. If you were given the chance to take revenge against the sect that cast you out, Chenren asked, would you take it? Would you kill the young master who forced you to give up on cultivation? Ziwen froze, his eyes widening. The question clearly caught him off guard. He glanced at his brother, who gave him a subtle, encouraging nod. Taking a deep breath, Ziwen lowered his gaze, deep in thought. I won't lie. If I became strong enough and that man stood before me again, I'd want to spar with him, to prove to myself that I could beat him. He paused, his fists clenching. But would I kill him? I don't know. Revenge doesn't drive me anymore. It's been too long, and I'm not petty enough to chase after someone who might not even remember me. I've realized something. It's better to focus on improving myself than wasting time on the past. Chen Ren gave a genuine smile, satisfied with the answer. Very well, you've both passed. Welcome to the Divine Coin Sect. Zihan's face broke into a wide grin, and he immediately bowed low. Thank you, Sect Leader Chen. Ziwen, more reserved, rose from his seat and bowed as well. Though stoic, there was a quiet sincerity in his voice. Thank you, Sect Leader Chen. Chen Ren waved his hand lightly. You can both return for now. Once recruitment is complete, I'll call for you. He then focused on Ziwen. I know you have questions about my spirit roots and what I said about martial Dao not being your path. I'll explain everything after recruitment is done. Thank you. With that, the brothers left, leaving Chen Ren and Yelin alone in the room. After the brothers had left, the room fell silent, save for the faint scratching of Chen Ren's quill as he jotted down notes. Setting it aside, he turned to Yelin, who was perched lazily behind. Looks like we got 2 good members, Chen Ren said with a small smile. Yelin stretched, her tail flicking lazily before she glanced at him. 1! Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. The older one might have some potential, Yalan clarified. But the younger one, he doesn't even have spirit roots. At best, he'll make a good worker. I doubt he'll ever be of much use offensively. A low chuckle escaped Chen Ren. Give it time. You'll see. Yelin narrowed her eyes, studying him intently. What's going on in that mind of yours, Chen Ren? Nothing much, he replied, the corners of his mouth curving into a sly smile. You'll know in time. Yelin snickered, hopping down from her place. Always so cryptic. Fine, let's continue with the recruitment then. Though I doubt your so-called optimism will bear any fruit. Chen Ren stood and stretched, motioning toward the door for the next candidate. Who knows? We might just find another cultivator among these villagers. Yelin let out a dry laugh. If we do, I'll eat my tail. I'd be surprised if there's another cultivator in this entire group, Chen Ren grinned. Then let's see whose predictions come true. As Yelin settled beside him, Chen Ren called out for the next candidate. Asterisk, 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 the smell of sawdust filled his nostrils. The man sat cross-legged on the wooden floor of his small hut, his hands deftly carving patterns into the wooden puppet in front of him. The puppet, no larger than a toddler, was detailed down to the folds of its clothing, its wooden fingers joined for mobility. A set of tiny symbols snaked along its limbs. The balance is off. If the hand's embedded here, it'll throw off the leg's flexibility. I need to realign this section. Knock! Knock! The sudden interruption made his hand slip, the blade nicking the puppet's arm. His jaw clenched, irritation flaring as he set the carving tool down with a loud thunk. Rising to his feet, he stomped toward the door. Who dares? He flung the door open, only to be greeted by the sight of a scruffy-haired boy grinning up at him. The boy barely came up to his waist, his patched-up shirt hanging loose on his thin frame. What do you want, little Guo? The man growled, his tone sharp. Brother Hong, the boy chirped, undeterred by the glare. Did you hear? A sect's recruiting people in Meadow Village? Hong's eyes narrowed, his irritation giving way to faint curiosity. A sect? What's its name? The Divine Coin Sect, Joe declared proudly, his grin widening. Divine Coin Sect, Hong repeated, his brows knitting together. He rolled the name around in his mind, but came up blank. Never heard of it. Why are you telling me this? Joe crossed his arms, clearly enjoying himself. My mom said they're taking mortals too. She told me to tell you because maybe you can join and stop sitting at home playing with your dolls. Before Hong could react, Joe let out a loud laugh, turned, and sprinted away down the dirt path. Damn brat, Hong muttered, shaking his head as he closed the door. He returned to the puppet picking up his tools, but his focus was gone. The boy's words nagged at him. A sect taking in mortals, he murmured, his knife pausing mid-cut. That's unusual. No sect worth its name recruits mortals, not even for menial work. That's what outer disciples are for. His thoughts spiraled. I've never heard of this divine coin sect either. A new sect. Or... A sudden chill ran down his spine as his mind conjured the worst possibility. A demonic sect. The words escaped his lips like a curse. They're trying to gather mortals for a ritual sacrifice, aren't they? The more Hong thought about it, the more convinced he became. It's too suspicious. A sect no one's heard of, recruiting mortals. It's either a trap or something worse. He glanced at the puppet on his workbench, its incomplete form seeming to mock him. With a sigh, he set down his tools and stood, grabbing his cloak. I need to check this out, he muttered, striding toward the door. Once outside, Hong glanced toward the edge of the village, where the forest was. He took a deep breath, then tapped into his chi. The energy surged through his body, and with a leap, he disappeared into the trees, his speed a blur to the naked eye. The dense forest whipped past him as he pushed his cultivation. Covering miles in mere minutes, his mind raced as fast as his feet. If this really is a demonic sect, I need to find out before they harm anyone. As the trees thinned, the sprawling fields of Meadow Village came into view. Hong slowed his pace, his keen eyes scanning the area. He didn't have to look far. A large crowd had already gathered in the village square, forming a line that stretched toward the entrance of the house. A burly old man stood at the front of the crowd, his hands clasped in front of him as he nodded and talked to the village men, who were clearly excited. Behind him was a small young woman, probably a maid. Around them were a group of kids, helping to keep the line in order because of the eager crowd. Hong frowned as he approached the scene. Looks like I found them. As Hong found himself among the crowd, the murmur of voices reached his ears. Villagers whispered excitedly about two brothers who had been accepted into the sect. Snippets of conversation flitted past him. They say they had to go through an interview. They say he is asking questions. Must be nice to get in so easily. Easily? I heard they answered a lot of questions. The more Hong listened, the deeper his frown grew. His confusion was mounting. He felt no trace of demonic chi in the air known of the sinister energy he expected to find if this were truly a trap. Instead, there was an odd sense of anticipation and unease, but nothing outright malicious. As he pushed closer to get a better look at the house where the so-called recruitment was taking place, a voice yelled at him. Hey, get in line like everyone else. Hong turned to see an older man glaring at him, arms crossed. Several other villagers shot him similarly annoyed looks. Hong started, but then quickly clamped his mouth shut. Drawing too much attention to himself could jeopardize his cover. With a reluctant sigh, he muttered, "Fine," and shuffled to the back of the line. He stood there, arms crossed, his sharp eyes taking in everything around him. People came and went from the house, most emerging with crestfallen faces. He could hear snippets of their disappointment. He said, I didn't have a spirit root. He didn't even take me for labor work, young Master Chen Ren said. He'll let me know through Chief Mu Yang. So, they're not taking just anyone, Hong mused. He scanned the area again, his senses reaching out for even the faintest trace of foul play, but there was nothing. The people leaving were sad, not terrified. This doesn't feel like a demonic sect at all. So, what are they up to? Chen Ren, was it? The line moved slowly, and with each step forward, Hong's curiosity deepened. By the time he reached the entrance, his nerves were taut with a mix of confusion and suspicion. Finally, his turn came, and he stepped into the room. The interior was surprisingly bare. 2 chairs, but the only other occupants were a man seated calmly behind a wooden table and a sleek white cat curled up at his feet. Her amber eyes fixed on Hong the moment he entered. Hong's gaze raked over the room again, looking for an aptitude stone or any other tools typically used in such tests. But there was nothing. No aptitude stone, he thought, his brow furrowing. How is he testing people then? His sharp eyes flicked back to the man who was seated. At first glance, the man Chen Ren seemed ordinary. Dark hair, robes that spoke of wealth, but not too much wealth, just the right amount, and the demeanor of a usual mortal. But as Hong extended his senses to probe him, he felt the unmistakable aura of a cultivator. It was subtle, but undeniable. So, he's the real deal. But what's his game? Welcome? Please, take a seat, Chen Ren spoke up. Hong hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. What's your name? The man asked. Hong Yi, he replied curtly, eyeing the man warily. Chen Ren nodded, jotting something down on a piece of parchment. Good, sit down, Hong Yi. We'll begin the aptitude test shortly. Hong barely suppressed a snicker as he lowered himself into the chair. No aptitude stone, no array. Let's see how you plan to pull this off. If this is your way of lying to people, then I will show everyone the truth. Hong sat stiffly in the chair, his silver eyes locked onto the man in front of him. The calm behavior of this supposed sect leader was unsettling. There was no grand display of power, no oppressive aura to assert dominance, just a quiet confidence. The white cat still sat at the man's feet, its gaze unbroken as if it saw straight through him. He suddenly rose from his chair and stepped closer, extending a hand toward Hong. What are you doing? Hong asked, moving back out of reach. Relax, this won't hurt. Hong tensed as the man placed a hand on his shoulder. But to his surprise, no surge of qi invaded his body. He had been prepared to resist any attempt to pry into his cultivation base, yet there was nothing, no force, no invasive technique. What is this? Instead of focusing on the man, Hong's attention drifted to the white cat. Something about the way it watched him sent a chill down his spine. Chen Ren's eyes began to shift, his brow furrowing, then his lips twitching in what might have been amusement or annoyance. After a moment, he removed his hand and crossed his arms. You have 67 spirit roots, the man said flatly. Hong's jaw tightened, his mind racing, and you're in the qi refinement realm. First, star. Hong's breath caught, his eyes narrowing sharply. His concealment technique should have masked his cultivation base entirely. There was no way this man could have seen through it so easily. Why are you here? Hong's eyes widened at that question. How do you know that? Asterisk, 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 Owen. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Chapter 67. Chen Ren froze as he looked up at the cultivator in front of him, who looked equally shocked. For a while, neither of them spoke, and time itself seemed to have frozen as they stared at each other. A storm of thoughts whirled in his mind. Why was such a strong cultivator here? It was clear that the man wasn't just some wandering rogue looking for recruitment. No, someone of his cultivation and roots could likely secure a spot in a guardian sect if he wanted, at least as an outer disciple. So why had he come? What was his goal? Before he could voice the question, the cultivator moved. His expression shifted from confusion to hostility in an instant, and he shot up from his chair, thrusting a palm strike toward Chen Ren. Chen Ren's instinct screamed at him, and he dodged just in time. Lightning arced through his body as he countered, but before he could land a blow, the man suddenly froze. Then, with a choked gasp, he was slammed to the ground. His eyes widened in horror as an invisible force bore down on him, pinning him in place. Chen Ren extinguished his lightning and stepped back, realizing what had happened. Yalen! She had focused her aura solely on the rogue cultivator, and now he was nearly kissing the floor under its weight. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Ren quickly moved to shut the door, ensuring no one outside would see or hear what was happening. Yalen stepped forward, stretching out her limbs as if she didn't just push a large man down. Who are you to attack someone I swore to protect? She asked, and narrowed her eyes. The man's breath hitched, his pupils contracting as he looked at Yalen, and slowly, comprehension dawned on his face. He was in the presence of someone who could end him as easily as stepping on an ant. His mouth opened and closed soundlessly, panic flickering in his eyes. Chen Ren glanced at Yalen and gestured for her to ease the pressure. A moment later, the weight bearing down on the man lessened, allowing his shoulders to relax slightly. But he still remained on his knees, clearly shaken. He looked up at them, swallowing hard before speaking. "A meridian expansion realm master," he muttered, almost as if confirming it to himself. Chen Ren crossed his arms. "At least your chi perception is decent. Now, will you tell me what you were doing here? And why did you suddenly attack me?" The man gulped, his eyes shifting to something between regret and fear. He looked like someone who had stepped into a place he never should have entered. "My name is Hong Yi," he said at last. "I've been staying in the nearby Grassfield village for a few months now. When I heard about a sect recruiting mortals and conducting aptitude tests, I got curious, especially because I had never heard its name before." He hesitated before. I thought it might be a demonic sect trying to gather sacrifices. Please, forgive me. I hadn't expected that such a powerful master beast would be behind it." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. "Now you know. But I do wonder if you are lying." Hong Yi shook his head frantically. No. I swear, I've told you the truth." Chenren studied the man in silence, his sharp gaze searching for any trace of falsehood. Hong Yi fidgeted under the scrutiny, but his fear was genuine, or at least he wasn't putting on an act. After a moment, Chenren nodded toward Yalan. She immediately withdrew her aura, and Hong Yi nearly collapsed, sucking in a deep breath as if he had just escaped the jaws of death. Relief washed over his face, but before he could move from his kneeling position, Chenren spoke. "You can't leave yet," he said calmly. "I'm still curious about a few things, and it would be in your best interest to tell the truth." Hong Yi stiffened, but nodded quickly. Chenren leaned against the chair. "So, what are you doing in the village? With your spirit roots, I doubt you're just some wandering rogue cultivator." The man gulped, hesitation flickering in his eyes. "My situation is complicated." Chenren gave him a dry look. "You're not the only one with a complicated situation here. Just talk." A tense silence followed before Hong Yi finally sighed in defeat. "I'm a deserter from the Blood Iron sect." Yalan's eyes narrowed. "A deserter? Why did you run away?" Hong Yi hesitated, his fists clenching as if weighing whether to reveal the truth or not. But after a moment, he seemed to realize that hiding anything would only make things worse. His shoulders slumped, and he spoke. "It's because I gained access to a Meridian Expansion Realm cultivator's inheritance." Chen Ren's eyebrows rose slightly, and even Yalen cast a surprised glance at him. But neither interrupted, letting the man continue. "It wasn't an offensive technique, a cultivation manual, or even an artifact," Hong Yi added bitterly. "It's not something most cultivators would even have any use for." Chen Ren noted the way Hong Yi's hands curled slightly, the way his voice carried a trace of wariness. He clearly thought they were going to take the inheritance from him. Maybe that was exactly what had happened in his sect. Still, Chenren ignored those thoughts for now and asked the important question. What kind of inheritance was it? Hong Yi took a deep breath before answering. "The inheritance of a puppet master." Chenren stilled. "Puppet master," he muttered under his breath. The term stirred a distant memory, one of the many books he had read after coming to this world. It had been a small mention, barely a footnote, but he recalled the basics. Puppets were another cultivation discipline, a rare and esoteric path that involved crafting constructs and fusing a part of oneself with them to establish control. It was an art that required precision, resources, and deep knowledge of formations. It was a rare art, rarer than all three disciplines Chenren was currently learning. Puppet masters weren't just uncommon, they were almost myths. Their techniques scattered and lost across generations, and now there was one kneeling right in front of him. As he mused on this, Hong Yi continued. "I found it during one of my adventures, deep beneath the caves of my sect. I don't know how, but the sect master found out about it soon after." His voice turned bitter. At first, he was disappointed. "My sect is a purely martial sect. They only house alchemists alongside their martial cultivators. A puppet master had no place among them." He let out a dry chuckle. But even then, it was still a novelty, something unique. So for a while, I was treated well. They made me a core disciple and showered me with resources. Yalen narrowed her eyes. "What changed?" Hong Yi frowned as if thinking back to something unpleasant. Then, after a moment, he exhaled. one of the elders. He didn't like my sudden rise. So he reached out to an established sect far in the south of the empire, one that already had puppet masters among their ranks. His voice grew darker, and they made an offer. They promised my sect a fortune in resources, enough to help the sect master break through to the next realm in exchange for my inheritance. Chen tensed, realizing what might have happened. But the inheritance you received isn't something tangible, is it? Hong Yi gave a hollow smile. Number, it's attached to my soul. It was knowledge, deep knowledge passed directly into my mind. I couldn't just hand it over like an artifact or a scroll. His hands clenched into fists. So they gave me two options. Either I submit myself to the sect, allow them to strip every piece of knowledge from my mind, or they kill me and use an artifact to harvest my soul for it. Chenren's breath hitched, and his eyes darted toward Yalan. Do righteous sects even have things like soul-harvesting artifacts? Some do. The line between so-called righteous and demonic practices is thin, and from what he is telling us, it sounds like his sect was willing to dispose of him for the sake of their leader's breakthrough, Yalan answered. Hong Yi nodded grimly. That's why I ran. The moment I learned of their plan, I escaped as far as I could and hid myself in here, posing as an ordinary traveler. I barely leave my house, fearing that my cover might be blown. He let out a dry laugh, shaking his head. The only reason I came out today was because I thought you all were demonic cultivators. I figured I had to act before you did something terrible. He looked down. I'm sorry for that. Chen barely heard him. His mind was racing. A soul inheritance, especially one related to puppetry. That was a special kind of power. Power that intrigued him. He could think of countless cultivators who would go to any lengths for such an inheritance, not only because of the art of puppet making, but simply because it was a Meridian Expansion Realm inheritance. Those were far and few between in the whole empire. And judging by Hong Yi's expression, the way he sat there, stiff and resigned, he fully expected to die here. Fortunately for him, Chen wasn't one to force things. His gaze shifted to Yalan, and with a mere thought, he mentally asked, "What do you think?" Her response came almost instantly. I don't think he's lying. But yeah, his story is interesting. He's lucky his sect hasn't found him yet. He also can't go to another sect since they might just turn him over. I doubt he's in any position to trust someone. Chen nodded slightly. Yeah, but his power is interesting enough for me to want him. Yalen's voice turned dry. Don't you know that would get the ire of an established sect? I know, Chen admitted, but a puppet master inheritance is too good to let go. Still, I don't want to make a hasty decision before getting to know him. He turned his attention back to Hong Yi. Your situation seems like a bad one to be in. The man let out a short, humorless laugh. I know. I live in constant fear of dying. The only thing I can do is work on my cultivation and my puppets. Make sure I'm strong enough to face any trouble that comes my way, or at least stall enough to run away again. Chen crossed his arms. I don't think that's the only thing you can do. Hong Yi frowned. What else can I do? Join my sect. The man's eyes widened slightly. But before he could respond, Chen continued, I know we're new, and you have your reservations. But if you join us, we wouldn't give you away to anyone, and we'd make sure your rights are prioritized. Even after hearing that, Hong Yi still didn't look convinced. Chen understood why. The place barely resembled a proper sect. There were no grand halls, no established reputation, only Yalen's presence might make it seem legitimate. To Hong Yi, it was probably just another risk. And not a good one at that. After a moment, the man exhaled. I need time to think about it. Chen had expected it. No one in their right mind, and had such risk and powers, would be convinced that easily. He nodded before pausing as another idea came to his mind. How about this? In 2 days, come back here, and I'll show you why you should join my sect. Bring your puppet too. I'd love to see it. Hong Yi hesitated before finally nodding, though it was clear he was simply agreeing due to fear of dying. Yalan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, her voice calm yet carrying an unmistakable weight. And don't try to run away, she said. Hongyi flinched. We're not going to contact your former sect or anything. If we wanted to do that, we wouldn't be letting you go right now. Her eyes narrowed. But if you'd agree to run, just know that tracking you down would be easy for me. Hongyi swallowed hard. I won't, Master. Yellen cut him off. Yellen. Thank you, Master Yellen, he said quickly, bowing. Thank you for not killing me. Then, without another word, he hurried away. Chen-Ren watched Hongyi disappear through the door, then chuckled. That is a strange way of saying goodbye. Yalen turned to him, unimpressed. Are you really planning to pick a fight with an established sect? They won't let go of the inheritance so easily. Chen-Ren's amusement faded as he met her gaze. He knew she was right. As a sect master, he needed to choose his battles wisely. A single misstep, and his sect could be crushed before it even had the chance to grow. But at the same time, he wasn't someone who turned away from an opportunity just because it was risky, especially not when it had come knocking on his door without him even searching for it. Still, caution was necessary. I need to understand the man more first, Chen-Ren said. I'm not planning on starting a war with a sect, but I don't want him in the sect. Puppet masters are rare, and having that kind of power in our ranks would help solve a lot of our combat power issues. He crossed his arms. That being said, I'll only recruit him if I can make sure his former sect won't come after us. That's why I gave him 2 days. I need to understand his situation better before making a move. Yalen studied him for a moment before shrugging. Whatever. At least we've found a more good prospect for the sect. Let's hope there are more. Chen-Ren smirked. Let's see. The rest of the day, they continued their search, but it was fruitless. They didn't find anyone worth taking in, neither mortals nor cultivators. Some had potential, but their mindsets or circumstances weren't a good fit for the sect. Others simply lacked talent or drive. Still, Chen-Ren didn't lose hope. There were plenty of people left to evaluate, and with time, he was confident they'd find more promising individuals. For now, they decided to resume the tests and interviews tomorrow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Although the same problems persisted the next day, people lacking even basic literacy. Some showing no real ambition for growth. Ren managed to find a few individuals who seemed like they would genuinely stick with the sect. They weren't necessarily the strongest or the smartest, but they had something else, determination. And in the long run, that was more valuable than raw talent alone. But the real surprise came toward the end of the day. Among the last few villagers he tested was a young man, just 18 years old, with the rough hands and sun-darkened skin of a farmer. His name was Lo Hung, and up until this moment, he had lived his entire life believing that his fate was tied to the soil beneath his feet. He had never once imagined himself as a cultivator. Yet, when Chen-Ren examined him, he found that the boy had 19 spirit roots, a far cry from the prodigies of great sects. But to Chen-Ren, who was building a foundation from nothing, it was still potential, and potential was worth nurturing. The moment Luo Hung realized what this meant, his entire face lit up in awe and disbelief. I can cultivate, he asked, almost afraid to believe it. Chen-Ren smiled. You tell me, do you want to cultivate? Yes, I do, Lo Hung said immediately, his voice shaking with excitement. Even if the boy wasn't literate, even if he lacked any prior training, enthusiasm like that couldn't be ignored with his spirit roots. Chen-Ren decided to take him in. With that, recruitment was finally complete. Chen-Ren wasted no time in spreading the news. He sent word through the Chief Muyang, announcing the names of those who had been accepted. Some would serve in different capacities within the sect, but all of them were now part of it. And the very next day, he gathered them all for their initiation ceremony, not just to welcome them, but to teach them something far more important, a lesson that most sects ignored, a lesson about the Tao, and why their sect would not focus solely on martial strength alone. AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. P.S. We are looking for beta readers for Tao of Money. You would be able to read up to latest chapter on Patreon, and even more for free. If you are interested, please text me on Discord or in my server. My ID, BB0162 read 15 chapters ahead here. Chapter 68. Chen Ren stood in one of the biggest rooms he could find in the buildings he now owned. The space was large, its high ceiling, and the emptiness after the cleanup making voices echo slightly, and in front of him stood every new recruit of the Divine Coin sect. Although he had expected a decent number of people to join, he was still pleasantly surprised. 12 members from the nearby villages. 12. Zushi was the first among them. She stood near the front, looking calm but attentive. Her eyes were plastered on Chen Ren, and next to her was Lo Hung, the young man who'd no idea that he was a cultivator and had lived his entire life as a farmer. Then there was Dao Li, a man in his mid-30s who was partially blind, but had the wits of someone who's twice his age. He had answered every question effortlessly, but precisely, the answers fitting to each question. On the back sat the two brothers, Ziwen and Zihan, looking up at him and whispering something to each other. And there was also Hongyi Puppet Cultivator, who hadn't joined the sect yet, but had come to meet him just as their arrangement. He kept his distance, as if unsure whether to stay or leave. Chen Ren hadn't seen his puppet anywhere, but at least the man had come. That was a good sign. Convincing him to fully join would take work, but he saw potential. Apart from these people, the rest of the men and women fit his standards enough to be taken inside. In a way, it was good to find literate people. That alone made things easier. But what excited him the most were the cultivators among them. On the side stood his original members, Shulin, Yelin, the kids, and Anji. Taking a deep breath, he swept his gaze around the room for the final time and spoke. Everyone, I would like to first congratulate you on joining the Divine Coin sect. All of you have shown qualities like grit, determination, good aptitude, and intelligence during our interviews, and I can promise you this, you won't regret your choice. The mortal members straightened, excitement flickering in their eyes. Among the cultivators, only Luo Hung looked enthusiastic. The other two remained unreadable, their expressions giving away nothing. Chen Ren continued. Unlike other sects, we do not focus solely on martial arts. Our sect is built on business, trade, and wealth. But make no mistake, we will not neglect the path of cultivation. Strength and wisdom go hand in hand, and this sect will be a place where both flourish. No one will be cast aside based on their background, status, or cultivation. Everyone has a role, and everyone will benefit, he explained further, speaking of the sect's future, the opportunities it would create, and the strength they would build, not through blind ambition, but through strategy, discipline, and profit. When he finally asked, "Are there any questions?" Silence hung in the air for a moment. Some recruits hesitated, glancing at each other. Then Zushi stepped forward. Sect leader, she said. Our sect has both mortals and cultivators standing as equals. But does that mean we, the mortals, will also learn martial arts like them? Chen Ren met Zushi's gaze and nodded. The primary duty of mortals in the sect will be different. Your focus will be on sales, marketing, and delivery. He paused, scanning their faces for any hint of hesitation. The Divine Coin sect already has its hands in a few businesses, and as we expand, you'll be the ones managing them. Some of the mortal recruits looked at each other, murmuring. But, Chen Ren continued, that doesn't mean you won't be trained. Strength is important in all walks of life. You'll be required to do basic physical training every day. More than that, you'll learn about cultivators, their needs, their goods, and their methods. In the future, we'll be selling to them, so understanding their world will be necessary. That got their attention. Zushi nodded, her small eyes flashing with understanding, while Dao Li stroked his chin in thought. And after some time, Chenren added, there will be special training for all mortals. That made a few of them straighten in interest. Han Fei, a herbalist who'd been in the same stream for generations, raised a hand. Chen Ren remembered his face well due to the bushy eyebrows he had. What kind of training? Chen Ren only smiled. You'll know when the time comes. He let that settle before shifting his gaze toward the cultivators standing at the back. Ziwen looked intrigued. Hong Yi's expression was unreadable like usual, and Lo Hung the youngster among the group had an openly curious expression on his face. Mortals will focus on sales, Chenren said, but cultivators will be more involved in production. That means learning disciplines like alchemy, forging, and artifact crafting. He let the words sink in before continuing. There won't be any force. You'll be free to learn as you choose, but you will also be required for protection when necessary. Beyond that, you'll have time to cultivate and walk your own Tao. The sect will support you in that. Zihan crossed his arms, tilting his head. How will the sect help? He asked. Do we have a lot of resources? Pills, treasures, things like that. And what about masters? If we're learning disciplines, who will teach us? Chen Ren took a slow breath. Our sect is new. Right now, we don't have a stockpile of resources, but we will. As we grow wealthier, we'll buy what's needed, pills, materials. Zihan gave a small nod at that, but his eyes still held some doubt. As for masters, Chenren continued, we have books on various disciplines. They'll serve as a foundation, and in time, we'll attract more cultivators who can teach. But resources and masters aren't the only things that help a cultivator grow. At that, Ziwen finally spoke. What else is there? His voice was deep and calm. What kind of support can you offer besides resources? Chenren's gaze settled on him. Insights into your Tao. Wen frowned slightly, but before he could ask more, his expression shifted, as if another thought had struck him. He hesitated, then finally spoke again. I apologize if this is disrespectful. Sect leader, he said, carefully measuring his words. But I would like to know, who is the strongest cultivator in our sect? His sharp eyes met Shenren's. I know you are the sect leader, but I'm only in the Qi refinement realm, right? He said, finishing Zowen's unspoken thoughts. You're worried about the safety of the sect. Ziwen nodded, but his eyes revealed a trace of concern. It was a question that probably rang in everyone's mind, but they refused to speak up. You don't have to worry about that, Chenren continued. We have a sect guardian among our ranks, a Meridian Expansion Realm cultivator, one of the strongest beings in the Kallian Empire. She'll also be available to help with martial training if you have any problems. The words hung in the air for a moment before realization dawned on Ziwen. His eyes widened. A Meridian Expansion Master, he asked. Someone from the group gasped out loud at that. But Chenren maintained his calm demeanor. Yes, Chenren nodded. She's the protector of our sect. As long as she's here, you don't have to worry about our safety. Ziwen slowly exhaled, processing the information before giving a firm nod. I see. From the side, Yalen smirked, clearly enjoying the reaction. The other recruits stirred, excitement buzzing among them. Even the mortals, despite not fully grasping the weight of the words, could tell this was significant. Only one person remained quiet, the puppet cultivator Hong Yi. His gaze flickered toward Yalen, lips pressing into a thin line, clearly remembering their interaction. Chen Ren let the moment settle before shifting the conversation. Any more questions for now? Silence. A few hesitant glances, but no one spoke up. Satisfied, he moved forward. Earlier, you asked what kind of insights the sect could give you. Let's talk about that. His tone shifted, drawing their full attention. These insights will be about the different types of Tao because the martial Tao isn't the only path. A few of the mortals looked puzzled, while the cultivators narrowed their eyes in thought. I know some of you may find this confusing, Chenren admitted. So let's put it simply. Think of Tao as your path, the one you want to walk, the foundation your purpose is built around. He paused, scanning the room to make sure they were following. The mortals exchanged uncertain glances, but Zuji seemed to grasp it first, nodding in understanding. Most sects in the Empire focus on a singular Tao. The martial Tao, Chenren continued. Some sects and clans specialize in variations of it, like the Tao of the sword, the Tao of the spear, and similar martial paths. Others center around professions like alchemy or blacksmithing. He let the words sink in before raising a question of his own. But are those the only Taos in the world? Chen Ren let his question linger in the air, watching the cultivators carefully. It was the puppet cultivator who broke the silence first. You're talking about esoteric Taos, Hongyi said. A pleased smile tugged at Chenren's lips. Exactly, he said. These are the rare Taos. Not many cultivators walk upon them, but those who do are considered strong simply because of how unpredictable they can be. His gaze swept across the group, lingering on the ones who had been the most skeptical. Divine Coin Sect is also based on such a Tao, the Tao of money. A murmur spread through the group, some looking confused while others appeared intrigued. Yalin's smirk widened slightly, clearly already aware of where this was going. Not only that, but our sect is going to specialize in these esoteric Taos. We will encourage every disciple to think deeply about their own path. Why? Because not only is it the fastest way to reach the top, but it also makes the issue of low spirit roots meaningless. Wen's brows furrowed, his sharp mind latching onto the statement. What do you mean by that? He asked. Yeah, I don't get it. One of the mortals spoke up. Chenren ignored the mortal and focused on Wen. I knew you'd be interested. He let the anticipation build for a moment before speaking again. You already know how many spirit roots I have, don't you? Wen hesitated before nodding. Yes, and yet, Chenren continued, I've reached the Qi refinement realm in just the last few months from 3rd star body forging realm. Wen's expression tightened as he put the pieces together. It was because you focused on your Tao of money, he murmured. Exactly, Chenren confirmed. I focused on my Tao, pursued accomplishments within it, and paired it with the right amount of insight. You can do the same. And if you do, then spirit roots won't matter anymore. Chenren had talked about this extensively with Yalan. Cultivation, at its core, was about taking in the energy of the world and refining it within oneself. That much was undeniable. But if one walked their Tao, the energy would begin to move as if it had a mind of its own, aligning with the cultivator's path and empowering them naturally. It took the issue of spirit roots out of the game completely. It was no different from how a sword cultivator's strength increased not just by absorbing qi, but by mastering sword techniques, refining his understanding of the blade, and deepening his connection to it. A blacksmith cultivator didn't rely solely on qi intake. His cultivation progressed as he forged better and better weapons, strengthening his Tao of the forge with each success. As Chenren was lost in thought, Hongyi spoke again. Even if what you say makes sense, sect leader. Esoteric Taos are called esoteric for a reason. They're rare. Walking such a path and gaining insights into them is extremely difficult. Not many pursue these paths for a reason. Chenren's gaze flicked to him, a knowing glint in his eyes. Why do you think that is? He asked. Why are there so few esoteric Tao cultivators? Hongyi frowned, arms crossing as he mulled over the question. Seconds passed, then more. In the end, he let out a quiet breath. I don't know. Chenren's voice was steady as he answered. It's because our cultivation structure is inherently flawed. That made a few people straighten up, their attention sharpening. Instead of letting a cultivator choose their own path, they are pushed toward the martial path because to most people, that is the only way to create powerful cultivators. Chenren continued, even in sects that allow disciples to learn alchemy, forging, or arrays. Those disciplines are always seen as secondary to the martial Tao, and by the time a cultivator has advanced too far on that path, it becomes nearly impossible for them to change their Tao. The room was silent for a long moment. Some looked contemplative, others seemed uncertain, and a few had eyes gleaming with realization. But what if we didn't follow that structure? Chenren exhaled slowly. This had been something that he'd spoken with Yalin, and even she'd agreed throughout their conversations. The whole system was flawed, in a way. It wasn't different from how kids who were born and raised in Asian countries were being forced into STEM fields they had no passion for, like how a child was being pushed into studying alchemy in this world when their heart lies with arrays, or being forced into martial cultivation when they have a natural talent for healing. And unlike those children who can change careers later, cultivation isn't so forgiving. Once a cultivator goes too far down a path, it's nearly impossible to turn back. That's why esoteric Tao cultivators are so rare. Most never get the chance to walk their true path, and the few who do, they tend to be rogues because no sect would support them. At his words, he saw different reactions from the group. Anji stood to the side, eyes narrowed in deep thought. Lo Hung mirrored the expression, as if trying to make sense of it all. Ziwen and Hong Yi, however, seemed more analytical, searching him for any deception in his words. They found none. Chen Ren could see the shift in their eyes, the slight change in how they looked at him. It wasn't trust, not yet, but it was something close. Ignoring their reactions, he moved on. And to prove my point, let me tell you something. There's already an esoteric Tao cultivator in this room besides me. That got their attention. Eyes widened. Some glanced around, looking at each other. Even the mortals who didn't fully grasp cultivation perked up in curiosity. Chen Ren smirked. Then he raised a hand and pointed directly at Ziwen. "It's you." Ziwen blinked. "Meme?" "Yes." A stunned silence. Then Ziwen frowned. How? How is it me?" Chen Ren tilted his head. "You might not have realized it yet, but you've unconsciously walked onto the Tao of Taming. You just haven't aligned with it yet, which is why you haven't gained any benefits from it." Ziwen's expression flickered. Because of little uses? Yes, beasts aren't supposed to be easily tamed. Even if you got him as a whelp, the connection between you two, the way he listens to you, it all points towards something much deeper than simple training. In the text I've read, this is a sign of someone on the Tao of Taming. Ziwen looked down, visibly processing the revelation. Some of the others exchanged looks. A murmur ran through the group. He crossed his arms and waited, giving the man some time to process it. Ziwen remained silent, his brows furrowed in deep contemplation. Chen Ren could tell that he was turning the idea over in his head, trying to grasp what it truly meant to walk a Tao that wasn't tied to raw martial strength. But he had no doubt. Given enough time, Ziwen would connect with his path. Letting Ziwen dwell in his thoughts, he turned to the rest of the group. His gaze swept across them, taking in their mixed expressions of curiosity, excitement, and apprehension. "I implore all of you to think carefully about your Tao," he said. "It doesn't have to be a martial one. You are all free to walk and learn any path that resonates with you, even those of you who are mortals." A few of the non-cultivators blinked in surprise, as if they hadn't expected to be included in such a statement. "You may not be able to perform feats like a cultivator," Chen Ren continued, "but having a path, a purpose that aligns with who you are, will still allow you to achieve great things. Do you understand?" "Yes, sect leader," came the resounding reply. Chen Ren nodded in satisfaction. His gaze shifted towards Hong Yi. The man was still lost in thought, his fingers twitching slightly as if adjusting invisible strings. Chen Ren had initially suspected him to be reluctant about joining, but now he seemed to be taking this seriously. That was good. That was what he needed. But still, there were things that needed to be settled. Before he could move forward with his plans, he needed to deal with this man, learn more about him, decide whether he was truly someone who could be trusted in the sect's ranks. And after that, Chen Ren's lips curled slightly. Then he could finally begin production on his next creations. The ones that would sweep across the empire like a storm. The ones that would carve his name into history. It would be the prelude before dominating the immortal market. ****ANN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Chapter 69. Once the initiation class was over, Chen Ren sent everyone off. Shulan took charge of the mortals, leading them to another area where she would explain more about the sect, what they would do, what their duties were, and what they would learn. Unlike normal sects, where disciples followed a master and learned directly from them, the Divine Coin Sect was different. It would teach through structured lessons, and everyone had to take part. The lessons covered many things. Sales techniques that Chen Ren had written down, reading and writing, and even more math lessons than they expected. He didn't want his disciples getting tricked just because they didn't know how numbers worked. He had already gone over all of this with Shulan, and she was more than capable of handling it as the sect manager. As for the cultivators, he kept them back a little longer. Instead of rushing them straight into training, he wanted them to think carefully about their path. What did they want to pursue? What was their Tao? Of course. A part of this was because Chenren didn't actually have any cultivation manuals to give them. The only one he had was the Chen clan's manual Thunderstorm Sutra. And according to Yalan, none of them had lightning-aspected spiritual roots. Zaywen was fine. He still had his old manual from his previous sect, and Yalan could probably help him improve it. But Lohong needed a new one, and that was a problem Chenren would have to deal with soon. After speaking with both of them, he turned to Hong Yi. Unlike the others, he wasn't officially part of the sect yet, but if he could get him to join the sect, it would mean increasing the sect's average strength by a lot, excluding Yalan, of course. Chenren led him to the back of the building, toward a small clearing just before the mountains. Hong Yi silently followed him. There, with the wind rustling the trees, he finally spoke. So, what did you think of the lecture? Hong Yi looked at him, clearly rethinking about it. Then, after a moment, he said it was interesting. He paused, glancing at the sect buildings before looking back at Chenren. I've heard of sects with different branches, each focused on their own disciplines, but I've never heard of one focused on money. Hong Yi paused once again, as if gathering his thoughts. Then he spoke. As for the talk on Tao, I gained good insight from it. I think it's something I've been thinking about for a while now. Chenren studied him before asking, You follow the martial Tao, right? Hong Yi nodded. I've followed it for the last 3 years, ever since I started cultivating. For a long time, it felt like my path. But since I got the inheritance, I feel like something is clashing with it. He clenched his fists, frustration showing on his face. I'm not improving as fast as I should. I don't practice my martial arts much anymore. I only focus on my puppets. Because of that, I'm falling behind in the martial Tao. His voice lowered, and I've started to question if it's truly the way for me. Chenren crossed his arms, watching him carefully. You're still young. You haven't gone too far into cultivation yet. I think you can still change to the path you truly wish to walk on. He let the words settle before continuing. In the end, it's more philosophical than anything. It's in your mind. Your Tao has to align with what you want. If you can do that, I believe you'll be fine. For a moment, there was only silence. The wind whispered through the trees. The boulder nearby stood still, unmoving, as if it had been there forever. The air was peaceful, untouched by doubt or hesitation. Chenren looked around before turning back to Hong Yi. I don't see your puppets. I thought I told you to bring them. Hong Yi blinked. I brought them. Then where, before Chenren could finish, Hong Yi whistled. A sharp, clear sound cut through the air. Chenren frowned, wondering what he was doing. Then he noticed movement in the mountain. A figure leaped out and landed lightly on the ground. It was wooden, not taller than 3 feet, humanoid. Its body was shaped like a person, but its features were simple. 2 eye-like shapes were carved into its face, but there was no mouth, no nose. It almost looked like a wooden statue. Chenren raised an eyebrow. I hid it in the mountain, Hong Yi admitted. I didn't want to be seen with it. Chenren looked at the puppet, then back to him. How does it work? It's hard to explain, Hong Yi said. He walked over to the puppet and placed a hand on its shoulder. It's like a soul link between me and it. The puppet understands basic commands. I made them respond to whistles since I was always good with them. And because it's hard for enemies to figure out what I'm doing. Chenren nodded slowly. So it's a bit like programming. Hong Yi tilted his head. Programming? Chenren thought for a moment. How was he supposed to explain this? Finally, he said. Think of it like giving someone commands, but in a really specific way. Each command makes for a specific effect. If you want to program it to fight, you will do a specific command. If you want it to walk, you will do a specific command. Like that. He frowned. I don't know how to explain it further, but it's like that. Hong Yi nodded slowly. I believe I get the gist of it. Chenren smiled before pointing at the puppet once again. How strong are they? Hong Yi smirked. Instead of answering, he stepped back and whistled again. The wooden puppet moved. Its joints clicked slightly, but its steps were steady. It walked towards the boulder at the center of the clearing, raised its fist, and punched. Boom! A deep dent appeared in the stone. Chen Ren's brows lifted in surprise. Without hesitation, the puppet drew back its arm and struck again. This time, the entire boulder cracked and crumbled into chunks. Chen Ren blinked. That's stronger than I expected. Hong Yi looked proud. This one is in the 5th star of the body forging realm. I haven't been able to program martial techniques into them yet, but they're still formidable. Chen Ren nodded. They were much stronger than he'd expected. I can see that. He glanced at Hong Yi. How many do you have? Hong Yi hesitated. He pressed his lips together, looking as if he didn't want to reveal the number. After a moment, he sighed. 12 right now. I've hidden them in the mountains mostly. All of them range from the 3rd to 5th star of body forging. Chen Ren hummed. That was more than he expected. Can you make them stronger? He asked. Yes, Hong Yi said immediately. But it depends on materials. Spirit wood is especially important. If I want them to have elemental affinities and be smarter, I'd need more resources and someone with knowledge of arrays and runic symbols. Chen Ren raised a brow. Arrays, Hong Yi nodded. Apparently, I can engrave arrays into their cores. If I place elemental beads around the array, they can use elemental techniques. He frowned slightly. It's a bit hard to describe, even harder to do. Chen Ren stayed quiet, his mind already spinning with possibilities. Puppets like these, they wouldn't just be useful for defending the sect. He could send them with his sales teams to different cities when they moved to expand. The Kallian Empire was a dangerous place. Beasts roamed freely alongside bandits, and traveling long distances wasn't something ordinary people did. Even merchants had to hire guards, sometimes even rogue cultivators at the body forging realm. But with these puppets, I might be able to solve that problem. Not just for himself, but for the people too. His gaze returned to Hong Yi. I'm impressed by the puppets, and honestly, I'm impressed by you, he exhaled and said. So once again, I'd like to offer you a place in the Divine Coin sect. Hong Yi's expression shifted. He still looked uncertain. He closed his eyes for a moment, thinking. Chen Ren didn't know he was holding his breath until the man in front of him opened his eyes. The eyes, they were filled with a sorry to come. He was about to reject the offer again. But before he could, Chen Ren spoke. I know your hesitation. You don't think the Divine Coin sect will be able to protect you against your former sect. He pursed his lips. That's your biggest concern, isn't it? Hong Yi stiffened. Then slowly he nodded. Chen Ren smiled slightly. Then what if I can solve that? Hong Yi's eyes widened. For a moment, a flicker of hope crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. He shook his head, concern evident in his gaze. I don't think it'll work, he muttered. The sect leader of Blood Iron Sect himself is a Meridian Expansion Realm cultivator, and Master Yalen might be able to deal with him, but there is hundreds of cultivators under him. Chen Ren shook his head. No, I don't plan on asking Yalen to negotiate with them or protect you. His expression turned serious. I know their manpower is too much for us to handle head-on. Hong Yi frowned. Then what? Chen Ren raised a hand. I'll tell you soon. I'm still fine-tuning the plan. But if I manage to do it, will you join the Divine Coin sect? There was no hesitation in Hong Yi's response. If you can do it, I'll happily join. If my inheritance stays with me, Chen Ren smirked. It will. I wouldn't ask for something that personal. He crossed his arms. But I'll need information on your former sect. I'll be traveling soon. Hong Yi raised an eyebrow. For me, Chen Ren chuckled. That, and for the next step of Divine Coin Sect's expansion, basically to set up the supply chain for our next product. Asterisk, 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 Chen. Ren wiped the sweat from his brow as he carefully hoisted another earthen pot filled with fermented mash, setting it down near the crude distillation setup he had pieced together. Copper tubing, sealed joints, and a few makeshift condensers lined the back of the house, where he had been experimenting for the past few days. As he adjusted one of the tubes leading to a collection container, testing the seal, he heard Yalen's voice from behind him. So this is going to be your next big product. He glanced at her, then back at the equipment. Yes, one thing the Callian Empire has a massive market for is alcohol, and all the ones we tasted on our trip to this village. He frowned. They were weak. There's definitely a gap for something stronger. Yalen stepped closer, examining the setup with mild curiosity. So you are making this moonshine, just for that reason. Not just moonshine, Chenren grinned. Homemade cider, bathtub gin, and whatever else I can get working. My father was a big fan of alcohol, so I know a bit about the stronger stuff. Yalen didn't even blink, so he was an alcoholic. Chenren let out a short laugh, shaking his head. Yeah, the local pubs loved him. He was basically their best customer. He paused for a moment as old memories surfaced, but he quickly pushed them away, refocusing on his work. He checked the tubing again, watching as the first trickles of liquid began to move through the still. The vapors condensed, dripping steadily into the container he had set up. It wasn't perfect yet. He'd have to distill it at least twice to get a high enough concentration. But it was a start. If this works, he muttered, more to himself than to Yalen. I'll start testing rice wine and other variations. If moonshine doesn't sell well, something else will. He smirked. But I have a good feeling about this. A little trial and error, and we'll have something strong enough to shake up the market. Chenren carefully adjusted the flame beneath the pot, watching as the liquid inside began to simmer. Thin tendrils of vapor curled upward, traveling through the coil of copper, tubing toward the collection container. The first clear drops of alcohol began to drip, and he exhaled in satisfaction. As he worked, Yalen fell into an unusual silence, watching him like a hawk. And he could tell that the wheels of her brain were spinning. You do know that getting into the alcohol business means more trouble, right? It's an established market, like you said. I know, Chenren replied without hesitation. And trouble is something that's going to follow me no matter what I do. He straightened, wiping his hands on his sleeves. Even then, I don't plan on fighting other clans for their businesses. I'll just be the supplier instead of creating my own pubs. I don't have the money to buy properties for that. Then how do you plan to make money from it? Once we refine the formula, I'll travel to form contracts with major pub businesses, sell it directly to them instead of competing. That'll be the first step in developing something even bigger spirit alcohol. At that, Yalen actually laughed. Spirit alcohol? That's a secret recipe. Only a few sects know how to make it, and even then, it's not easy. Chenren shrugged. Not new to this piece of information. I know, I've heard, but that doesn't mean I won't try. If I can infuse my chi into these spirits properly, I might be able to figure out the formula myself. When I go back to Cloud Mist City, I'll ask Xianxia about it too. She might know something. Maybe, Yalin conceded, stretching lazily in the sunlight. But even if you do get the process down, you'd still need spirit materials, spirit rice at the very least. And I don't see anyone growing that around here. Chenren exhaled, shaking his head. That was another complication. Every business in this world, especially those tied to cultivation, was filled with hurdles. Even the simplest resources required spiritual properties, and that meant they were expensive. Pushing the thought aside for now, he turned back to the distillation process, monitoring the slow drip of liquid into the container. But as he worked, his gaze flickered back to Yalin, who sat basking in the sun, seemingly unconcerned with anything at all. That reminded him. There was something he had wanted to ask her. Chenren wiped his hands again and glanced at Yalin. By the way, there's something I need to show you. She tilted her head. What? Reaching into his robes, he pulled out the small egg he had taken from the soaring sword sect's treasury and handed it to her. I found this when I was in the sect. The elder let me take it and said it was a dead egg. Do you think we can make use of it in some way? Yalin took the egg and inspected it carefully, her claws brushing over its surface as she concentrated. After a moment, she hummed. I don't know what beast this egg belonged to. A lot of eggs look like this, and it's really small, so it can't be from anything huge. She flipped it over using her small paws, eyes narrowing. It is dead. like the elder told you, but there are some faint traces of qi lingering inside. Chenren's eyes lit up. So it might still be useful? Depends, Yalan said dryly. Might make for a good breakfast if it's not poisonous from being dead for so long. You should throw it away. Chenren sighed as she set the egg down on the grass. He reached over and picked it back up, tucking it back into his robes. I don't really want to. Don't you think it might turn into some hidden treasure or something? Yalen squinted at him. Why would you think that? Cultivation logic, he declared. The way I found it, it was just sitting there in a treasury, untouched amidst far better treasures. Even the elder didn't know what it was doing there. Everything in my being said that there is a reason why a dead egg is there. It is fate, basically. As he finished the explanation, Yalan stared at him like he was an idiot. She didn't say anything for a few seconds, and Chenren, too, kept staring, waiting for her to speak her mind. What? He finally asked. I don't know why you think the world works like that. It really doesn't. Chenren opened his mouth to defend himself, but movement caught his attention. His eyes flicked to the distillation setup, where the first proper bowl of alcohol was filling drop by drop. He quickly picked it up, bringing it close to his nose. The scent was sharp and unrefined, and when he took a sip, it burned down his throat in a way that wasn't entirely pleasant. He smacked his lips, frowning. Still, he was making progress. With the mortal members in the sect now and the base alcohol being cheap, he was confident that once he got the right formula, he'd be able to build a proper foundation for a brewery. A brewery that could eventually supply the strongest alcohol in the region. The profits would be huge, but just as he was thinking that, something moved in the trees beyond the house. His head snapped up, and he saw Yalen shift slightly, eyes narrowing as she too noticed the movement. Chenren tensed, glancing at Yalen. A wild beast. Maybe, she murmured, eyes scanning the tree line. Nothing too strong, though. The forest around here doesn't have many beasts you can't handle. He nodded, keeping his senses sharp. Then, the sound of rustling grass grew louder. Something was moving fast, weaving through the undergrowth like a darting shadow. Chenren barely had time to react before a small head poked out from the foliage. His eyes widened. White fur, soft and rustling in the wind, covered a small, sleek body. It had large, sharp front teeth, a bushy tail curled slightly at the end, and small claws that looked deceptively delicate. Its eyes, bright, flickered between them before its little nose twitched. The beast resembled a squirrel, but had an oddly refined presence, almost as if it was more aware than a normal beast. Chen relaxed slightly. Just a squirrel. Before he could finish, the creature froze, its gaze locking onto the bowl of distilled alcohol in his hand. Chenren hesitated. What's it? Then, in a blur of motion, the squirrel bolted forward, a streak of white fur crossing the distance in an instant. Hey! He barely had time to react before the creature skidded onto the table, stretched up on its hind legs, and before he could pull the bowl away, took a big sip of the freshly distilled alcohol. Asterisk, 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 Ayan. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 70. A scent wafted through the leaves, slipping past the annoyingly tall trees to enter his nose. The little beast sniffed, ears twitching. He did not know what it was, only that he had to try it. The berries and herbs of the wilderness had long ceased to satisfy him. They filled his stomach, but there was no pleasure in them. A great being such as himself deserved more. The large, two-legged creatures, who spoke in strange tongues and built their little houses with wood and hay. Surely, they should be serving him, presenting him with offerings worthy of his stature. And yet, they had proven disappointingly unwilling, always offering the same tasteless berries, over and over and over. He was sick of it. So, he moved. Through branches, over leaves, past the screeching birds that dared get in his way. He leapt, tumbled through the underbrush, and finally he arrived. A clearing. A large pot sat in the middle, strange tubes connected to it, wisps of heat rising into the air, and beside it stood one of the two-legged creatures. He eyed him warily. Tall, just enough broad shoulders to fit his height. His His clothes were dull, the color of dust and dirt. His mane was dark, tied back, but strands fell over his forehead, messier than the usual ones that walked this land. His black eyes locked onto him, and for a moment the little beast stiffened. Danger. It was the same feeling he had felt when he had accidentally stepped into the path of a wolf that roamed the forest, acting as a protector of sorts. A silent weight pressing down, a fleeting thought that he was prey. Then it passed. He flicked his tail, shaking the feeling away, and turned his gaze. Next to the human sat another creature, not one of his kind, but close. A feline. A hunter. Not a beast of the wild, but not fully tamed either. She basked in the sun, relaxed, yet her sharp amber eyes followed him with interest. He cared for neither of them. His true target lay just ahead. A large bowl filled to the brim with something that carried that intoxicating scent. Beside it, a smaller one, just as inviting. He sniffed the air again, his blessed tongue already tingling with anticipation. He could not stop. Food awaited him, so he sprinted forward. The human's eyes widened in surprise, but he was too mesmerized by his majestic self to react. A fitting response. Most creatures found themselves stunned when faced with such unparalleled grace. The small bowl was close now, the scent, rich, sharp, and unlike anything he had ever tasted, filled his nose, making his whiskers twitch. He took one last sniff, confirming what he already knew. This was it. Without hesitation, he plunged in. A bitter taste hit his tongue first, but he powered through. His refined palate adjusted swiftly, savoring the complexity of the liquid. He drank and drank, the warmth spreading in his belly, coating his tongue in its novel richness. A deep satisfaction settled in his chest. Finally, something worthy of him. When the bowl was empty, he licked his lips, let out a contented sigh, and patted his stomach with his paws. Only then did he glance up at the human. The two-legged creature was staring at him, mouth slightly open, looking utterly stunned. The little beast blinked. He didn't know why. Maybe the human had never witnessed such elegance up close before. Understandable. Deciding to break him out of his daze, he scampered forward, stopping at the human's feet. The large creature crouched, eyes scanning him with some strange intent before extending a hand. Ah, he understood. With a dignified leap, he climbed up, perching himself upon the broad shoulder. From here, the view was excellent. The trees stretched out in the distance. The sun bathed the clearing in warmth, and he felt grand, larger than life. He lifted his paws in triumph. Yes, perhaps he had just acquired his first true servant. As he basked in his glory, the human turned to the feline and muttered, "The squirrel doesn't seem affected by the alcohol." Squirrel? His tail bristled. He knew many names for his divine species, but squirrel was not one of them. How dare the human compare him to those mundane, nut-hoarding pests? He prepared to deliver a righteous smack to the fool's face when the feline spoke. "I don't think it's a squirrel," she said, her amber eyes gleaming with knowledge. "I believe it's a lunari, and a male lunari at that. They are rarer than their female counterparts." He froze. For the first time in his long life spanning 469 sunsets, he was genuinely surprised. The feline could speak, not just understand, as all majestic beings like himself could, but speak the strange language of the two-legged ones. How? As he pondered this revelation, the feline spoke again, calmly. "I think it's because it's a spirit beast, not really strong, just tier 1. And even then, a low tier 1, but a spirit beast nonetheless." A spirit beast, he scoffed internally. Of course, he was a spirit beast. He was more than just some ordinary animal. But wait, did she say low tier 1? His tail twitched in irritation. His fur bristled, standing on end like the spines of an angered porcupine. Low tier 1. The more he thought about it, the more his anger increased. The cat's voice was calm, almost indifferent, but to his ears, it carried the weight of condescension. His tail flicked once, then again, sharp and agitated. His small claws pressed into the fabric of the human's shoulder, a silent protest. He was not weak. He was not some lowly creature to be pitied. He was a warmth settled on his head. He froze, fingers pressed lightly between his ears, ruffling the fur in slow, rhythmic strokes. A shiver ran down his spine. His first instinct was to swipe the hand away, to remind this human of his place. But the touch was nice. A deep warmth spread from the top of his head down his back, loosening the tension in his limbs. His tail, which had been flicking angrily, stilled, curling slightly in contentment. Strange. He blinked up at the human, who had turned back to the cat. His voice was steady, thoughtful. So, should we keep him? He is cute. The cat gave him another long, unreadable look before flicking her tail. Your choice, she said, stretching out in the sunlight. Just keep him away from the alcohol, or you'll never make enough to sell, the human hummed, considering, before shifting his gaze back to him. He met his dark eyes deep, endless, reflecting something unreadable. Then I guess I'll take care of you. He said it so simply, like it was already decided. Then the human tilted his head, eyes narrowing in thought. A moment passed. Now, what should I name you? The beast opened his mouth, ready to tell this foolish human the name of his majestic lineage. Then he paused. What was his name? His whole life, through 469 sunsets, he had moved through the world nameless, known only by the quiet awe of the lesser creatures and the whispered warnings of those smart enough to recognize his greatness. A name? He had never needed one. His ears twitched as he studied the human. Well, perhaps he would allow this one to name him. That much, at least, was acceptable for someone who had already proven his worth in head pats. The human's brows furrowed, the same expression that he made when debating between more food or a long nap. His lips parted, then closed, thoughtful, calculating. Then, finally, his face brightened, eyes lighting with the satisfaction of someone who had reached a grand conclusion. A slow smirk spread across his lips. Whiskey. He blinked. The human grinned. Your name will be Whiskey. Whiskey. He turned the sound over in his mind, tasting it like a rare berry plucked straight from the branch. Odd. Sharp. Unlike any of the names he had ever heard the big creatures call one another. But as he thought about it again and again, something stirred inside him. A strange warmth. Something deeper than the alcohol he had just tasted. It was his. A name. He rolled his shoulders, puffing out his chest, lifting his paws as if announcing his new title to the world. Whiskey! Yes, from this day forward, his majestic self would be known as Whiskey, the name given by his newly acquired human servant. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, Chenren hadn't expected to gain a spirit beast companion while brewing alcohol. But fate had a peculiar sense of humor. The small creature, covered in sleek white fur with a bushy tail that flicked at the slightest provocation, had attached itself to him after downing a full bowl of discarded alcohol. He licked its tiny paws, eyes half-lidded in satisfaction, before climbing up his arm like he had always belonged there. Strange little thing. But cute, in an arrogant, self-important way. More surprising than its presence, however, was its obsession with alcohol. He sniffed at every jar he opened, jumped onto tables to inspect bubbling liquids, and, if he wasn't careful, dove headfirst into cups meant for testing. He had to start covering his batches, lest he find the tiny drunk curled up inside a brewing pot again. Still, as long as the Lunari kept lapping up failed experiments without complaint, he supposed he earned his keep. Whiskey didn't mind any scraps that he received, and Chenren didn't complain. It wasn't just him the little beast had taken a liking to. Ziwen had been talking to him more frequently on Dao, and what it might mean to be a beastmaster. And these conversations would mostly happen when Chenren would be mid-brew. And in one of these talks, Whiskey had realized he found the middle-aged cultivator pleasing. Whiskey often perched on Ziwen's knee, tail curled around his body as he watched the man with critical, beady eyes. Ziwen, in return, stroked his beard in contemplation. Sometimes, he would completely ignore the spirit beast and continue to talk with Chenren about Dao and beasts. But throughout, Whiskey would be nearby. It showed that Ziwen was liked by spirit beasts, and his assumption of Dao of taming was correct. It made Chenren hope for the best. Hope that the man would choose his Dao and attempt to connect with it soon. Then there was Lohung, a different sort of visitor. Unlike Ziwen's philosophical musings, his curiosity was far more grounded. He asked about cultivation techniques, his life story as someone who had been a cultivator for a long time, and how the Immortal Society worked. Through his conversation, he was able to get to know the man better. But one particular frustration gnawed at him: the fact that his lightning cultivation manual was utterly useless for him. It was because the man's spirit roots were earth aspected. Yalen had confirmed it during the aptitude test, and he wouldn't be able to make use of his lightning manual. Still, not all paths were blocked. Chenren tossed him a few old mortal-grade martial art manuals from his childhood. Cultivation isn't just about one thing. Work on the foundation first, he said. Figure out your Tao. You're better off knowing what path to walk upon as I get you a cultivation manual. Lo Hung didn't complain and accepted the manuals, and started to practice them with Saiwen helping him to understand the stances and forms. While the cultivators wrestled with their paths, the mortals had no such luxury. They had tasks, responsibilities, and deadlines. And Tang Shulan saw to it that they met them. Chenren had known she was intelligent, but watching her teach was another thing entirely. She grasped concepts quickly, adapted them, and had already organized lessons for the street kids and villager-turned students. Basic literacy, arithmetic, and business fundamentals. Everything they'd need to handle his growing enterprises. That was one problem he didn't have to worry about. Seeing that his sect was slowly forming a rhythm, his mind moved to the next task at hand: alcohol distribution. He needed to finalize his supply chain before scaling production. Once that was set, he could shift focus to expanding his food stalls. Ice cream would have to wait summer had passed, and he wasn't foolish enough to push a seasonal product. Still, the future stretched ahead, full of possibilities. He knew he needed to produce a fresh batch of the alcohol without an awful taste. And for 2 weeks, he kept distilling alcohol and trying to get the flavor right. It took a while and a lot of frustration, as he kept trying different concentrations and methods, until finally he found himself making a batch that was just good enough to sell. It took another week to create a carriage full of them, with his sect members helping out before Chenren decided it was finally the time to take a trip around the empire. Just before he left, he sat across Shulan, papers scattered across the table as they finalized the plans for the sect's upcoming expansion. Is it really necessary for you to go? Shulan's question cut through the quiet, her fingers fidgeting nervously on her lap. We've just started things here, and I might be able to get some more help. Chenren inhaled through his nose. His eyes met her for the briefest moment and saw how serious she was. Yes, I did tell you I have a few things to do other than the alcohol supply line. I do know, young master. But that's what makes me worried. You're going to an established sect, and from what you've told me, it can be dangerous. He gave a small nod. Yes, it is dangerous, but Yalen will be with me, and I think I'll at least be able to preserve my life and escape with her there, if anything goes wrong. Shulan let out a breath, her posture relaxing slightly as she processed his words. All right, I'll make sure to handle the construction and plumbing, though I think it might take some time for the village builder and laborers to understand your diagrams. Chenren smiled wryly, feeling a familiar frustration at the mention of plumbing. Beyond the hustle of his businesses, Chenren had a vision for expanding his place, a long-term goal of building more facilities to accommodate the growing needs of the sect. But for now, his focus was on enhancing the 3 buildings they already had: more floors, more rooms, and, most importantly, proper plumbing. Yes, plumbing. It was something that grated on him about this era: the complete lack of efficient plumbing and proper facilities for nature's calls. A seemingly minor detail that no one ever seemed to address in any Xianxia novel. It always seemed so absurd to him. Even cultivators, according to Yalen, weren't exempt. They could survive without food for days, and as a result, their bodily needs were minimal. But that only left one glaring problem. No one had thought to advance the plumbing systems. Chenren wasn't about to let that slide. He intended to change that. Starting with his own buildings, he felt a sense of contentment as he reviewed the plans, everything sketched out in detail. He'd handed over the blueprints to Shulan, making sure to emphasize where manual labor would be needed. He trusted her to follow the instructions. She had always been good at executing his plans, and he had no doubt she would manage this one just as effectively. The door opened then, cutting his thoughts short, and Zihan stepped in. Sect leader Chen were ready to go. Chen Ren stood, giving Shulan one last look. Okay, I'll be back in 2 weeks. He gave her a reassuring smile, though his mind was already turning to the journey ahead. He walked outside with Zihan and Shulan, and the sight of the modified carriage waiting for him made his chest swell with pride. The carriage, once used for their initial travels, had been altered to fit crates of his newly perfected alcohol, and it was now packed to the brim, ready to make its way across the empire. The group had gathered. Hong Yi and Angie stood by the carriage, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Yalen was seated on the ground, and Whiskey stood on top of the carriage. As he approached the group, his gaze flicked over Hong Yi, who was deeply engrossed in a map. When Hong Yi noticed him approaching, he lifted his eyes, a skeptical look creeping across his face. Are you sure about this? He asked, his voice laced with doubt. Chen Ren gave a reassuring smile, his confidence unwavering. Yes, I'm confident, he replied, then stepped forward and traced his finger along a line on the map. His finger paused at a small town named Black Lotus Town, the first destination on their journey. We'll be moving from here, he said, his finger continuing along the path. Then we'll follow this road through the major cities to reach Ashen. This will be our destination. The path he outlined was a half circle, the route weaving through some lesser-known towns. On our way back, he continued, we'll pass through Cloud Mist City. What's in Ashen City? Anji asked. Chen Ren pointed at a spot on the map just before the last leg of the journey. From what I gathered, it houses the Ju clan, and they have one of the largest breweries in the region, with alcohol businesses spanning multiple cities. We'll be trying to get in business with them. He paused, his finger moving to another part of the map, closer to the halfway point between them and Ashen. But before we get there, he added, we'll make a stop at the Blood Iron Sect. Hong Yi's eyes changed at the mention of the sect. He gulped, his brow furrowing in concern. I really hope you're right about this, he muttered, the uncertainty now evident in his voice. It made Anji frown deeper. She clutched the map in her hand. Don't worry, Chen Ren said. It won't be the first time I would make a big organization bow down to me. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 71. Chen Ren didn't particularly enjoy traveling in this world, at least not by carriage. The world itself was great. The air was thick with qi, filling his lungs with a refreshing energy that never left him feeling truly exhausted. Towering trees lined the roads, their canopies swaying lazily in the breeze. Rivers cut through fields like silver threads, their waters clear enough to reflect the sky. Everything looked like it had been plucked straight out of a painting. But none of that changed the fact that the roads were terrible. The carriage rattled and shook with every pothole. The wooden wheels groaned under the uneven road, and every bump sent a jolt through his spine. And no matter how he adjusted his posture, there was no such thing as comfort. The seats were stiff, the air inside stuffy, and the constant swaying made even resting a chore. He figured this was mostly a mortal problem. The real cultivators, those who had stepped beyond these struggles, soared through the skies on flying swords, rode atop spirit beasts, or, if they were truly powerful, summoned floating boats like the one Elder Yan Shu had used. Compared to that, his carriage might as well have been a wooden box strapped to a herd of drunk oxen. Unfortunately, he wasn't at that level yet. The only upside was the frequent stops. Small villages dotted their path, giving the horses and travelers a chance to rest. Chen Ren took these breaks as an opportunity to stretch his legs, literally. While others stretched their backs or loosened their stiff limbs, he ran. His body moved effortlessly, his feet barely touching the ground before propelling him forward again. The wind rushed past his face, and the pounding of hooves beside him was nothing but a background rhythm. Even when the carriage started rolling again, he kept up easily, the horses unable to leave him behind. It was better than sitting. Of course. He didn't spend the entire journey running meaninglessly. He had long since shed his laziness in this world, and he wasn't about to waste time lounging in the carriage. Instead, he trained. Whenever they took breaks, and he wasn't running, he trained. Not in his lightning techniques. Those came naturally, instinctively. No, this time he focused on something new, a technique he had won in the tournament. Starlight Defense, an Earth-grade defensive technique. The name was fancy, but in the world of cultivation, that was normal. He had heard of techniques like Palm that cuts the river and immortal fist of the heavens. Compared to those, Starlight Defense was straightforward. It did exactly what its name suggested, used the chi of the stars and moon to form a protective barrier around the user. The diagrams in the manual showed a shimmering cover of light, forming over the body, covering vital points like armor woven from the night sky. It sounded impressive. It looked impressive, but there was a catch. Chenren opened his eyes and exhaled, watching the stars stretch across the sky. He could only cultivate it at night, so apparently it's mostly potent at night since it uses the chi of the stars and moon, Chenren muttered, leaning back against a fallen log. He picked on the grass beneath them as his eyes shifted from the technique manual in his lap. I can still use it in the morning, but it won't be nearly as strong. He sighed, gaze flickering toward the sky, where the moon had begun its slow climb. It's powerful. It's an Earth-grade technique after all, but I don't know how to get around this flaw. Across from him, Yalen was sprawled on the grass, stretching her small body. A few paces away, Hong Yi crouched over a pot, stirring the venison soup he had thrown together after hunting a deer. Anji and Zihan sat nearby, murmuring about something he didn't bother listening to. High above, perched on a low-hanging branch, Whiskey lazily chewed on a berry, his tail flicking in amusement. Yalen glanced up from the fire that was in the middle of them, meeting his gaze. I don't think it's much of a flaw, she said casually. Chenren frowned. What do you mean? Instead of answering, she purred. Use the technique. He raised an eyebrow. There was no hesitation in her tone, just quiet confidence. Well, there was no harm in trying. Without another word, he shut his eyes and exhaled slowly, letting his focus sink into the world around him. Ever since stepping into the chi refinement realm, everything had changed, almost as if the world has opened itself to him in terms of spiritual energy mixed in the air. He had even gotten better at recognizing different types of chi. It was eye-opening and felt like a whole different level of enlightenment before. It had been like looking at a river from a distance. He knew it was there, but it was unreachable. Now, he stood at the river's edge, able to dip his hands into the flow. And right now, he was searching for something specific. Star chi. It wasn't as easy to grasp as his lightning chi, which surged and crackled like a living storm within him. The celestial chi was distant, slow-moving, as if existing on a different plane. But as he focused, the mantra of Starlight Defense running through his mind, something shifted. A pull. The energy trickled toward him, slow but steady. He guided it into his body, moving it through his meridians, letting it flow across his skin. It was subtle at first, like cool mist settling over him. Then, as the technique took hold, the mist thickened. When he opened his eyes, his entire body shimmered with a faint bluish light. A transparent armor, woven from chi itself, clung to him, covering his vitals in an otherworldly glow. There was no weight to it, no restriction in movement, but he felt different, more protected, more stable. Yalen studied him for a moment, then nodded. Not bad. Looks like a solid technique. Chenren let out a breath, the glow flickering slightly. Yeah, it is. He flexed his fingers, watching the way the chi shifted over his knuckles before fading. But, like I said, the problem is during the day. There's barely any star or moon chi to draw from. It's not like my other techniques where I can just use my own expected chi. His voice was steady, but the frustration was there. A technique was only as useful as its availability, and this one, no matter how strong, came with a major limitation. He knew the sun was a star too, but for some reason, the chi was completely different than the one he would feel at night, and he wouldn't be able to use it. There's very little star chi in the air during the morning, Chenren said, shaking his head. That's the issue. Yalen didn't reply immediately. Instead, she gave him a long, narrowed-eyed look, the kind that made him shift uncomfortably. Then, with a pointed tone, she asked, "Do you really think that technique is so rigid?" Chenren frowned. "What do you mean?" She exhaled sharply, shaking her head. "I'll give you a hint." Her gaze flickered to the sky before closing. Earth-grade techniques are superior to mortal ones. Starting from this grade, techniques are thoroughly designed. None of them should have such a glaring flaw unless they're extremely specialized. That means there's already a way to use your defense technique in the day without losing effectiveness. You just have to think about it. Then she went quiet. She didn't elaborate, didn't offer any further clues, just sat there calmly, as if waiting for him to figure it out on his own. Chen Ren turned her words over in his mind. A way to use starlight defense in the morning. How? There was no way to create a star chi. At least, none that he knew of. Even if there was, he didn't have the ability to do it. He kept thinking, running through different possibilities. If he couldn't generate it, what could he do? He considered how the technique worked, pulling in celestial chi from the environment, shaping it into armor. Seconds turned to minutes as he thought of ways to use the technique at all periods. And then it hit him. He looked up sharply. The way to do it is to store star chi in my body so I can use it during the day. Yellen nodded, opening her eyes and looking at him. Exactly. It won't be easy, though. Star chi is expected your body isn't naturally aligned with it, but you can still store a limited amount, then recharge it at night. It's a good system, and while I think you'll get a better defensive technique eventually at your current realm, this one will protect you from most attacks, Chenren hummed, considering her words. She was right. Starlight defense wasn't perfect, but it was strong. If he could master this method, he'd have a reliable defense at all times. All right, he said, flexing his fingers. Let me try it. Closing his eyes again, he focused on the chi in the sky. The faint traces of star energy that lingered in the night air? It was distant but present, subtle but steady. He pulled it in, guiding it through his meridians, feeling the energy settle against his skin. This time, though, he didn't shape it into armor. Instead, he directed it inward, trying to absorb it into his body. But the moment the star chi entered him, it slipped away just as easily. He frowned and tried again, pulling in the energy, attempting to hold on to it. Again, it leaked out as if refusing to stay. Over and over, he repeated the process, adjusting, focusing. But each time, the chi escaped, like water slipping through cupped hands. Eventually, he exhaled sharply, opening his eyes. A thin sheen of sweat coated his forehead. It's not working, he admitted. Every time I take in the star chi, it just escapes again. Across from him, Yalen simply snickered. Did you really think it would be that easy? She tilted her head slightly and scoffed. Of course you need to practice. It won't stick right away. Chenren sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. He had expected a challenge, but this was trickier than he thought. Fortunately for you, Yalen continued, gesturing toward the carriage in the distance, we have a long journey ahead, plenty of time to get it right. Chenren let out a breath, nodding. Yeah, I guess I better start working on it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk throughout the journey, Chenren's focus remained on starlight defense. Each night, under the vast expanse of the sky, he worked to absorb more and more star chi, trying to store it within himself. At first, it was frustrating each time he gathered the energy. It slipped away before he could make use of it. But persistence paid off. Gradually, he refined his control. The trick, he realized, wasn't to store the excess star chi in his dantian, where it would dissipate too easily, but within his body itself. His skin, his veins, his very flesh became a reservoir, holding the celestial energy like a sponge soaking up water. With this method, the chi lingered longer, and when he called upon it, it responded instantly, forming the protective barrier without delay. By the time he had a firm grasp of the technique, they had reached their first destination, Black Lotus Town. It was a place known for two things: its barley, which was sought after by breweries across the region, and its blacksmiths, whose work was said to rival even sect forges. Obviously, that one was a rumor since there were only mortal blacksmiths in the town, but their skill was still considered to be high. More importantly, it was the place Hong Yi dreaded to come back to. His sect lay to the left of the town, built into the side of a mountain, looming in the distance, and due to that, the man's trepidation was understandable. As they moved through the streets, the air smelled of roasting grains and hot iron. And for what had to be the 100th time, Hong Yi asked, "Are you really sure about this?" Sihan walked beside Chenren on his left, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Anji had opted to rest at the inn with whiskey, exhausted from the long journey. As for Yelan, she had disappeared the moment they entered town, wandering off on her own, as usual. Chenren exhaled through his nose, glancing at Hong Yi. "I've already told you what I'm going to do." His gaze turned serious. "Do you really want to live the life of a deserter forever?" He expected Hong Yi to flinch at the words, but when he turned to look at him properly, he froze for the third time since they had entered the city. It wasn't Hong Yi standing next to him. The man beside him had a different faceplane, forgettable. His sharp features were gone, replaced with a smoother, almost regular look. He looked like every other guy on the street. Even his usual dark hair had disappeared, leaving him completely bald. But when he spoke again, his voice hadn't changed. "It's not that simple." Chen Ren's gaze flickered back to the street, taking a deep breath. "Skin mask is really a useful yet creepy artifact. It will take a bit of time to get used to Hong Yi looking so different." It was a cultivation tool one that Hong Yi had acquired at the same place he had found his inheritance. It was an artifact used by Meridian Expansion Realm cultivators, capable of altering a person's entire appearance with just a thought. Even other cultivators would struggle to see through its disguise, unless they were of a much higher realm or had a specialized technique. This was the reason Hong Yi had managed to evade his sect for so long, and the reason he dared to come so close to it now. Hong Yi sighed. "I don't want to be a deserter, but what you're planning, it's dangerous. What if it goes wrong?" His voice was quieter now. "They'll certainly be suspicious of you." Chen Ren met Hong Yi's concerned gaze and exhaled. "Yes, I'm aware," he admitted. "But I'm confident that if anything happens, I'll be able to run away. You already told me about all the escape routes I can take, and I'll have Yelan with me, so there's not much to worry about." Even as he said that, though, he was sorried. After all, his plan required him to willingly walk into the jaws of an established sect to discuss a deserter. Cultivators weren't exactly known for their patience, and he wouldn't put it past them to attack first and ask questions later. The only reason he was still going through with it was the combined protection of the cat and the plan he had carefully put together, one that relied entirely on his ability to act. Still, no point in making Hong Yi more anxious than he already was. Chen Ren patted him on the shoulder. "Just relax. You don't have to do anything. Focus on preparing for your spot in the Divine Coin Sect." Hong Yi hesitated before nodding. Just then, Chen Ren spotted what he had been looking for. A blacksmith shop. Weapons of all kinds were displayed in front of the open stall, their sharp edges gleaming under the torchlight. Behind them, a forge burned hot, illuminating the muscular silhouettes of several young apprentices hard at work. Sparks flew as they hammered away at glowing steel, their faces streaked with sweat. As Chen Ren approached, one of the apprentices, a lanky youth with soot on his face, looked up from his work and walked over. "What are you looking for? A sword? Armor? Mace?" Chen Ren shook his head. "None of that." His gaze flickered toward the forge. "I'm looking for the blacksmith who owns this shop. I have something to ask him." The boy frowned. "Master doesn't meet just anyone." Chen Ren's lips curled slightly. "I'm not just anyone. I'm a cultivator." At that, his expression shifted. He gave Chen Ren a once-over, then glanced at Zihan and Hong Yi. His eyes lingered Chen Ren again. After that, clearly sensing the quiet strength hidden beneath his composed exterior. Deciding this was well beyond his pay rate, he quickly turned and ran toward the forge. A moment later, a large, burly man stepped forward. His arms were thick with muscle and hair. His shirt rolled up to reveal the burns and scars. His beard was streaked with gray, but his posture carried the confidence of a man who had been forging weapons longer than most people had been alive. "I heard an esteemed cultivatorus looking for me," the blacksmith said, and eyed Chen Ren down. "I'm Forger Tai. How can I help you?" Chen Ren nodded. "I don't want to buy anything," he said, reaching into his robes. "I have a diagram here, and I'm wondering if you'd be able to make something similar." He pulled out a rolled-up parchment and handed it over. The blacksmith took it with a grunt, unrolling it, his brow furrowed as he examined the sketch, his gaze tracing every line, every detail. After a long moment, he muttered, "This isn't any weapon I've seen before." Tai lifted his head, looking at Chen Ren with narrowed eyes. "What can it even do?" Chen Ren tapped the diagram. "It's a ranged weapon," he explained. "It fires projectiles into the air faster than any bow, and it has lethal explosive power." The blacksmith frowned, squinting at the lines and notations on the parchment. He turned the diagram sideways as if that would help him understand it better, then scratched his beard. "A ranged weapon with explosive power!" Chen Ren nodded. Tai muttered something under his breath and kept studying the sketch. He asked a few questions: how the projectiles were launched, what kind of force it used, what materials were needed. But the more Chen Ren answered, the more his frown deepened. His thick fingers traced the lines of the design, his brows knitting together in concentration. But in the end, he let out a heavy sigh. "I'm sorry," he admitted, shaking his head. "I don't think I can make this. I'm only good with practical weapons, blades, axes, hammers. This looks like some sort of cultivation artifact." Chen Ren's brows furrowed. He hadn't expected that response. It wasn't an artifact, not really just something this world hadn't seen before. But even if he tried to explain further, it was clear the blacksmith wouldn't be able to craft it. So, he nodded. "I understand." Turning to his comrades, he said, "Let's try more shops." Black Lotus Town was known for its blacksmiths. Surely one of them had to be capable of making the weapon. But as they moved from one forge to the next, they received the same responses. Every blacksmith looked at the diagram with confusion, some with curiosity, but all of them eventually admitted defeat. No one could say with confidence that they could craft such a weapon. By the time they left the last shop, the sun had dipped lower in the sky. Chen Ren exhaled, glancing at Hong Yi and Zihan. "It seems like we'll have no luck here," he said. "Unfortunate," Hong Yi nodded, but Zihan tilted his head slightly, eyes flicking back to the rolled-up diagram. "What even is that weapon?" "Sect Leader Chen." Chen Ren looked at him for a moment before answering. "One of the deadliest weapons in the world. There's no production of it in the Empire yet, but once I find someone capable of making it, our sect will become very formidable." "That's strong?" Zihan asked. Chen Ren could see the adrenaline that rushed to his eyes at the mention of power. He nodded at that. Hong Yi, however, remained thoughtful, eyes distant. Chen Ren placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Either way, let's leave the weapon for later," he said. "For now, we need to deal with your Blood Iron sect and make you a free man." Hong Yi inhaled slowly, then nodded. "All right, let's do it!" Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 72. After a night's stay in Black Lotus Town, the group finally set off toward their main destination. However, when they reached a fork in the road, Chen Ren and Yalan separated from the carriage, choosing to travel on foot toward the Blood Iron sect. None of the others followed. Anji and Zihan remained behind. Whiskey looked tempted to tag along, but a single glare from Yalan made the squirrel reconsider. As for Hong Yi, he stayed in the carriage without hesitation. He had no intention of following Chen Ren into a place that could very well be his deathbed. Instead, he just gave directions to the sect, ensuring Chen Ren knew where to go. With that, the two of them moved toward the sect alone. Despite its intimidating name, the Blood Iron sect was not a faction that specialized in blood arts. Their cultivation method focused primarily on defensive techniques, deriving strength from the resilience of iron itself. According to Hong Yi, the blood part of the name had only been added centuries ago. when a blood-aspected cultivator rose to the position of sect leader. That alone told Chen Ren one thing: this sect was old. It wasn't a guardian sect like the Soaring Sword sect, but it had its own history, its own standing, and more importantly, its own reputation. That meant dealing with them would be far trickier. As they walked, Chenren mentally rehearsed his plan over and over again. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. The path took them through a small thicket of forest, winding steadily toward the mountains in the distance. Unlike the Soaring Sword sect, which was built atop a flattened peak, the Blood Iron sect was located within the mountain itself. Chen Ren didn't know whether that was due to the sect's cultivation style, or simply because they hadn't found a better location. Either way, it posed a problem. With a sect carved directly into a mountain, his escape options would be limited. While Hongyi had provided some information on the exits, Chen Ren wasn't confident that he'd be able to slip away if things turned south, especially not as easily as Hongyi had described. Still, he pressed on. The forest was quiet, too quiet, and they did what anyone would do: keep an eye for any beasts. As they walked inside, there were no signs of wild beasts or spirit creatures lurking in the shadows. That meant either the sect had eliminated them, or they had long since fled, unwilling to reside near cultivators. Either way, it worked in Chen Ren's favor. An easier path meant a faster journey. After trekking for half a day, they finally neared the sect's entrance. Chen Ren paused, scanning the area to get his bearings. That was when Yelin's voice cut through the silence. "I sense a barrier up ahead." Chen Ren turned to her. "A barrier?" She nodded. "Yes, probably a defensive formation protecting the sect. Wealthier sects always place protective arrays around their territory in case of a surprise attack. If you try to approach, you'll be stopped by the barrier, then disciples should be alerted." Chen Ren nodded. "Then that means it's time to start the plan." Yelin gave a slow nod, though reluctance crossed her eyes. Still, she didn't protest. Instead, a soft glow of qi surrounded her body, and her form began to shrink. Within moments, the elegant feline was gone, replaced by what appeared to be an ordinary but a very cute kitten. Chen Ren blinked, then instinctively reached out, scratching under her chin. Swat! Her claws batted his hand away, and she gave him a sharp glare. It left a light scratch on his hand. "Don't waste time," she said. "Let's go fast, so we can get out early." Chen Ren let out a small chuckle, but complied. He carefully picked her up and tucked her inside the inner pocket of his robe, feeling a faint pulse of energy wrap around him as he did. It was warm, reassuring even, and he allowed himself a small smile. "I can do this," he muttered to himself. Then, reaching into his robes, he retrieved the skin mask he had taken from Hongyi. The item looked like nothing more than a thin, flexible sheet. Yet as soon as he pressed it against his skin and activated his qi, it adhered to his face, its magic taking hold. He fed it a command, shaping his appearance into that of a slightly middle-aged man. There was no immediate sensation of change. His face felt the same, his features familiar. Yet when he touched his skin, it was rougher, textured like that of an older man. The transformation had worked. He touched his chin, outer corners of his lips and his cheeks. He felt the way his face had changed. With everything in place, Chen Ren strode forward, heading toward the mountain in the distance. It only took 5 minutes for Yalin's warning to prove true. Thud! He struck something unseen, an invisible barrier that rippled slightly upon contact, confirming its presence. He didn't try to force his way through. Instead, he waited. Sure enough, it wasn't long before 2 figures approached. Both were young men, clad in black robes that bore the crest of the Blood Iron sect, a stylized iron hammer with a faint red streak running through it like a river of blood. Their postures were rigid, their expressions unreadable. A single glance at their aura told him what they were. Body-forging realm cultivators, likely outer disciples, assigned to patrol duty. As they came to stand before him, Chen Ren didn't speak immediately. Instead, he observed them closely, waiting for them to address him first. He stood still, hands tucked into his sleeves. The air around him was cool, the mountain breeze carrying the faint scent of damp stone and pine. He could hear the soft rustle of leaves in the distance, the occasional chirp of a bird, But beyond that, the world was quiet. Too quiet. One of them, the taller of the two, let his gaze linger on Chen Ren for a moment before speaking. "Who are you?" His voice was rough, edged with the confidence of someone used to turning people away. "This is Blood Iron sect territory. No one other than sect members is allowed here." Chen Ren didn't smile. Instead, his frown deepened. "I'm just a traveling cultivator," he said. "I have an important matter to discuss with your sect leader." The shorter disciple scoffed, folding his arms. "What sect are you from?" "I'm a rogue cultivator." Chen Ren met his gaze without hesitation. "Take me to your sect leader." For a moment, silence stretched between them. Then, almost in sync, the two disciples burst into laughter. "Our sect leader doesn't meet just any old man cultivator or not." The taller one smirked, arms still crossed as if the matter was already settled. Chen Ren arched a brow. "Old man?" His voice carried no anger, but there was a weight to his words, a sharpness just beneath the surface. "It seems your sect has failed to teach you how to speak to others properly, especially ones who can kill you without any trouble." The taller disciple's smirk faltered, his eyes narrowed. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Ren didn't answer right away. Instead, he exhaled softly, letting his chi pulse outward. It wasn't much, just a thin ripple, a sliver of the pressure he had learned to control under Yelin's guidance. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. The smiles died. Both disciples stiffened as a crushing force pressed down on them, invisible but undeniable. The air around them grew heavy, like the weight of a mountain had settled on their shoulders. Their feet slid half a step back before they could stop themselves. Their breathing hitched. Their fingers twitched. Cold sweat formed at their temples. "This isn't even 1% of my power?" He looked at the two, lowering his chi flare. "You would be wise to take me to your sect leader." The shorter disciple swallowed hard, his previous arrogance cracking. The taller one clenched his jaw, fists tight at his sides, as if debating whether to argue or comply. Then Chen Ren spoke again, this time dropping the final piece. "Tell them I'm here because of one of your disciples, Hong Yi." Their faces changed instantly. The shorter one didn't hesitate. He turned on his heel and sprinted back toward the sect, moving with the urgency of someone who knew this wasn't a matter to be taken lightly. The taller one remained, lips pressed into a thin line, his earlier bravado gone. Chen Ren didn't bother with him. He simply waited. Then, from within his robes, Yelin's voice brushed against his mind. "You should have crippled one of them if you're acting like a big shot." Chen Ren didn't react outwardly, only responding through their shared link. "I don't know if any of them have a powerful backer. I'm not here to start a war. I'm not stupid. I know how to pick my battles. Let me play the part of a calm but scary rogue cultivator." Yalin made a small, unimpressed noise in his mind but didn't argue. And so, with nothing left to do, Chen Ren stood at the sect's doorstep, waiting. As he waited, the stillness of the mountain path was soon broken by hurried footsteps. The disciple who had run off earlier was returning, and beside him strode a man who looked like an elder. The man's robe bore the same deep black as the disciple's, but his was embroidered with shiny silver symbols on the front, giving it an air of authority. His movements were composed, but his sharp gaze flickered over Chen Ren, assessing him with every step. Stopping a few feet away, the elder inclined his head in a formal bow. "I am Elder Kang Lenshi of the Blood Iron sect." He looked at Chen Ren from top to bottom and met his eyes again. "I have been told you are here regarding Hong Yi." Chen Ren nodded. "Yes, I need to speak with your sect leader regarding him." "Is he available?" Elder Kang's eyes barely shifted, but Chen Ren caught the flicker of hesitation in them. The man was trying to sense his cultivation level, carefully deciding whether this was someone he could dismiss or someone that he should be cautious about. It was a smart move, looking to one honed by years of experience with rogue cultivators. Therefore, Chen Ren decided to make things easier for him. With a subtle movement, he cupped his hands, giving Yalin the signal. A split second later, a wave of invisible pressure pulsed from his body. It wasn't his own strength, but Yalin's controlled, heavy, and precise. just enough to leave an oppressive weight in the air. Elder Kang's face went pale instantly. His back stiffened, his nostrils flaring just slightly small signs of fear. He probably thought he was hiding well. Then, with a quick nod, he forced himself into a more respectful stance. Yes, the sect leader is available. Please come with me, honored cultivator. The shift in tone was immediate. Even the way he looked at Shenren, it all changed in a millisecond. Reaching into his sleeve, Elder Kang retrieved a small bronze token engraved with a faint, swirling rune. He held it out with both hands. Please hold this as you step forward, he instructed. Shenren took the token, its surface cool against his fingers. As soon as he gripped it, he stepped forward, and the once imperceptible barrier around the sect parted for him, allowing him through without resistance. The elder gestured for him to follow. This way! Shenren walked behind him as they approached the mountain, the path growing steeper with every step. A massive arch-shaped entrance yawned before them, a dark, gaping hole in the stone, large enough to accommodate multiple people walking side by side. Shenren eyed the entrance. Without pausing, Elder Kang stepped inside, and Shenren followed. The moment he crossed the threshold, he realized just how vast the tunnel truly was. The ceiling stretched high above them, supported by massive stone pillars reinforced with thick iron veins, pulsing and pulsating. He could tell that the whole place was infused with qi. The air inside was cooler, maybe because of its location regardless. He felt chills. Soon, they were walking down a path that was sloped downward, leading further underground rather than straight into the mountain. As they walked, Elder Kang finally spoke again. Honored cultivator, he began, and looked at Shenren, offering a gentle smile that didn't reach his eyes. You mentioned you are here to discuss Hongyi. May I ask what this is about? Shenren didn't answer immediately. He let the silence linger, watching how the elder's hands subtly clenched and unclenched at his sides, a sign that he was trying to keep his composure. Then finally, Shenren spoke. Hongyi is a very important cultivator of your sect, is he? He asked. Elder Kang nodded. Yes, he has been missing for some time, and we are all deeply concerned for him. Shenren fought back the urge to chuckle at Elder Kang's blatant lie. Deep concern for Hongyi, right? More like they were scrambling to figure out what happened to him, just so they could find him if he was alive. Still, he didn't call the elder out on it. Instead, he offered a short nod, appearing to be respectful and polite. I'll speak directly with your sect leader. Ah, yes, of course, Elder Kang said, but his lips pressed into a thin line. Shenren thought the man would be more keen on arguing. But no. With a gesture, he led Chen further down the sloping tunnel. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They walked for what felt like ages, the tunnel stretching endlessly before them. The walls, though rough, bore clear signs of human craftsmanship, chiseling marks still faintly visible on the stone. Here and there, iron sconces held flickering lanterns, their weak yellow glow creating long shadows, and all Shenren could smell was damp earth and boiling oil. Then, the tunnel widened. Shenren stepped forward, and his breath hitched slightly. Beneath him, an entire underground city stretched out like a hidden world. Wow, it's an entire city developed at that. Buildings, cut straight from the stone, lined the cave inside of the mountain in neat rows. Some structures were reinforced with dark wood, their rooftops decorated with banners bearing the sect's insignia. The streets were alive with movement disciples in black robes hurried about, their hushed voices creating a low murmur that filled the chamber. Further ahead, bridges of sturdy iron filled across deep crevices, connecting different sections of the city. The faint sound of running water echoed through the area, suggesting an underground river somewhere in the depths. Shenren didn't have time to take it all in. Elder Kang barely paused, guiding him toward another tunnel on the far side of the city. They passed rows of tall, robed figures standing guard, their eyes flickering toward him in curiosity, but saying nothing. Finally, after another stretch of walking, they reached a chamber carved into the stone. The elder pushed open a heavy wooden door, revealing a modestly elegant room inside. Shenren stepped in, his gaze flicking over the space. The walls were smoothly polished, engraved with faint carvings of flowing clouds and mountain peaks. A dark wooden table sat in the center, surrounded by cushioned chairs. A single lantern hung overhead. Everything here was designed with subtle refinement. Not overly extravagant, but not entirely plain either. Elder Kang gestured to one of the chairs. "Please, have a seat. The sect leader will be with you shortly." Chen Ren nodded and sat down. The former's lips curled into a polite smile. "You must have come a long way. Please rest here until I return." Without waiting for a response, the elder turned and left, closing the door behind him. Chen Ren leaned back slightly, his eyes sweeping over the room. Yelin's voice rang in his mind. "I believe everything is going smoothly so far." "Yes," he replied mentally, his eyes taking it all in. "But the most important part is still ahead." As they conversed, the door creaked open once again. This time, it wasn't the elder. A young disciple, a woman entered, carrying a small lacquered tray. On it sat a delicate porcelain teapot and 2 matching cups. Without a word, she placed them on the table, bowed low, and silently retreated, closing the door behind him. Chen Ren's gaze fell to the steaming cup of tea. He didn't touch it, even though the faint aroma of the tea was tempting. He knew better. For all his posturing as a rogue cultivator, his mind could still be manipulated, and there were poisons and mind-numbing herbs that could affect even someone of his supposed level. He wasn't about to take that risk. Instead, he merely watched the steam curl into the air, waiting patiently for what was to come next. But as time passed, the quietness of the room expanded. Everything felt too still, even his own heartbeat that was beating heavily in his ears. He had to calm down. Therefore, he focused on his breath inhale and exhale. Seconds stretched into minutes until, at last, the door creaked open again. This time, 2 figures entered. The first was Elder Kang. He carried himself with stiff authority. But Chen Ren noticed how his shoulders were slightly tense, as if wary of how this meeting would unfold. But it was the man beside him who truly caught Chen Ren's attention, broad-shouldered and towering. The second figure radiated raw strength. His bald head gleamed under the lantern's glow, and his thick brows were turned into a frown. Unlike the elder, he wore a heavier, more designed robe, its darker fabric filled with embroidered iron-like patterns, almost as if to mirror the name of the sect itself. Chen Ren could tell immediately. This man didn't need weapons. Even through the heavy fabric of his robes, the sheer density of his muscles was apparent. His chest and abdomen were solid as iron, and each step he took made the wooden floor groan slightly beneath his weight. He just knew this man had abs beneath all that robe. This was someone who had trained his body to the peak of its limits. The sect leader. The man gave a small nod in greeting before speaking. "I am the sect leader Ma Tianhai of the Blood Iron sect. I apologize for not providing you with better hospitality. I did not know such an esteemed cultivator would be visiting our humble sect." Chen Ren remained seated, nodding in return. "I am Rin Ho," he said, smoothly offering the fake name he had prepared, "a rogue cultivator with an important matter to discuss." Sect leader Ma's gaze remained steady, but his interest was clear. "I assume this is about one of our disciples, Hong Yi." Chen Ren gave a slow nod. Ma Tianhai moved toward a chair across from him and sat down, the wooden frame creaking slightly under his weight. His presence dominated the space, yet his posture remained composed, not aggressive. Beside him, Elder Kang stiffened slightly. His eyes flickered toward Ma Tianhai before quickly darting away, his expression betraying the barest hint of unease. Chen Ren caught the silent exchange. A subtle glance, a tightening of the jaw, a slight flinch. "Can you tell me what happened to him first?" Chen Ren asked. "Elder Kang informed me that he has gone missing." Chen Ren didn't miss it. The way Ma Tianhai visibly tensed, fingers twitching against his sleeve before quickly masking his reaction. Then, after a beat, he gave a slow nod and locked eyes with Chen Ren. "Yes," he finally said. "Hong Yi was on a mission in a nearby city when he disappeared. We have searched extensively for him. After all, he was one of our most talented and promising core disciples." Then his gaze sharpened. "Do you have any further information about him?" Chen Ren nodded. "Yes, I do have information." He let the words settle for a moment, giving them weight. Then, with a slight sigh, he added, though I doubt you will like it, considering how much you seem to care about him." He watched them closely as he spoke the next words. "Hongyi is dead." The room, once filled with a quiet but steady tension, shifted in an instant. The elder's breath caught. His lips parted as if to say something, but he didn't speak. Ma Tianhai's reaction was more controlled. His shoulders barely tensed, his posture remaining firm. But his eyes sharpened, an almost imperceptible flicker of something deeper flashing through them. Chen Ren didn't stop. "I found his corpse in the blind forest, far from here." He sighed again. He was shredded. Bite marks covered his body, deep gouges of torn flesh and cracked bone. Half of him was already gone, clearly devoured by a grade 5 beast. I believe it was a green-fanged direwolf, though I could be wrong. But the teeth marks and the size of the paw prints embedded in the ground matched its kind. It was fresh. Even his head was missing. All that remained was his torso, barely recognizable. His ribs snapped open, his insides hollowed out. Elder Kang inhaled sharply. Chen Ren's eyes went to him and immediately saw it. The way the man's fingers curled into fists at his sides, the slight paling of his skin. It was a natural reaction to hearing about a disciple's gruesome fate, but he wasn't convinced it was purely grief. Still, he continued, watching every twitch, every subtle movement. I only managed to identify him because I found a sect crest on his remains, with his name engraved on it. He reached into his robes, slowly pulling out the blood-stained metal emblem he had retrieved. He placed it on the table between them. The soft clink of metal meeting wood was the only sound in the room as no one spoke. The air grew thick, almost suffocating Chen Ren. Elder Kang turned, locking eyes with Ma Tianhai. It was quick, just a single glance, but it was enough. Chen Ren caught it. The tension in their postures, the way their gazes held for a fraction too long, the silent conversation passing between them. This wasn't the reaction of a grieving sect leader and elder. Chen Ren kept his face neutral, but inwardly, he honed in on the exchange, the way Ma Tianhai's brows furrowed just slightly before smoothing over, the faint twitch in the elder's fingers, the subtle shift in their auras, as if thinking, adjusting, deciding. If they believed what Chen Ren was telling them, then his escape would be smooth, effortless. No suspicions, no lingering doubts, just a rogue cultivator delivering unfortunate news before vanishing into the wind. More importantly, Hongyi would finally be free from the chains that had bound him for years. Dead men carried no burdens, but if they refused to accept the story, if they questioned him, picked apart his words, dug deeper, then cracks would form. And if they kept digging long enough, they'd find him. That wasn't an option. So he waited. His breathing was steady, his posture relaxed but not careless. His face remained unreadable, his expression carefully controlled, detached, neutral. If he showed sadness, it would be unnatural. A rogue cultivator mourning a stranger? Suspicious. If he appeared too indifferent, they might think he was hiding something. Dangerous. So he struck a balance, calm, firm, but with just enough weight in his words to make them believe he had at least some respect for the dead. A messenger delivering ill tidings, nothing more. All the while, his thoughts churned and he prayed and prayed. Then, finally, after what felt like an eternity, Ma Tianhai turned back to him. His face had changed. Gone was the momentary flicker of shock, replaced by a pointed stare. Chen Ren felt their calculative stares in his bones. Then he spoke. "Why should I believe you, Rinho?" Note. There was a small mention of why he can't get star chi in morning because sun is a star in previous chapter. There is a reason for it. And you can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 73. Chen Ren had thought long and hard about how to free Hongyi from the grasp of the Blood Iron sect. There were few options available to him. He could openly poach the young cultivator without a care in the world, daring the Blood Iron sect to challenge him, an act of arrogance that only someone far stronger could afford. And he very well knew that wasn't going to work. He could attempt to negotiate with Ma Tianhai, pleading his case like a merchant, haggling over a prized treasure, which had a higher chance of failing than working. Or he could take the most direct approach, forcing them to let go, one way or another. But all of these paths had one glaring flaw. He wasn't strong enough. Power dictated the rules in the cultivation world, and right now, he didn't have enough of it to impose his will and stand against a well-known sect. So, he had settled on a different plan, one built on a single, simple thought. The sect couldn't look for Hong Yi if he was already dead. Of course, it was a lie. But a lie only mattered if it was exposed, if he was caught. But this was better than all the other options he came up with. The real challenge lay in making them believe it. Now, as he sat in the heart of the Blood Iron sect, facing Ma Tianhai himself, he felt the weight of his gamble pressing down on him. The man before him, sect leader Ma Tianhai, was a figure of quiet menace, his aura coiling through the hall like an unseen serpent. "Why should I believe you, Rinho?" A formless pressure settled over Chen Ren's shoulders, threatening to drive him into the floor. His muscles stiffened, his breath hitching for just a moment, before another force pushed back against the pressure. Yalen! The tension in his chest eased as her chi wrapped around him like an invisible shield, steadying his mind. He couldn't let the man know he was affected. He took a breath, lifting his gaze to meet Ma Tianhai's eyes. Then, in a calm, neutral tone, he spoke. "Sect leader Ma, I am not here to convince you. I am merely delivering the news of one of your disciples' deaths, because it is a righteous act, and my responsibility as the one who confirmed it." He forced his vocals to remain even. "If I were lying, do you think I would be sitting here in the very heart of your sect? Are you truly willing to offend me when I am doing your sect a favor?" As he said the last words, a silence fell over. Both Elder Kang and sect leader Ma exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. The oppressive force in the room did not dissipate entirely, but it loosened, just enough for Chen Ren to know his words had landed. Ma Tianhai's eyes turned towards him, dark and unreadable. Then, slowly, he exhaled and lowered his gaze just a fraction. "You misunderstand me, fellow Taoist," he said. His fingers curled slightly against the armrest of his chair before relaxing. His gaze flickered downward, and for the first time, a trace of something almost human appeared in his expression. "Hong Yi was one of our most important disciples. Hearing of his death like this is difficult to accept." The chamber remained silent for a long moment. Then, sect leader Ma's voice cut through the air. "Can you give us more details on his death?" he asked. "Where did you find him? And what did you do with his corpse?" Chen Ren nodded slightly, as if he had expected the question. He exhaled, keeping his expression neutral as he leaned back just a fraction. "Well," he began, "I can say for sure that he died to a beast." From the tracks, it was clear that he had been chased for quite a while before the end. He let that information hang in the air before adding, "I believe it happened about a year ago." Ma Tianhai's expression did not shift, but Chen Ren caught the slight tightening of Elder Kang's jaw. "Unfortunately," he continued, "I don't know what he was doing there. As for the location, it was west of the heart of the Blind Forest. I had ventured deeper myself, looking for certain herbs for a concoction I was brewing, a lie that the Iron Blood sect had no way of knowing." "And his corpse?" Ma Tianhai asked, his gaze sharpening. Chen Ren met his eyes without hesitation. "I burned it." A sharp intake of breath came from Elder Kang. The man paled visibly, his fingers twitching against his robes. Sect leader Ma's eyes narrowed for a split second before his expression smoothed once more. "You burned it?" Chen Ren nodded. "Yes. By the time I found him, only bits of his flesh remained. According to cultivation customs, cremation was the proper choice." His voice remained steady, as if the decision had been entirely reasonable. "I had no artifacts capable of preserving his body long enough to bring him here, so I did what was necessary." A slow exhale came from Ma Tianhai. He did not speak immediately, but there was a subtle stiffness in his posture, a tightness at the corner of his mouth. "That is really, really unfortunate," he said at last. Before the weight of those words could settle, Elder Kang from behind suddenly spoke. Taoist! The man paused, then continued, his voice holding an unmistakable edge. May I ask you something? Chen Ren inclined his head slightly. Of course, Elder. Elder Kang studied him for a moment, then leaned forward. Why did it take a full year for you to bring this news to us? His eyes gleamed with something sharp, an unspoken suspicion, perhaps. Our Blood Iron sect might not be as grand as a Guardian sect, but it is hardly obscure. It wouldn't have been difficult for someone as esteemed and powerful as yourself to find us. At that, even Ma Tianhai turned his gaze back to Chen Ren, waiting for his answer. Chen Ren did not hesitate. He had expected this. His lips curled into an easy smile, his eyes remaining relaxed as he replied, As I mentioned, I was searching for rare materials in the forest at the time. Afterward, I entered secluded cultivation. I only emerged last week, and as soon as I did, I made my way here to inform you. He let his expression turn just a fraction apologetic, but his voice held firm resolve. I understand the delay may be frustrating, but I trust you understand. My personal cultivation will always be my highest priority. Elder Kang squinted at him, but Ma Tianhai only exhaled through his nose. Nodding once, that is fair. Another voice, soft as silk, brushed against Chen Ren's mind. You're doing well. Yalin's tone carried amusement, but he ignored her, keeping his posture steady. The moment required his full focus. Ma Tianhai glanced at Elder Kang beside him, then turned back to Chen Ren. Wait here for a moment. Chen remained silent as Elder Kang stood, stepping away from his seat and exiting through one of the side doors. A brief hush filled the hall. When Elder Kang returned, he carried something in his hands. A map. Chen Ren's gaze flickered over it as Elder Kang unfurled it carefully, revealing the details of a vast, sprawling forest. Elder Kang's finger tapped against a specific area. The Blaine Forest. Ma Tianhai's gaze swept over the unfurled map, then shifted back to Chen Ren. Taoist, he said evenly. Can you point to the location where you found Hong Yi's corpse? And where did you encounter the beast? Chen Ren gave a slow nod, stepping forward to study the map. He didn't hesitate. Hesitation would only breed suspicion. Instead, he moved his finger with confidence, tapping a particular area within the forest. Around here. His voice was steady, his tone matter-of-fact. As for the beast that killed him, I don't know its exact den, but it was a green-fanged direwolf, a very powerful creature. Both Ma Tianhai and Elder Kang exchanged a look before nodding. The following half-hour passed with them, pressing for more details. They asked about the beast, whatever it had left as proof when it was gone. They inquired about the forest's dangerous paths, notable landmarks, known settlements near the area. Each question was answered smoothly, effortlessly. Chen Ren had already constructed the entire narrative in his mind before even stepping foot in the sect. He was careful to provide just enough detail to make it believable, while avoiding anything that could be easily disproved. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. When their questions finally dwindled, he glanced up, offering them a polite smile. I believe you now have a solid idea of where you can find the beast, he said. I would love to stay longer, but I have other commitments to attend to. He fully expected them to try to detain him, either out of lingering suspicion or a desire to leverage his strength. But to his mild surprise, sect leader Ma only gave a slight nod. Thank you, Taoist, he said sincerely. You have done a great service to my sect today. Please return any time. The Blood Iron sect will do its utmost to accommodate all your needs. Chen Ren's lips curled into a gentle smile. Thank you for your hospitality, sect leader Ma Tianhai. Now, I should take my leave. Elder Kang beside Ma Tianhai stepped forward. Allow me to escort you? Chen Ren inclined his head in acknowledgement, but remained alert as they walked together through the sect grounds. He observed everything. The disciples training in courtyards, the neatly maintained pathways, the defensive formations embedded into the walls. Yet, throughout the entire escort, nothing seemed amiss. No hushed conversations, no discreet gestures signaling hidden intent. Still, he maintained his composure, answering Elder Kang's occasional small talk with casual politeness until they reached the sect's barrier. At the boundary, Elder King came to a halt, bowing slightly. "Thank you, Taoist. Safe travels." Chen Ren returned the bow with the appropriate level of respect, then stepped through the barrier. Only once he had put some distance between himself and the sect did he exhale deeply. The breath he hadn't even realized he had been holding. He was calm, but his mind was already working through the next steps. They'll check the locations I pointed out. That was inevitable. The Blood Iron sect would send people to verify his claims, to look for any traces that the incident had truly occurred as he described. But he wasn't concerned. He had accounted for this from the beginning. Hongyi himself had told me he passed by the edge of the blind forest while fleeing. He hid in a cave near the entrance for a week. If the sect conducted an investigation, they would find villages and towns near that region. Some of the locals might vaguely recall seeing a cultivator in Blood Iron sect robes heading into the forest. That alone would lend credibility to his words. And if they searched for the beast, they might find it. Beasts of that level do inhabit the area, but what could they even do with it? Hongyi's metaphorical remains had long been digested, his tracks erased by time. Even if the sect suspected that verifying the full truth was futile, they would still go through the motions. It was their last-ditch attempt to confirm that Hongyi was dead, and they would never get their hands on the inheritance. Now, only one major problem left. As Chen Ren walked deeper into the forest, he slipped a hand into his robe and pulled out Yalen. He looked at the small kitten and fought the urge to pet it once again before he whispered, "You think they're following us?" The little kitten stretched in her palm, her amber eyes searching behind. "Yes," she replied without hesitation, "but I'll deal with them. They won't send anyone too strong, so it'll be easy. They won't even know what hit them." Chen Ren gave a slight nod. He didn't need to say more. Yalen already knew what to do. With a flicker of movement, she crawled down his arm and disappeared into the underbrush. While moving away, he saw how her size increased to normal. He continued walking, his ears tuned for anything out of place. Minutes passed, then 10, then 20. By the time 30 minutes had gone by, a faint sense of unease began to creep in. Did something go wrong? Just as the thought took root, a rustling in the trees made him pause. His muscles tensed instinctively, but before he could react, a familiar figure dropped soundlessly in front of him. Yalen had returned without a scratch. "They sent 3 disciples," she reported casually, "all at the Qi refinement realm. The last one was a bit tricky, probably had some kind of stealth technique, but I disposed of him. When they wake up, they won't even know what hit them." She stretched lazily on the ground. "Ma Tianhai will probably assume you noticed them and handled it yourself. And if he has half a brain, he won't bother with you any further." Chen Ren exhaled quietly and nodded. "Let's keep moving." They continued their way out of the forest. Even though Yilan had assured him there was no one tailing them, Chen Ren found himself glancing over his shoulder more than once. A habit born of caution rather than fear. Only when they finally stepped into the outskirts of the small town did he let his shoulders relax. This time, instead of slipping into an alley, he walked straight toward the inn they had booked earlier. Moving with purpose, he headed for their room, pushing the door open before stepping inside. Only then did he reach up, remove his mask, and let out a long breath. I felt stuffed in that. "Fuck, it was horrible," he muttered, running a hand through his hair and his face, and then he straightened. "Anyway, we should get to the carriage. They're probably worrying by now." Yalen smirked. "Then let's not keep them waiting." He nodded, and with that they made their way out of the town. The road stretched before them, quiet under the waning moonlight. Chen Ren ran for an hour, his movements swift yet steady, conserving energy as he covered the distance. Eventually, the familiar outline of a slow-moving carriage came into view. As he neared, Zihan caught sight of him first, a knowing smile tugging at her lips as he looked back from driving the carriage. Chen Ren merely nodded and signaled for it to stop and stood right beside it. The doors creaked open, and one by one, the others stepped out. Hongyi was the first to approach him, his gaze wary, yet undeniably hopeful. "So," Hongyi asked, moving from one foot to another. The man was clearly eager to know what had gone down with his previous sect. He knew how dangerous it had been for Chen Ren to go alone. considering that one little, subtle mistake could cost him his life. Chen Ren met his eyes evenly and licked his lips that had been dried due to the wind. Well, what do you think, considering I'm standing here? For a moment, Hong Yi's face twisted with disbelief. He didn't want to trust the words, but the proof was undeniable. Chen Ren was right in front of him, alive and well. It took some time, but I sold the story. They'll probably head to Blaine Forest to verify it, but we'll be far gone by then. If you stay careful and keep a low profile for a while, you won't have any problems. A sharp breath escaped Hong Yi. His shoulders slackened, and for the first time since their escape, the tension in his body truly faded. Chen Ren caught the subtle tremble in his hands, the way his eyes glistened as emotion welled up. Then, suddenly, Hong Yi dropped into a deep bow. You don't. He stayed there. Thank you, sect leader Chen, he said while his voice quivered with emotions. I, Hong Yi, won't disappoint you. Chen Ren smiled faintly, shaking his head. I hope you don't, he replied, and placed his hand on top of Hong Yi's shoulder. Because I took a real risk for you. Hong Yi straightened, clenching his fists and nodding. I'll make sure to prove my usefulness. Chen Ren's smirk widened. You will. After all, we'll have plenty of opportunities where we'll need your puppets. Yes, sect leader Chen Ren. Anything you say, I will do. You've saved my life. Well, as long as you stay out of trouble, that is. He let the words hang for a moment before exhaling and stretching his arms. But first of all, we have alcohol to sell. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, An. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Chapter 74. After being in this world for a while, Chen Ren had realized that despite there being a royal family at the center of the empire, the distribution of power in every big city and its nearby region was different depending on the clans and sects that dominated them. For example, even though Cloud Mist City had a city lord, there was no denying that the Soaring Sword sect held a much stronger claim to power, being the guardian sect of the region. Like Cloud Mist City, many other cities either had dominant clans or nearby sects sitting at the true center of power. Even when a city lord bore a noble title and officially governed, they could rarely act without considering these clans, organizations that had spent centuries cultivating generations of powerful individuals. Their deep-rooted history made them a force that couldn't be ignored. Now that he thought about it, Red Peak City Chen Ren's home was much the same. The Chen clan controlled most aspects of governance, despite the presence of an appointed city lord. It wasn't that city lords held no power. In some cities, their influence far outweighed that of sects or clans, but in most, it was either a delicate balance, a 50-50 symbiotic relationship, or the clans remained the real heavyweights in the region. Unfortunately, Ashen City fell into the latter category, with a few dominant clans holding the reins of power. It wasn't necessarily bad for Chen Ren except for one issue. These clans were used to having their way. With their wealth and their cultivators, they had established a near monopoly on businesses in the city and surrounding settlements. Even during his journey toward Ashen City, he had noticed numerous small towns and trade hubs where businesses were clearly owned by these clans, particularly the Jew clan. The Jew clan was, without a doubt, the most powerful faction in Ashen City. More importantly, they owned a staggering number of pubs and taverns. If he could strike a business deal with them, he would have a constant market for his alcohol. But before he could dream of making a fortune and advancing his cultivation, he had to figure out a way to get their attention. What are you thinking, sect leader Chen? Chen Ren blinked, pulled from his thoughts by Anji's voice. He turned to her, briefly considering his words before speaking, just thinking about this place and the powers that occupy it. As he spoke, he swept his gaze outside the carriage window, taking in the sight of Ashen City. They had entered the city a while back, and through the carriage's wooden frame, he could see just how bustling the streets were. Merchant stalls lined the roads. People weaved between buildings, and the energy of trade and power warmed the air. If he wanted to carve a place for himself here, he needed to act carefully. Yet, beneath the lively facade, something darker clung to the air. A thin layer of black soot floated through the city, barely perceptible unless one truly focused. It did not choke the lungs nor cloud the vision. But it was there, settling on rooftops, streaking the edges of signboards, dulling the once bright hues of banners. Even the occasional cultivator who sped past through the streets at full speed left behind a faint swirl of black. Chen Ren sat within the carriage, one hand idly brushing against the wooden armrest. His gaze flickered toward the sky, where the sun's light strained to cut through the lingering haze. It was the mark of Ashen City's namesake, the legacy of a volcano that had erupted centuries ago. Though dormant, its breath still reached out, carried on the wind. A voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Are you worried that the Zhu clan won't buy our alcohol?" Zihan leaned forward and asked. Chenren chuckled, shaking his head. "They'll be interested. Their establishments cater to more than just mortals. Look around. This city teems with cultivators, and not the kind who shut themselves away in caves seeking enlightenment." His fingers tapped against his knee as he observed the crowd outside. Most of them chase after beasts near the volcano, delve into caves for treasures, then return to spend their earnings on indulgence. They want fine food, warm company, and strong liquor. Ours will be exactly what they're looking for." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "The problem isn't demand, it's price. A clan like the Zhu won't pay fair coin if they can twist our arms into selling cheap. If we let them dictate the terms, we'll be left with crumbs while they feast." Zihan frowned slightly, crossing his arms. "So what's your plan, Sect Master Chen? They have power, influence, and from what you are saying, they don't play fair." Anji, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "Do we even have leverage? If they decide to force us, what then?" Chenren smirked. "Clans are never monolithic. Rivalries exist both within and outside. We just need to play them against each other." His fingers traced a slow circle on the wooden surface beside him, mind already running through possibilities. "The first step is a demonstration, not just to them, but to the city itself. We need to make them feel like they need our product, like they'll lose something if they don't act fast. The moment we turn the tables, it'll be them chasing us." Zihan's expression eased into a comprehending smile. Anji gave a slow nod, understanding dawning in her eyes. Chenren turned to look outside the carriage window. Ashen City sprawled before them. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While Chenren and the others were away, Meadow Village was anything but quiet. Activity buzzed through its streets and courtyards, the air thick with the sounds of construction, training, and murmured conversations. And as Ziwen made his way through the sect's compound, he bore witness to it all. He still wasn't sure if he should even call it a sect yet. Not in the way true sects were, where towering halls loomed over vast training fields, where disciples practiced in neat ranks under the watchful eyes of elders, and where the weight of centuries settled into every stone and pillar. No, this wasn't that. But it would be. Somewhere deep in his chest, an unshakable certainty had taken root. He couldn't explain it, but as he walked past the bustling activity, watching the pieces come together, Heck knew that the Divine Coin Sect was going to become something great. Through a window, he caught sight of the mortal members seated inside a modest hall, practicing their numbers on wooden slates, their faces scrunched in concentration. Numbers, not sword techniques or spell incantations, but calculations. To anyone else, it might seem absurd. But Ziwen had begun to understand the strange logic of his sect leader. A strong foundation wasn't just about physical power. It was about knowledge, control, and mastery over more than just one's fists. Further ahead, Miss Tang Shulan was hard at work, speaking with the builders as they fitted massive tubes into place and dug trenches along the sect grounds. Ziwen frowned, watching as sweat glistened on their brows. Plumbing, they had called it. Another one of sect leader Chen's strange ideas. Ziwen didn't understand it fully, but he had long since learned that when a sect leader spoke, it was better to listen. And although he still wasn't fully sure of Chen Ren, he knew he was capable, and at least had good ideas in that big brain of his. And the sect leader's words and actions with the Locust weren't the only reason to believe in him. There was also Yalin, a white-furred cat that rarely left sect leader's Chen's side, acting like an ordinary pet. But Ziwen knew the truth. That was not a mere pet. Yalen was a master of the Meridian expansion realm, a being whose strength dwarfed most cultivators who walked the land. And yet, she had willingly chosen to remain by sect leader Chen's side. The day he had found out still sent a chill through him. He had always felt something unusual about that Caden instinct, a whisper at the back of his mind. A spirit beast of that caliber lending its strength to the sect. The weight of that revelation had only cemented his belief. The Divine Coin sect would not remain unknown for long. And as if that thought had summoned fate itself, he recalled Chen Ren's words before leaving. Ziwen, if the sect is to grow, you will have a role to play, not just as a disciple, not just as another follower, but as a cultivator who would help shape its future. And so, as he walked the paths of the sect, watching the pieces fall into place, Ziwen exhaled slowly. For now, his task was clear. He had to train. He had to connect with his Tao. That was his sole goal. Connecting to his Tao was proving more difficult than he had expected. It wasn't as though he lacked hard work. He had cultivated diligently, followed sect leader Chen's advice, and even meditated beneath the old sycamore tree that overlooked the village. But clarity continued to elude him, like mist slipping through his fingers, which was why he now found himself searching for little Yuzi. If he couldn't grasp his Tao on his own, then perhaps he could find inspiration elsewhere. The spirit wolf, despite seeming like a harmless pet, was strong and someone he had tamed. If he truly had Tao of taming, then being near little Yuz was definitely going to help. It didn't take long to find him. The distant sounds of movement and soft laughter drew Ziwen's gaze toward the space that had become the training grounds. There, beneath the late afternoon sun, Lo Hung danced back and forth, his body shifting through clumsy yet determined steps. Opposite him, little Yuz crouched low, tail wagging as he darted forward with swift but controlled strikes. Ziwen's eyes narrowed slightly. A movement technique? Lo Hung's breath came in ragged bursts as he leapt back from a claw swipe, his foot digging into the dirt. His brows furrowed in focus, and just as he landed, he shouted, "Drifting cloud steps!" His form blurred ever so slightly. But before he could fully evade, his foot caught on uneven ground, and he stumbled. Little Yuz paused, his teal eyes blinking in amusement, clearly holding back. Lo Hung groaned, brushing dust from his clothes. Still not right. Before he could try again, he heard the approaching footsteps and turned to see Ziwen striding toward them. The boy straightened, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Senior Brother Wen, what are you doing here?" Ziwen smiled at the title. It was still unfamiliar, but pleasant. "I'm here to take little Yuz for a walk." Lo Hung nodded, rubbing the back of his head. "That's fine. We've been practicing for an hour anyway, but I'm still not getting used to these techniques." He looked down, his eyes proof of frustration. Ziwen folded his arms. "Take your time with it. They're only mortal-grade techniques if you rush. You'll trip over yourself more than you'll progress. Enjoy the process. You're still a new cultivator." Lo Hung's eyes flickered with understanding before he gave a determined nod. "Yes, I will, senior brother. I'll think on them while I tend to my field." Ziwen raised an eyebrow. "You're still keeping up with your farm." Lo Hung straightened his back with a hint of pride. "Of course. Sect leader Chen said I could, and now that the locusts are gone, I can finally care for my crops properly. Besides," his voice softened slightly, "I inherited it from my father. He passed away last year. I don't want to let it go." Ziwen studied the boy for a moment before nodding in understanding. "Then keep at it." Lo Hung grinned before bidding his farewell, jogging off toward the fields, his steps a little steadier than before. Ziwen turned to little Yuz, who watched him expectantly, tail flicking. "Come," he said, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Let's take a walk." Little Yuz let out a small huff before lowering himself to the ground. Ziwen instinctively moved, and before he could think twice, he found himself atop the wolf's broad back. The forest stretched before them, dappled sunlight filtering through the thick canopy. The familiar path they took wound through towering trees, their roots twisting across the ground like the veins of the earth itself. The rustling of leaves accompanied their journey. but no wild beast dared approach them. Ziwen sat upright, letting the wind brush against his face. The soft fur beneath his hands was warm, and the steady rhythm of Little Yu's movements lulled him into a quiet calm. For the first time in days, his thoughts settled. His mind calmed, and his always raising heartbeat was at pace. The frustration of failing to connect with his Tao faded into the background, carried away by the wind. A long, slow sigh left his lips, and he closed his eyes, letting himself sink into the moment. Before he knew it, they had arrived. The hilltop was in front of them. The air was fresher here, the scent of damp earth and wildflowers mixing together in a way that felt grounding. Little Yu's came to a stop and gently lowered him to the ground before stepping forward and pressing his head against Daiwen's chest. A small laugh escaped him, and he ran his fingers through the wolf's fur, rubbing and scratching at all the familiar spots. The way Little Yu's leaned into his touch made his heart feel a little lighter, but then his hand stilled. The wolf looked up at him, teal eyes twinkling with curiosity. "What's wrong?" they seemed to ask. Suen exhaled softly and shook his head. "Nothing much," he murmured. "I was just wondering, am I really someone who can be a beast master?" Little Yu's blinked at him. "The Tao of taming exists, but I never thought it would be my path," Ziwen continued. His voice was calm, but a hint of hesitation lingered. "Sect leader Chen fully believes it is, but I don't know. I feel like I'm stuck." For a moment, there was only silence. Then, without warning, a wet tongue dragged across his face. Suen recoiled. Little Yu's let out a series of short, excited woofs, his tail wagging as if to say, "Stop overthinking, just trust yourself." Ziwen wiped at his face, but a reluctant smile tugged at his lips. "Yeah, you're right. I should stop overthinking. Just because I haven't connected to my Tao yet doesn't mean I should be anxious about it." Still, a thought lingered in his mind. His fingers curled slightly. "I don't think I can fully give up on the martial Tao." Little Yu's tilted his head. "I used to love training," Suen admitted, his voice softer now, as if he were speaking more to himself than to his companion. "I thought I'd become an immortal cultivator one day, slaying demons, fighting powerful enemies, becoming someone worthy of legends." He paused. A thought entered his mind, quiet but undeniable. His eyes drifted to Little Yu's. Did I truly enjoy training as much as I enjoy this? The memory of those long days resurfaced, the endless hours of striking dummies, the exhaustion of drilling techniques over and over again, the aching limbs and bruised knuckles. He remembered the initial rush of excitement whenever he learned something new, the thrill of growing stronger. But that feeling always faded, replaced by repetition. It had been rewarding. Yes, but had it been fun? Right now, as he sat beside Little Yu's, scratching behind his ears, the warmth of the afternoon sun on his skin, he couldn't deny it. This moment, this feeling, this was happiness. Even playing with that mischievous squirrel, Whiskey, had been fun. But had he ever felt this way about his martial training? Ziwen lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Perhaps he had been walking the wrong path all along? Ziwen stared at the sky, watching as the clouds drifted by, his fingers idly running through the wolf's fur. He exhaled. The realization settled over him like a quiet tide. His past wasn't a mistake. It had been good in its own way. But had he been truly happy? It was nostalgia that had clouded his thoughts. Back then, he had walked the path of the martial Tao because it had been his childhood dream. He had believed himself to be chosen a favored son of the heavens, destined for greatness. But that had been nothing more than a story he told himself, a fantasy spun from the arrogance of youth. Reality had been different. But this... Ziwen glanced at Little Yu's, the steady rise and fall of his breathing, the warmth of his presence. This felt different. The connection he had with the wolf wasn't something written in fate or dictated by the heavens. It was something real, something forged through time, care, and trust. Maybe he hadn't been chosen by the heavens, but he had been chosen to meet Little Yuzi, to take care of him, to befriend him, and that was enough. Just then, a strange sensation pulsed through him, a warmth curling in his chest, unfamiliar yet natural. His breath hitched, his fingers twitching against little Yuzi's fur. His eyes widened. He turned sharply to the wolf. "Did you feel that?" Little Yuz blinked at him before tilting his head, a picture of pure confusion. Wen's pulse quickened. Was this what I thought it was? Without another word, he shifted into a meditative position, his breathing steadying. If this was what he thought it was, if this was the moment where he finally shed his martial Tao and stepped onto a new path, then he couldn't let it slip away. He closed his eyes and let the world around him fade. And then, as he focused inward, he found himself in his star space, that vast, endless expanse within him, a place where the echoes of his Tao awaited. And, for the first time, he reached forward, not toward the path he had once believed in, but toward the path that had already been waiting for him. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here? Chapter 75. Their whole party took a day to get accustomed to Ashen City. It was far bigger than any place most of them had ever visited. Even Cloud Mist City, which had once seemed massive, paled in comparison. After all, Ashen City was the third largest city in the entire empire, rich with life, trade, and power. While they stayed at an inn, Chen Ren wasted no time. He sent his people out to gather every bit of information they could about the local bars, taverns, and clans. In a city this large, specifics were hard to come by. But after a night of careful but precise inquiries and subtle negotiations, he had a decent grasp of the major powers and how best to approach them. As his subordinates moved through the streets, collecting details and rumors, he once again felt grateful that he had worked on recruitment. Having more people under him wasn't just convenient, it was a necessity. It made everything smoother, faster, and more efficient. Once he secured a proper contract for his supply chain, he planned to hand the entire distribution process over to Zihan. The man was the most enthusiastic about this venture, and he would thrive handling the logistics. With the information he needed in hand, Chen Ren didn't waste another moment. He gave out commands to his people, setting their roles in motion, and then personally made his way toward the largest bar in Ashen City, the Ale House, one of the main establishments of the Zhu family. The building was a large, 3-story wooden structure, its wide entrance marked with the Zhu family's distinct crest. Even from outside, Chen Ren could hear the dull murmur of voices, the occasional burst of laughter, and the clatter of mugs. Despite it being morning, a quarter of the bar was still filled with patrons. Some sat nursing their drinks, either still awake from the previous night or starting early for the day. A few were sprawled across the large tables, clearly having passed out sometime before dawn. Anji, who had accompanied him, shuddered slightly at the atmosphere, but didn't complain. Together, they walked toward the main counter, where 2 people, a man and a woman, sat at a polished wooden desk. Both bore the Zhu family's insignia on their chests, marking them as members of the clan. As Chen Ren took a seat, the woman leaned forward with a professional yet somewhat disinterested smile. "What type of drink would you like? We also serve light snacks to go with them." The woman gestured to the board behind her, where the prices of the alcohol were listed. The cheapest drink started at 50 copper wen per glass, while the higher-end ones went for 100 copper wen. He resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow, considering how people had complained about his 5 copper wen noodles being expensive. These prices were on an entirely different level. But he understood why alcohol was still a luxury in the continent. Most common folk didn't drink it daily, and when they did, they usually settled for cheap liquor rather than the high-quality brews offered in establishments like this. Ignoring the prices, he turned back to the woman and smiled. "I'm sorry, but I'm not here to drink or try snacks. Instead, I'd like to meet the manager of this place. I have a new drink for him to try." At his words, the woman blinked in confusion, clearly not expecting that answer. Before she could respond, the man sitting beside her, who had overheard the conversation, glanced over and approached them. He crossed his arms. "I'm sorry, but Manager Zhu Yuan doesn't meet just anyone. He's a busy man. Chen Ren's smile didn't waver. I know. He only meets reputable people. The man nodded. Then you should understand that if you don't, and I would like to tell you that I'm one such person, Chen Ren interrupted smoothly, pulling something out of his robes. The two employees tensed slightly, but their expressions shifted as he placed his sect crest on the counter, sliding it toward them. A small but unmistakable emblem with the dragon gleamed under the lamp, its design distinct, the crest of the divine coin sect. The man and woman exchanged glances, now looking at him with a mix of curiosity and caution. The woman hesitated before asking, "You're from a sect?" Chen Ren nodded. "Not just any sect. The divine coin sect. And not only that, I was born into the Chen clan that controls Red Peak City. I'm sure you've heard of them." Their eyes widened slightly. Even if they hadn't personally dealt with the Chen clan, it was a well-known name, being one of the more famous clans in the Empire. He leaned forward slightly. "My name is Chen Ren, and I can tell you this. The opportunity my sect wants to discuss with the Zhu clan is something you won't regret." A pause followed, just as he had expected. They weren't foolish enough to immediately believe him, but they also couldn't outright dismiss someone from a sect in an influential clan. After a moment, the man nodded toward the woman, and she disappeared into the back, likely to fetch the manager. As they waited, Chen Ren turned to Anji, who seemed more relaxed now. He smirked. "See? This is something you should learn if you're going to take part in business." She raised an eyebrow. "What? How to interrupt people? No," he chuckled. "Background is everything. If I were just a normal merchant, they'd have thrown me out. But being from a reputable clan and sect makes them reconsider." Anji shrugged. "I still think they would have let you in if you just told them you're a cultivator." "Maybe," Chen Ren admitted with a shrug. "But most members of our sect aren't cultivators. Even you aren't." At that, he noticed a slight twitch in Anji's expression. Something brief but telling. He chose to ignore it and continued. "That's why you need to learn how to throw your background around. And even if you don't have a background, make one." Anji shot him an unimpressed look, but before she could respond, he smirked. "You look good enough for them to believe you come from a reputable clan." A faint flush dusted her cheeks before anything else could be said. The door to the back swung open. The female worker from before stepped out, followed by a bigger man broad, shouldered and round-faced, with a 3-day-old beard that made him look slightly unkempt. His clothes were well-tailored, but there was no hiding the slight bloat in his features or the lingering scent of alcohol that clung to him. Chen Ren instantly pegged him as someone who enjoyed his own stock a little too much. Yet, despite that, the man wasn't old. He was around Chen Ren's age, maybe a year or two older. The man approached the counter, placing a large palm on the wooden surface as his gaze settled neutrally on Chen Ren. "I heard you're from a sect and wished to discuss a business opportunity with the Zhu clan." Chen Ren smiled, unfazed. "For Zhu Ale House, mostly." A single brow lifted, but there was a subtle shift in the man's posture, an indicator that he was taking this more seriously now. "So, what's the deal?" Chen Ren chuckled. "Why don't you try it for yourself?" At that, he glanced at Anji, who swiftly pulled out a small container she had been carrying. The moment Chen Ren uncorked it, a rich, potent aroma of distilled spirits filled the air. The fat manager and the two workers instinctively leaned forward, eyes drawn to the swirling liquid inside. It was clear, almost too clear, yet had a subtle shimmer. Unlike the thick, golden brown ales they were used to, this drink looked deceptively light. But the scent told an entirely different story. Zhu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "You're trying to sell alcohol to the best bar in town," Chen Ren grinned. I'm selling the best alcohol." A slight silence followed before the manager let out a sigh and grabbed a glass. He poured himself a small amount, lifting it to eye level before finally taking a sip. The moment it touched his tongue, his face changed instantly. Chen Ren knew what the man was experiencing. A sharp burn across his mouth and down his throat, like fire igniting every nerve. His face contorted in surprise, and he coughed silently before blinking at Chen Ren in shock. "My tongue feels like it's burning. What the hell is this?" Chen Ren leaned against the counter, smirking. The strongest drink you'll ever try. Gives a nice little kick, doesn't it? The man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took another sip, slower this time, trying to savor the burn. It wasn't just fire underneath the intensity. There was a smoothness, a depth that cheap grain alcohol didn't have. Visibly, he let the drink roll over his tongue, exhaling slightly as he finally admitted, "It does. Yeah, it really does." Then he paused, looking at Chenren more seriously now. "I haven't tried anything like this before." "Where did you get it?" Chenren smiled easily. "My sect has an elder who is interested in spirit making. He ended up creating this, and now we're trying to ensure his work reaches the rest of the Kalian Empire." A blatant lie. But talking about elders would make the manager think their sect was bigger and more influential than he had originally assumed, worth forming connections with. Just as Chenren had expected, the fat man stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. "What was the name of your sect again?" "Divine Coin Sect," Chenren answered smoothly. The man frowned. "Never heard of it," Chenren chuckled. "We like to stay low-key, but our new sect leader is trying to change that. He wants our name to spread across the continent, and what better way than through our creations?" Juyen hummed, his lips twitching. He looked interested, at the very least. Chenren took the chance to press further. "So, what do you think? Would you be interested in a supply contract?" The manager leaned back slightly, considering, "I can consider it." Then came the real test. "How much will you be selling it for?" Chenren glanced at the container Anji had placed on the counter, then turned back to the man. "That depends on how much you can shell out." He wasn't going to name a price first. He wanted to see what kind of offer the manager would make. The fat man rubbed his chin, then finally said, 30 silver wen per container." Chenren's smile didn't waver, but internally, he scoffed. As expected, the man was trying to shortchange him. With everything required to make moonshine, high-quality grains, fermentation agents, distillation materials, his total cost of production already sat at 25 silver wen per container. And that wasn't even counting the labor costs. Zhu knew the value of a product like this. Clearly, he'd been in this business for a long time. A single container held enough alcohol for 20 to 30 glasses, and considering the prices listed earlier, the tavern could easily sell each glass for 2 to 5 silver wen. If they marketed it as a luxury drink or something suited for cultivators, the price could soar even higher. Yet, despite that, the manager was offering a measly 30 silver wen. Chenren's neutral expression didn't change, but in his mind, he was already deciding on his counteroffer. Chenren had come here expecting this kind of back and forth, so he didn't seem the least bit fazed. "I am sorry," he said. "That is not a price I am willing to sell it for." Zhu frowned, but quickly responded, "Fine, 35 silver wen. I won't go beyond that." His voice carried absolute certainty, like he thought he was making a generous offer. "You know our bar is the best in the city. You won't get better rates anywhere else." Chenren's lips curled into a relaxed smile. "I'll see about that." The manager narrowed his eyes. "You're planning to sell it to other establishments?" His voice carried a more serious weight now. The Zhu clan might not like that. Chenren met his gaze straight and raised his eyebrow. "Are you trying to threaten me?" Zhu shook his head quickly. "No, but I think you should understand that we're the biggest clan in Ashen City. If you get into business with another pub, we might take offense." He leaned forward slightly. "I believe you already know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here first." Chenren's smile widened. "I don't think so." The manager blinked. "What do you mean?" Chenren chuckled. "Right now, my men are in every other pub in town showing off this creation." A flicker of displeasure crossed the fat man's face. "The Zhu clan won't like that," he warned. Chenren's expression darkened slightly, and his voice carried a dangerous undertone. "I don't know if you understand, but you're standing in front of a cultivator." The manager visibly tensed, his confidence cracking for the first time. Chenren let the silence hang for a moment before adding, "Moreover, the Zhu clan might be the biggest in the city. But do you really want to offend a sect like ours?" Silence. Zhu Yuan clearly didn't know how big the Divine Coin sect actually was, and that uncertainty worked in Chen Ren's favor. Even if the manager had never heard of it, going against a sect was never a wise move. Seeing that he had made his point, Chen Ren turned away. "I'll be staying at the Heavenly Sleep Inn if you change your mind," he said casually. Then, without sparing the manager another glance, he walked out of the tavern with Anji, following close behind. Chen Ren sat cross-legged on the bed. He looked around at the small room in Heavenly Sleep Inn. Across from him, Zihan and Hong Yi sat with straight backs, their faces composed but expectant. Anji, still getting used to these kinds of discussions, leaned slightly against the bedpost, listening carefully. On the far side of the bed, Whiskey was curled up, peacefully napping. As for Yalen, she was out, likely gathering information or exploring the city. Chen Ren finally broke the silence. "Yes! So what happened?" Zihan and Hong Yi exchanged glances before Zihan took the lead. "It was as you predicted. Sect leader," he said. "The bars liked the product. Both places, Shuangguan and Phoenix Tear Tavern, agreed to meet us after we mentioned our sect and let them try the moonshine. They enjoyed it. But," he hesitated, "they were only willing to pay 20 silver wen per container." Hong Yi picked up from there. "After some negotiation, we got them to raise the price to 35 and 40, but they refused to go higher. We tried a few other places, but it was the same story." Chen Ren nodded thoughtfully. 40 silver wen wasn't bad, and he could turn a solid profit at that rate. But he also knew moonshine was worth far more. With its high concentration, cultivators in the city would go crazy for it, and those kinds of customers wouldn't blink before dropping 5 to 6 silver wen for a single glass. That meant there was still a lot of room to push the price up. He looked at the people gathered around him and smirked. "Sounds like things are going according to plan." Anji raised an eyebrow. "Does it? I thought you wanted a higher price?" Chen Ren chuckled. "I do, but right now, they only know our product is good. They haven't seen its full potential." Zihan's eyes sharpened. "You mean?" Chen Ren leaned forward slightly. "We need to raise its demand in the city. Once the demand is high enough, these establishments won't have a choice. They'll be pushing each other out of the way just to get a supply deal with us, no matter what price we set." The room fell silent for a moment before Hong Yi asked, "And how do we do that, sect leader?" Chen Ren's smirk widened. "I already have a plan for that. ****AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here